Camping was supposed to be our little getaway. Me, my brother Lucas, and a couple of friends. We packed up our gear, eager for a weekend in the wilderness, away from the noise of the city and the constant buzz of our phones. The idea of disconnecting was thrilling. We'd camped before, but this time we were heading deeper into the woods, a spot Lucas had found on some outdoors forum. Isolated, quiet, untouched by tourists, exactly what we were looking for. The drive was long, winding through narrow mountain roads that seemed to stretch forever. As we finally pulled up to the trailhead, the air was cool and crisp, with the smell of pine heavy in the air. No cell service, no other cars, just us in the woods. Perfect. We hiked for about an hour, chatting and joking around, our backpacks full of food, tents, and all the essentials. It felt good to be out here, away from everything. The trail eventually opened up to a small clearing surrounded by towering trees. A creek bubbled nearby, adding to the peaceful atmosphere. We set up our tents, gathered some wood for the fire, and settled in for what we expected to be a relaxing night under the stars. As the sun set, we sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and talking about everything and nothing. The darkness settled in quickly, the only light coming from the fire's flickering flames and the stars above. It was the kind of silence you don't get in the city, calm, almost too calm. At some point, Lucas got up and wandered off, claiming he needed to check out something by the creek. He wasn't gone long, but when he came back, there was a weird look on his face. "Guys, did any of you go near the creek earlier?" he asked, his voice low. We all shook our heads. None of us had gone near the water since we got here. "There are footprints," Lucas said, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. "Big ones." At first I thought he was messing with us, trying to set up some spooky story. But the look on his face told me he wasn't joking. He was serious, and that seriousness made me uneasy. "Could be a bear," Jake, one of our friends, shrugged it off. "Or some hiker passed by earlier." "Maybe," Lucas muttered, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. The rest of the night passed without incident, but there was this lingering feeling of unease hanging over us. Every snap of a branch or rustle in the leaves had me glancing over my shoulder. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild. I mean, it was the woods. Of course, there'd be noises. We eventually turned in, zipping up our tents and crawling into our sleeping bags. The forest around us was quiet again, except for the occasional hoot of an owl or the breeze rustling through the trees. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. I don't know what woke me. Maybe a noise, maybe just that feeling you get when something isn't quite right. My tent was small, and I could hear Lucas breathing softly in his sleep next to me. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I unzipped the tent quietly and poked my head out. The fire had died down to embers, casting a faint glow over the campsite. The trees loomed like dark sentinels around us, their branches swaying slightly in the wind. Then I saw it. Footprints. Not just by the creek this time, but circling our tents, large and unmistakable in the dirt. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped out, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The prints were too big to belong to any of us, and they were fresh. It looked like someone, or something, had been walking around our camp while we slept. I crouched down to get a better look, running my hand over the imprint in the dirt. It was deep, the kind of depth that suggested weight, heavy weight. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone or something watching me from the shadows, but there was nothing. Just the trees and the eerie silence of the night. I quietly crawled back into the tent, my mind racing. Should I wake the others? Was this something dangerous? But what could I even tell them? There were just footprints. Maybe it was nothing. Sleep didn't come easily after that. I lay awake, listening to every little sound outside the tent, my mind replaying the image of those prints over and over again. The next morning, I didn't mention what I saw, I figured there was no point in freaking everyone out over some footprints that could have a perfectly logical explanation. Maybe it was a hiker or an animal, and I was just overthinking it. We spent the day exploring the area, hiking through the woods and checking out a nearby waterfall. It was beautiful out there, peaceful even, but that feeling of being watched never quite went away. Every now and then, I'd catch Lucas glancing around, the same tension in his shoulders that I felt in mine. That night, we sat around the fire again, but the mood was different. The laughter was quieter, the conversation stilted. There was this unspoken sense of unease, like we all knew something was wrong but didn't want to say it out loud. After a while, Jake stood up, stretching. "I'm gonna hit the sack," he said. "Long day tomorrow." The rest of us nodded in agreement. It had been a tiring day, and we could all use some sleep. As we were getting ready to crawl into our tents, I noticed something. More footprints. This time, they weren't just near the tents, they led into the woods, like someone had been standing just outside our camp and then walked away. I froze, staring at the tracks. They were fresh. Too fresh. "Lucas," I whispered, motioning him over. He followed my gaze and his face paled when he saw the prints. "We need to get out of here," he muttered, his voice barely audible. I didn't argue. Something was wrong, and staying here didn't feel like an option anymore. We quietly packed up our stuff, not wanting to wake the others just yet. But as we were getting ready to leave, a sound broke the silence. A low, rumbling growl from somewhere deep in the woods. We froze, our eyes locked on the darkness beyond the trees. The growl came again, closer this time, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't friendly. "Wake them up," Lucas whispered, his voice trembling slightly. I shook Jake and the others awake, trying to stay calm as I explained what was happening. They were groggy and confused at first, but the fear in my voice must have convinced them that something was seriously wrong. We grabbed our gear and started heading back down the trail, the growling still echoing through the trees. My heart was pounding in my chest, my mind racing with worst-case scenarios. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every branch seemed to rustle with something unseen. As we hurried down the trail, the growling stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting something to come charging out of the woods after us, but nothing came. We walked in tense silence, the only sound the crunch of leaves under our boots. After what felt like hours, we finally made it back to the car. We threw our stuff in the trunk and piled in, slamming the doors shut behind us. Lucas fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking as he started the engine. The headlights illuminated the trees in front of us, but there was nothing there, just the woods, quiet and still. We drove in silence for a while, the tension slowly easing as we put more distance between us and the campsite. But that feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight, never quite left me. To this day, I don't know what we encountered out there. Maybe it was just an animal, or maybe it was something else, and something we weren't meant to see. All I know is that I've never been back to those woods, and I don't think I ever will. It's strange how your instincts kick in before your brain catches up. I was just walking along the trail, enjoying the quiet, the smell of the trees, the crunch of leaves underfoot. Everything felt normal, until it didn't. One moment I was lost in thought. The next, I had this unsettling feeling, like something was off. The kind of feeling you can't quite put your finger on, but know you shouldn't ignore. I was hiking alone, something I did often, especially in this particular park. It wasn't a famous one, which meant fewer people, and I liked that. No crowds, no noise, just me and nature. This trail wasn't even on the official map. I'd discovered it during one of my previous hikes, just a narrow path that split off from the main route and wound deeper into the woods. The last time I'd been here, I hadn't gone all the way in. Today, though, I felt like exploring. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. The usual sounds of the forest, birds chirping, squirrels rustling in the underbrush, faded until all I could hear was the wind and my own footsteps. It wasn't eerie at first. In fact, it felt peaceful. The trees were taller here, older, their branches forming a thick canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in scattered patches, casting long shadows on the ground. But that feeling of being watched, that came suddenly. I stopped in my tracks, listening. Nothing, just the wind, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end. I glanced around, scanning the trees for movement. There was no one. It was just me. I tried to shake it off and kept walking, telling myself I was being paranoid. After all, I was deep in the woods. It was natural to feel a little uneasy. But the further I went, the stronger the feeling grew, like eyes were boring into me from the shadows between the trees. And then I saw him. At first, it was just a figure in the distance, standing motionless on the trail ahead of me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. He was maybe 100 feet away, facing me, though I couldn't make out any details. Just the outline of a man, tall and still. For a second, I considered turning back. I mean, it's not unusual to run into people on trails, right? But this was different. There was something about the way he was standing, unnaturally still, almost too still, like a statue. And he hadn't made any sound when he appeared. No footsteps, no rustling, nothing. I waved, trying to seem casual. "Hey," I called, my voice sounding too loud in the silence. No response. He didn't move. He just stood there, staring. Though I couldn't see his face from this distance, I could feel his gaze on me. My gut was screaming at me to turn around, but my legs felt frozen in place. I told myself it was fine. Maybe he was just some hiker who got turned around. Maybe he was lost. But something about him felt wrong. I took a step forward, slowly, keeping my eyes on him the whole time. Another step. And then, as if responding to my movement, he took a step, too. I stopped. So did he. A chill ran down my spine. I took another step back, testing him. He mirrored me again, stepping forward this time. My heart was racing now. I wasn't sure what was happening, but I knew I didn't want to stick around to find out. I turned, walking quickly back the way I'd come. I didn't look back. Not at first, but after a minute or so, I couldn't help myself. He was following me. I could see him through the gaps in the trees, still far off but getting closer with every second. His pace was slow but steady, like he had all the time in the world. My walk turned into a jog, then into a run. I didn't care how ridiculous I must have looked, sprinting down the trail like some idiot in a horror movie. All I knew was that I needed to get out of there. The trail twisted and turned, and I lost sight of him for a moment, but that feeling, that gut-wrenching sensation of being chased, didn't leave. My breathing was ragged, my legs burning as I pushed myself to run faster. I knew I wasn't far from the main trail, but it felt like I'd been running for hours. When I finally burst through the trees onto the main path, I stopped, gasping for breath. My lungs felt like they were on fire, and my heart was pounding so hard it hurt. I turned around, expecting to see him step out of the woods after me, but there was no one. The trail behind me was empty, just trees swaying gently in the breeze. No footsteps, no figure, nothing. It was like he had vanished into thin air. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, my mind racing. Had I imagined it? Had my nerves gotten the best of me, and I'd conjured up some phantom in the woods? But no, I'd seen him. He was real, and he had followed me. I didn't stick around to think about it. I practically jogged the rest of the way back to the parking lot, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting to see him behind me again. But the trail was empty the whole way. When I finally reached my car, I threw my backpack in the back seat and got in, locking the doors immediately. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys, my brain still trying to process what had just happened. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see him standing at the edge of the parking lot, watching me leave. But there was no one. The road behind me was empty. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, the park far behind me. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, that at any moment, I'd look in the mirror and see him there, sitting in the back seat, staring at me. For days after that hike, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told myself it was just some weird guy on the trail, maybe someone messing with me, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. There was something about the way he had moved, the way he had followed me without saying a word, that didn't feel human. A week later, I went back to the park, during the day this time, with a friend. We stuck to the main trail and everything seemed normal, peaceful even. But when we reached the spot where the side path branched off, I stopped. The trail was gone. I walked up to where the narrow path should have been, but there was nothing there. No sign of the trail, no gap in the trees. It was like it had never existed. My friend looked at me, confused. "Are you sure it was here?" he asked. I nodded, my stomach churning with unease. I was sure. I knew that trail had been there. I'd walked it. But now, it was gone, like it had never been there in the first place. It started out like any other night in my new apartment. I was still getting used to the creaks and groans of the old building, the kind of noises you tell yourself are just pipes or the wind sneaking through old cracks. But when you live alone, those sounds get amplified, especially when the world outside is quiet, and the only company you have are your own thoughts. I figured it was just part of adjusting to a new place. I had moved in about a week before, lured by the charm of the historic neighborhood and the ridiculously cheap rent. The apartment itself was nothing special, just a small one-bedroom on the top floor of a 4-story building that had probably seen better days decades ago. But it had this old-world charm, high ceilings, big windows, and those classic hardwood floors that creaked with every step. That night, I had stayed up late watching TV, trying to unwind from a long day at work. Eventually, I turned everything off, brushed my teeth, and got ready for bed. It was around 1 a.m. when I finally crawled under the covers, the exhaustion hitting me like a wave. I closed my eyes, letting the quiet of the apartment lull me to sleep. Then I heard it. At first I thought I was dreaming, a faint sound, almost like footsteps, coming from above me. But the thing is, I was on the top floor. There was no one living above me. My first thought was that it was just the building settling. Old buildings make noise, right? I tried to ignore it, but the footsteps kept going, slow and deliberate, like someone was walking from one end of the apartment to the other, right over my ceiling. My heart rate picked up and I opened my eyes, staring at the dark ceiling above me. The sound was real. I wasn't imagining it. Someone, or something, was walking directly above me. I sat up in bed, trying to make sense of it. There wasn't an attic, at least not that I knew of. But the sound was unmistakable. Footsteps, one after the other, like someone was pacing back and forth. The weirdest part was how deliberate it sounded, like they were taking their time, making sure to hit each floorboard just right. I got out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. My rational mind tried to come up with an explanation. Maybe there was some kind of storage space up there. Maybe a stray animal had gotten in somehow. But as I stood there in the darkness, listening to those heavy footsteps, none of those explanations seemed right. Grabbing my phone, I switched on the flashlight and slowly crept into the hallway, the beam of light cutting through the shadows. The footsteps continued, steady and unhurried, directly above me. I stood there for a moment, trying to gather the courage to do something, anything, but my legs felt like lead. I didn't want to investigate. I didn't want to know what was making that sound. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. Just like that. Complete silence. I held my breath, waiting for something else to happen, but there was nothing. The apartment was dead quiet again, like the footsteps had never been there. I tried to calm down, telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe it really was just an old building thing. Or maybe I was half asleep and my mind was playing tricks on me. Either way, I wasn't about to spend the night freaking myself out over nothing. I went back to bed, though it took a while to actually fall asleep. The next day, I almost forgot about it. Almost. Life went on as usual, and I got through the day at work without thinking too much about the weirdness of the night before. But when I got home that evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I walked through the front door, and the first thing I noticed was the odd smell. A musty, stale odor, like something had been left to rot. I checked the kitchen, thinking maybe I had forgotten to take out the trash, but everything was fine. The smell seemed to be coming from the ceiling, though, which didn't make any sense. As the evening wore on, I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps. I kept glancing up at the ceiling, half expecting to hear them again. But the night passed without incident, and by the time I went to bed, I had almost convinced myself it was all just my imagination. Then, around 2 a.m., it happened again. The same slow, heavy footsteps, right above me, pacing back and forth. This time, they were louder, more insistent, like whoever or whatever was up there wanted me to know they were there. My skin prickled with fear, and I grabbed my phone, unsure of what to do. I could call the landlord, but what would I even say? Hey, I think someone's walking around in the ceiling. It sounded ridiculous even in my head. I could call the police, but what if it was just some animal or a loose board creaking? Before I could make a decision, the footsteps stopped again, right above my bed, and then came something worse. A thud. A single, heavy thud. Like something large had been dropped onto the floor above me. It was followed by a dragging sound, like something being pulled across the floor. At that point, my heart was racing, my breathing shallow. I didn't want to stay in the apartment any longer, but I also didn't want to leave, knowing that whatever was up there was still so close. I lay in bed, paralyzed with fear, listening to the dragging noise that seemed to go on forever. Eventually, the sound faded, and the apartment was silent again. But I didn't sleep after that. I stayed awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the footsteps to return. The next morning, I called the landlord. I told him about the noises and asked if there was some kind of crawl space or attic above my apartment. He sounded surprised, said there shouldn't be anything above me, and that the building didn't have an attic. Maybe it's the pipes, he suggested, though his voice lacked any real conviction. He promised to send someone over to check, but I knew he didn't believe me. Days went by, and the footsteps didn't return, but that feeling of being watched never really left. Every time I came home, I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. The musty smell persisted, too, like something was festering just out of sight. Then, one night, I was lying in bed, trying to get some sleep, when I heard it again. Not footsteps this time, but a faint tapping sound, like someone gently knocking on the wall above me. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, until it was impossible to ignore. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my phone, and shined the flashlight up at the ceiling. My breath caught in my throat when I saw it. A small crack had appeared in the ceiling, right where the sound was coming from. The crack wasn't there before, I was sure of it. As I watched, the tapping continued, and the crack slowly widened, as if something was pushing against it from the other side. I backed away, heart pounding in my chest. The tapping stopped, but the crack remained, a jagged line cutting across the ceiling. I didn't wait to find out what would happen next. I grabbed my keys and bolted out of the apartment, not bothering to turn off the lights or lock the door behind me. I drove to a friend's house and spent the night there, too shaken to even explain why I'd shown up in the middle of the night. The next day, I called the landlord again, told him about the crack, and insisted he send someone to investigate. A few hours later, I got a call back. The maintenance guy had gone up to check, but there was no attic, no crawl space, no room for anyone or anything to be above my apartment. I didn't go back after that. Whatever was in that apartment, I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I broke my lease and moved out within the week. To this day, I still don't know what was up there, but I know one thing for sure. Some places are better left alone. It's funny how silence can turn from peaceful to terrifying in just a few seconds. 1 minute, the quiet night at the campsite was relaxing. Just the crackling fire, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the distant hum of the creek nearby. But the moment I stepped outside the tent, everything changed. The air felt heavy, like it was holding its breath, and that comforting sense of isolation suddenly felt more like something I needed to escape from. I hadn't planned on getting up in the middle of the night. We were on a camping trip, just me and a few friends, trying to enjoy a weekend away from everything. It was supposed to be simple: set up the tents, cook some food over the fire, and enjoy the stars. We picked a spot deep in the woods, far from any other campsites. Lucas, my best friend, had been the one to suggest the location. He'd found it online, said it was the perfect place to get away from the crowds and experience nature at its best. And at first, he was right. It was perfect. But now, standing outside my tent with only the dim light of the fire flickering weakly behind me, I was beginning to regret agreeing to come out here. I stepped closer to the fire, feeling the warmth on my skin and trying to shake the unease creeping up my spine. The forest was too quiet. That's what really got me. You don't realize how loud the woods are until everything goes completely still. No insects chirping, no distant animal calls, just nothing. Then I saw it. Lucas had mentioned seeing footprints earlier, but we'd brushed it off as nothing. Maybe a stray hiker had wandered through before we got here. But now, looking at the fresh prints circling our tents, I wasn't so sure. They were big, too big to be ours, and there were too many of them. Like something had been walking around while we slept. My heart started pounding in my chest as I crouched down, running my hand over one of the prints. It was deep, deeper than a person could make just walking normally. And they weren't just random. They formed a perfect circle around our campsite, as if whatever made them had been pacing, watching. I stood up, my skin crawling with that prickling sensation you get when you know someone's behind you, even though you can't see them. I turned slowly, scanning the dark woods just beyond the glow of the fire. Nothing moved, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Taking a deep breath, I walked over to Lucas's tent and knelt by the entrance, whispering his name. "Lucas, hey, wake up." He groaned softly, turning over inside his sleeping bag. "What? What time is it?" "I don't know," I whispered back, glancing around nervously. "But you need to come out here. Now." There was something in my voice that must have caught his attention, because a moment later, Lucas was crawling out of the tent, blinking sleep from his eyes. He glanced around, his expression confused. "What's going on?" I pointed to the footprints. His face went pale as he followed the circle of prints around our tents. He didn't say anything for a moment, just stood there staring at the ground, then at the trees, like he was expecting something to jump out at any second. "Do you think it's an animal?" I asked, though I knew the answer before he even shook his head. "No," he said quietly, his voice tense. "Whatever it is, it's not an animal. These are too organized." A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I didn't want to say it, but I knew what he was thinking. Someone, or something, had been here while we were sleeping, watching us, waiting. "We should wake the others," Lucas said, his voice barely more than a whisper. I nodded, feeling that same sense of urgency. We moved quickly, shaking Jake and Sarah awake. They grumbled at first, but as soon as they saw the prints, their grogginess vanished, replaced by the same fear that was gripping me. "What the hell?" Jake muttered, staring wide-eyed at the tracks. "Who would be out here in the middle of the night?" "That's the problem," Lucas said, glancing nervously around the dark woods. "I don't think it's just some hiker." Sarah crossed her arms, shivering in the cold night air. So, what do? We can't just stay here. She was right. The thought of spending the rest of the night in our tents, knowing something had been circling us while we slept, was too much. But what were our options? It was pitch dark, and the trail back to the car was long and winding. Leaving now could be even more dangerous than staying. For a few minutes, we stood around the fire, debating what to do. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that whatever had made those footprints was still out there, lurking just beyond the reach of the firelight. Then, out of nowhere, we heard it, a distant snap, like a branch breaking underfoot. All of us froze, our heads whipping toward the sound. It came again, closer this time. Another snap, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching through the leaves. They were slow, deliberate, like whoever or whatever was moving through the woods didn't care about being heard anymore. I grabbed the flashlight from my backpack and flicked it on, shining the beam into the darkness. The light cut through the trees, but it didn't reach far enough to see anything. Just more shadows. "What the hell is that?" Jake whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," Lucas muttered, his eyes wide with fear. "But we need to leave. Now." Without another word, we grabbed what little gear we could carry and started moving. The footsteps behind us grew louder, more insistent, like they were keeping pace with us. Every now and then, I'd glance back, shining the flashlight into the trees, but I never saw anything. Just that constant feeling of something just out of sight, waiting. We kept walking, faster now, our footsteps crunching loudly in the underbrush. The trail wasn't far, just past the creek, but every step felt like a mile. My heart was pounding in my ears, and my breathing was shallow and fast. Then, we heard it again. This time, the sound wasn't distant. It was close. Too close. Another snap, followed by a low, guttural sound, almost like a growl, but not quite. It wasn't any animal I'd ever heard before, and the sound sent a shiver down my spine. I turned, shining the flashlight behind us again, but just as before, there was nothing. No movement, no figures, just the dark, empty woods. "We're almost there," Lucas whispered, his voice tight with fear. "Just a little further." We reached the creek and crossed it quickly, the water splashing around our boots. On the other side, the trail opened up, leading back toward the parking lot. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The footsteps behind us stopped. For a brief moment, everything went completely silent. No snapping branches, no rustling leaves, just dead, suffocating silence. Then, from the trees to our right, something moved. I whipped the flashlight around, the beam catching a flash of movement. Something tall, dark, slipping between the trees. It was gone in an instant, too fast to get a good look, but I knew it had been there, and it was watching us. "Run!" Lucas shouted, and we did. We sprinted down the trail, our breath ragged, our legs burning. The sound of footsteps crashed through the woods behind us, faster now, closing in. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, focusing on the narrow path in front of me, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly as we fled. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we burst into the clearing where our cars were parked. Without stopping, we threw our gear into the trunk, jumped in, and slammed the doors shut. Lucas started the engine, and we peeled out of there, the tires kicking up dirt as we sped down the gravel road. None of us spoke for the rest of the drive, the silence hanging heavy in the car. It wasn't until we were miles away, the campsite far behind us, that I dared to glance in the rearview mirror. There was nothing there, just the empty road and the dark, endless woods. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that whatever was out there that night is still watching, waiting for the next group of campers to stumble into its territory. And I'm never going back to find out what it was. I hadn't planned to take the unmarked path. It was one of those decisions that seemed harmless at the time, like taking a different route to work just to see something new. I was on a solo hike in a national park I'd been to plenty of times before, following the same trails I always did. But then I saw it, a narrow, almost hidden trail branching off from the main one, barely noticeable unless you were really looking. There was no sign, no marker, nothing to say where it led. Something about it drew me in. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the desire to get away from the well-trodden paths and explore something untouched. I hesitated for a second, staring at the opening between the trees, before stepping off the main trail and heading in. The air felt different the moment I entered. Cooler, quieter. The kind of quiet that wasn't peaceful, but more like the forest was holding its breath. The trail was narrow, winding through trees that grew closer together the further I went. Sunlight barely filtered through the canopy overhead, casting long, thin shadows that danced across the ground as the wind stirred the leaves. I kept walking, expecting to find a dead end or maybe another trail that looped back to the main one. But the path just seemed to keep going, deeper and deeper into the woods. At first, I enjoyed the solitude. It felt like I'd stumbled upon something secret, a hidden part of the park that most people never bothered to explore. The only sounds were my footsteps crunching over leaves and the occasional rustle of branches in the wind. But after about 20 minutes, that initial excitement started to wear off. The trail wasn't looping back like I'd expected, and I hadn't seen a single sign of another person. Then the unease set in. It was subtle at first, just that prickling sensation at the back of your neck, like you're being watched, even though you know you're alone. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just letting my imagination run wild. But the deeper I went, the stronger that feeling grew, until I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, scanning the trees for something, anything, that could explain the creeping anxiety building inside me. The trail began to narrow even more, almost disappearing into the underbrush in places. I stopped for a moment, trying to get my bearings. The forest looked the same in every direction. Tall, thick trees, their trunks covered in moss, the ground littered with fallen branches and leaves. There was no sign of the main trail anymore, no landmarks to tell me how far I'd come or which direction I was heading. That's when I heard it, a soft rustling sound, barely noticeable at first, coming from somewhere off to my left. I froze, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heartbeat. The rustling came again, louder this time, like something, or someone, was moving through the underbrush, getting closer. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. No animals, no people. Just shadows and the faint swaying of branches in the wind. "Hello?" I called out, feeling a bit foolish as soon as the word left my mouth. My voice sounded small, swallowed up by the vastness of the forest around me. There was no response. The rustling stopped, leaving the woods eerily silent once more. I swallowed hard, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. Maybe it was just an animal, I told myself. A deer or a raccoon. Something small that had been scared off by the sound of my voice. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The rustling had sounded deliberate, like something or someone had been watching me. I glanced at my phone, hoping to check the time or maybe get a GPS signal to figure out where I was. No service. Great. I wasn't surprised, though. This far off the main trail, it made sense that the signal would be weak. Still, the realization that I was completely cut off from the outside world didn't help my growing anxiety. I decided it was time to head back. The trail had to lead somewhere, and if I retraced my steps, I'd eventually make it back to the main path. At least, that's what I told myself. I turned around and started walking, quickening my pace without making it too obvious that I was hurrying. The trees seemed to close in around me, their shadows longer, darker. I kept my eyes focused on the ground, looking for the faint trail I'd followed in. But after a few minutes, I realized something was wrong. The trail was gone. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. I spun in a slow circle, scanning the ground, but there was no path, no sign of the narrow, hidden trail I'd followed into the woods. It had just disappeared. Panic started to claw at the edges of my mind. I tried to stay calm, to think rationally. I must have missed a turn, I told myself. Maybe the trail was just overgrown, hidden beneath the leaves and underbrush. But no matter where I looked, there was nothing. I was lost. The rustling sound came again, this time from directly behind me. I whipped around, my heart hammering in my chest. My eyes darted between the trees, but again, there was nothing. Just the dense, unbroken forest. I could feel my pulse in my ears, a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. "Hello?" I called again, my voice shaky now. "Is anyone there?" Silence, the kind of silence that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I was no longer alone. I could feel it, a presence just out of sight, hiding in the trees, watching me, waiting. I didn't want to stay and find out what it was. I took off in the direction I thought I'd come from, my feet pounding against the forest floor as I tried to retrace my steps. The trees blurred together, and the shadows seemed to shift with every step, like they were following me. I ran for what felt like forever, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my legs burning. Finally, I stumbled into a small clearing. I stopped, doubling over to catch my breath. My heart was racing, my mind spinning. The rustling sound had stopped, but that didn't make me feel any better. I was still lost, still in the middle of the forest with no idea how to get out. I stood there for a moment, trying to gather my thoughts. The clearing was small, surrounded on all sides by thick trees. There was no sign of the trail, no way to tell which direction I'd come from or where I should go next. I was completely and utterly lost. And then I saw it. At the far end of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows, was a cabin. It was old, its wooden walls weathered and covered in moss, the roof sagging in the middle. There were no windows, just a single door that hung slightly ajar, creaking in the faint breeze. My first instinct was to turn and run the other way. Every horror movie I'd ever seen told me that going into an abandoned cabin in the middle of the woods was a terrible idea. But something about it drew me in, like I didn't have a choice. Maybe it was the desperation of being lost for so long, or the hope that someone might be inside who could help me. Whatever it was, I found myself walking toward it before I could even stop to think. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, the sound echoing in the stillness of the clearing. Inside, the cabin was empty. Dust covered every surface, and the air was thick and musty, like no one had set foot in there for years. But there was something off about the place, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking under my weight. My eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering in through the cracks in the walls. The cabin was small, just one room, with a single wooden table in the center and a few chairs scattered around. But it was what was on the table that made my blood run cold. It was a map of the park, with all the trails carefully marked out in red ink. And there, right in the center, was the unmarked trail I had followed, the one that wasn't supposed to exist. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew one thing for sure. I needed to get out of there. As I turned to leave, the door slammed shut behind me, the cabin plunging into darkness. I never believed in ghosts, not until I stayed in that hotel. It was one of those old, grand places, the kind that feels more like a relic of another time than a place for people to actually stay. I had booked it last minute for a work trip, lured by the cheap price and convenient location. The building had this faded elegance about it, with tall windows and worn-out carpets, like it had seen better days decades ago. I figured it would be fine for a night, maybe even charming in that quirky, old-school way. What I didn't expect was to find myself wide awake at 2 a.m., staring at the window of the room next door, where a figure was standing completely still, staring back at me. When I checked in earlier that day, the hotel lobby had been almost empty. Just a tired-looking receptionist who handed me the key with barely a glance. She gave me a room on the 3rd floor, the very last room at the end of the hall. I remember walking through the dimly lit hallway, my suitcase bumping along the threadbare carpet as I made my way to the room. The air was thick with the smell of old wood and furniture polish, a kind of musty scent that clung to the walls. The room itself wasn't anything special, just a bed, a small desk, and a window that looked out onto the street below. The wallpaper was peeling at the edges, and the furniture looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Still, it was clean enough, and after a long day of meetings, all I wanted was a shower and some sleep. After a quick dinner in the hotel's nearly empty dining room, I went back to my room and settled in for the night. I remember lying in bed, staring up at the high, cracked ceiling, listening to the faint sounds of the city outside. It was quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of every creak and rustle around you. That's when I first noticed the light. It wasn't bright, more like a faint glow coming from the room next door, visible through a crack in the curtains. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe someone had left a light on or was watching TV. But then I realized something strange. The light never flickered, never changed. It was just there, constant, like a dim, cold glow, hovering behind the window. I brushed it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. After all, it was an old hotel. Weird things happen in old places, right? I rolled over, pulling the blanket up to my chin, and closed my eyes, determined to get some sleep. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when the sound woke me. It was soft at first, like a faint tapping, barely audible over the hum of the air conditioner. But as I lay there, it got louder. Tap, 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 rhythmic, deliberate, like someone was tapping on a window with their fingernails. My eyes shot open, my heart racing. I lay completely still, straining to hear. The tapping continued, steady and slow, and then it stopped, replaced by a faint creaking sound, like old wood shifting under weight. I held my breath, listening, every muscle in my body tense. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I sat up in bed, my pulse pounding in my ears. The room was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow outside the window. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it, that maybe it was just the building settling or the wind outside. But then I looked toward the window. The figure was standing there. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a shadow cast by something outside. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized it was unmistakably a person, a silhouette, standing completely still in the window of the room next door, facing me. My heart lurched in my chest. The figure didn't move, didn't even flinch. It was just watching, staring directly at my window, as if waiting for me to notice. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no way someone could be standing that still for that long. No way they'd be staring directly at me in the middle of the night, unmoving. I stared back, feeling my skin prickle with a cold sweat. I thought about getting up, opening the door, and checking the room next door. But something in me resisted. Every instinct I had was screaming to stay put, to not go any closer. But I couldn't look away. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining it. But the longer I stared, the more I knew something was wrong. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure moved. Slowly, it turned away from the window, disappearing into the darkness of the room beyond. The light that had been glowing behind it flickered once, then went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. I sat there in my bed, frozen, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was another guest playing a prank, or maybe someone had been in the wrong room. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself that I was just tired, that I'd probably imagined the whole thing. After all, I hadn't heard any footsteps, no doors opening or closing. It was just the darkness and my overactive imagination playing tricks on me. That had to be it. But I couldn't sleep after that. I lay there, wide awake, listening to every little sound, waiting for the figure to return. Every creak in the walls, every distant noise from the hallway sent my heart racing, but nothing else happened. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the first light of dawn filtered through the curtains, I was out of bed, packing up my things as fast as I could. I wasn't staying another night in that room, no matter what. As I made my way down to the lobby to check out, I passed by the door to the room next to mine, the room where I'd seen the figure. Out of pure curiosity, I stopped and listened for a moment, pressing my ear against the door. Nothing. No movement, no sounds, just silence. I hesitated for a second, then knocked lightly on the door, expecting to hear someone stir inside. But again, there was nothing, just the same, heavy silence. When I reached the lobby, I asked the receptionist if anyone had been staying in the room next to mine. She glanced up from her computer, giving me a puzzled look. "That room's been closed for maintenance for weeks," she said, her voice matter of fact. "No one's been in there." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Are you sure?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She nodded, looking slightly confused. "Yeah, it's empty." "Why? Did you hear something?" I swallowed hard, trying to process what she was saying. The figure, the light, the tapping. It couldn't have been real, but it felt real. Too real. I didn't say anything else. I just thanked her, grabbed my things, and left the hotel as fast as I could. The whole drive home, I couldn't shake the image of that figure standing in the window, staring at me with that unnerving stillness. To this day, I don't know what I saw. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe there was something else in that hotel, something that's been there a lot longer than the guests. All I know is, I've never gone back. Driving alone at night on an empty road always felt peaceful to me. The quiet hum of the engine, the darkness wrapping around the car, the empty lanes ahead, it was a chance to clear my mind. But that night, as I drove down that desolate stretch of highway, the peace I usually found in solitude quickly turned to dread. It started with the headlights behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. A car approaching from behind wasn't exactly unusual, even on a lonely road like this. But something about the way those headlights appeared in my rearview mirror made me uneasy. They were too far back to make out the car itself, just two bright spots in the distance. But they weren't fading like I expected them to. Instead, they stayed fixed behind me, keeping the same distance, like they were matching my speed. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard, 2:13 a.m. The road had been empty for miles. No towns, no gas stations, not even another car in sight until now. My fingers gripped the steering wheel a little tighter as I tried to shake off the rising sense of unease. It was probably just another late-night driver. Maybe someone else trying to make it through the long stretch of highway just like me. But as the minutes passed, the headlights didn't get any closer. They didn't fall back either. They just stayed there, trailing me like whoever was behind the wheel was content to follow at a safe distance. A little too content. After about 10 minutes of this, I decided I was being paranoid. Maybe they were just driving cautiously, not wanting to tailgate in the middle of the night. It made sense, right? But the feeling in the pit of my stomach wouldn't go away. I glanced at the speedometer, 65 miles per hour. Pretty standard for this road. I figured if I sped up a little, they'd either catch up or drop back, maybe pass me and continue on their way. I pressed down on the gas, bringing the car up to 70, then 75. For a brief moment, I thought I was in the clear. But then, the headlights behind me sped up too. They still kept their distance, not getting any closer, but matching my speed exactly. That's when I knew something wasn't right. My heart started to race, and my mind was suddenly flooded with questions. Who was this person? Why were they following me? And why weren't they passing? I glanced at the road ahead, scanning for an exit or a rest stop, something to give me an out. But there was nothing. Just more road stretching endlessly into the darkness. A chill ran down my spine, and I could feel the panic setting in. I didn't want to stop, didn't want to pull over, but I also didn't want to be trapped on this empty highway with someone tailing me at 2 a.m. I had no idea what their intentions were, but I wasn't about to find out. I pressed harder on the gas, pushing the car up to 80. This time, I expected the other driver to back off, maybe realizing that I wasn't in the mood for whatever weird game they were playing. But no. The headlights stayed right where they were, maintaining that same unnerving distance behind me. I was done with subtlety. If they wanted to follow me, they were about to have a hard time keeping up. I floored the gas, my car roaring as it surged past 90. The road blurred beneath me, and for a moment I thought I might lose them. But then, like clockwork, the headlights sped up too, always keeping that same distance, always there. My pulse was racing now, panic gripping me tightly. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just some late-night coincidence. They were following me on purpose. But why? I tried to think. What could I do? There were no exits coming up, no places to pull over. I could try calling someone, but out here, I had no service. I glanced at my phone, confirming what I already knew. No bars. I was completely alone. Desperation started to set in, and my mind raced through every possible scenario. What if I just stopped? Would they stop too? Would they get out of their car and approach me? My thoughts spiraled into worst-case scenarios, each one more terrifying than the last. That's when the car behind me did something I hadn't expected. Without warning, the headlights disappeared. 1 second they were there, glaring in my rearview mirror, and the next, they were gone. Just like that. I blinked, slowing down slightly, my eyes searching the road behind me. The highway stretched out into the darkness, empty. No car, no headlights, nothing. For a moment, I thought I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had been so freaked out that my mind had played tricks on me. But no, I had seen them. They had been there, following me, for miles. And now, they were just gone. I eased up on the gas, letting the car coast back down to a reasonable speed, my heart still hammering in my chest. Had they turned off? Maybe they had finally gotten bored of whatever game they were playing and taken an exit I hadn't noticed. But that didn't explain how they had disappeared so suddenly. I kept driving, trying to calm myself down, but that lingering sense of unease wouldn't go away. I glanced at the clock again, 2:30 a.m. I just needed to get through this last stretch of road. I told myself it was over, that I was in the clear now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. And then I saw them. The headlights appeared again, this time much closer, right on my tail. My breath caught in my throat, and I could feel my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. How had they gotten so close so fast? It didn't make any sense. There had been no sign of them for miles, and now they were practically on top of me. I swerved slightly, trying to put some distance between us, but the car behind me matched every move. They were right there, almost bumper to bumper, their headlights glaring into my mirrors. My mind was racing, panic clawing at my chest. This wasn't normal. This wasn't right. Suddenly, the car behind me sped up even more, coming so close that I thought they were going to hit me. My heart leapt into my throat as I swerved again, narrowly avoiding a collision. The headlights were blinding now, so bright they washed out everything else around me. And then, just as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone again. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding slightly as it slowed. I looked around wildly, searching the road behind me. Empty. The headlights were gone. No car, no sound, nothing. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, and my chest felt tight with fear. What was happening? How could a car just disappear like that? Twice. I sat there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of it all, but there was no explanation. None that made sense anyway. I didn't wait around to find out if the headlights would come back again. I floored the gas and sped down the highway, my eyes darting to the mirrors every few seconds, expecting to see those lights reappear. But they didn't. The road stayed empty, stretching out into the night like nothing had ever happened. When I finally reached a small gas station at the edge of the highway, I pulled over, my hands still trembling as I parked. I sat there for a long time, my heart slowly returning to a normal rhythm, my mind racing with everything that had just happened. To this day, I still don't know what I encountered on that road. Maybe it was some kind of trick, some messed up prank, or maybe it was something else, something I can't explain. But one thing's for sure, I've never driven that road at night again. Being out on the water at night always had a certain calmness to it, a stillness that felt different from the kind of quiet you experience on land. The lake was vast, stretching out in every direction under the pale glow of the moon, and we were the only ones out there. Just me, my friend Jake, and the open water. The hum of the boat's motor was the only sound breaking the silence as we drifted farther from the shore, the water dark and glassy beneath us. Jake was at the wheel, steering us toward the middle of the lake where we could kill the engine and just sit, take in the peace of the night. It was something we did every summer, our little escape. No distractions, no phones, just the water and the stars above. But that night, the stillness that usually felt comforting soon turned into something else, something I couldn't explain. We'd been out there for about an hour when it started. At first, it was subtle. The radio on the boat crackled to life with a burst of static. Jake and I both froze, exchanging confused looks. We hadn't touched the radio, and we were way too far out to pick up any stations, especially this late at night. "That's weird," Jake muttered, leaning over to fiddle with the dial. The static crackled louder, mixed with faint voices, like someone was talking, but too far away to make out the words. He twisted the dial back and forth, but the static just kept growing, the voices warbling and distorted, like they were underwater. "Is it picking up a signal?" I asked, trying to shake off the creeping unease that had started to settle in. "I don't know," Jake replied, his brow furrowed. "Shouldn't be. There's no signal out here." The crackling continued, the voices getting louder, though we still couldn't make out what they were saying. It didn't sound like any radio station I'd ever heard. There was something off about it, something almost desperate. And then, suddenly, the static cut out completely. The silence that followed was deafening. Jake and I sat there, staring at the radio, waiting for something else to happen, but the airwaves were completely dead. He reached over and turned the knob, shutting it off, his expression uneasy. "Probably just some interference," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Maybe a storm rolling in or something." I nodded, though I didn't believe it either. The sky was clear, the water calm. There was no sign of a storm, no reason for the radio to act up like that. We sat in silence for a while, the tension between us thickening. The engine was off, and we were just floating now, the boat swaying gently with the current. The usual peacefulness of the lake was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then, we heard it. A faint sound, like a voice calling out from across the water. At first, I thought I had imagined it. It was so soft, almost like the wind carrying a distant sound. But then it came again, louder this time, and unmistakably human. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Jake nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the dark horizon. "Yeah, I did. We both turned toward the direction of the sound, squinting into the darkness. The lake stretched out before us, nothing but the moonlit water and the distant outline of the shore. There was no one out there, no other boats, no lights, nothing. Maybe someone's stranded, Jake suggested, though he didn't sound like he believed it. Out here? I asked, doubt creeping into my voice. There's no one around. The voice called out again, this time clearer than before. It sounded like a man, his voice strained, like he was shouting for help. Help! My blood ran cold. Whoever it was, they were close. Too close for comfort. Jake grabbed the flashlight from the boat's console and flicked it on, sweeping the beam across the water. The light cut through the darkness, but all it revealed was more water. No sign of anyone. No movement. Just the empty lake. Where the hell is that coming from? Jake muttered, his voice tight with unease. We stayed still, listening, the beam of the flashlight bouncing off the surface of the water. The voice came again, closer now, but still no sign of anyone. It was like the voice was coming from all around us, echoing off the water, but there was no one there. No boat, no swimmer, nothing. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't right. Something was off. Something I couldn't explain, but I could feel it in my gut. The lake was too empty, too quiet, and yet we could hear that voice, as if it were right beside us. Help! The voice cried out again, more frantic this time. Should we? I don't know, go check it out, I asked, though the thought of getting any closer to that voice made my skin crawl. Jake hesitated, then nodded slowly. Yeah, we can't just leave someone out here if they need help. He started the engine, the boat lurching forward as we made our way toward where the voice seemed to be coming from. The flashlight swept over the water as we moved, but there was still nothing, no sign of anyone. The voice came again, louder, closer. My heart pounded in my chest, and I gripped the edge of the boat, my knuckles white, and then, as suddenly as it had started, the voice stopped. The boat drifted forward in the water, the engine idling. We sat in complete silence, the flashlight beam sweeping back and forth over the lake, revealing nothing but the endless, dark surface of the water. No voice, no movement, just nothing. Where did it go? I whispered, more to myself than to Jake. He shook his head, his jaw clenched. I don't know. We waited for what felt like hours, the boat bobbing gently in the water, the engine humming quietly. But the voice didn't return. The lake was silent once more, as if whatever, or whoever had been calling out had vanished into thin air. I could feel the tension in the air, the unease building between us. Jake turned off the engine, letting the boat drift. We sat there, listening, waiting, but all we could hear was the faint lapping of the water against the boat's hull. Just as I was about to suggest we head back, the radio crackled to life again. This time, the static was louder, more aggressive, mixed with a high-pitched whining sound that made my ears ring. The voices came again, but they were different now, faster, more frantic, like they were overlapping, talking over each other in a jumble of distorted words. Jake grabbed the radio, his fingers fumbling with the dial, but no matter what he did, the static and voices only grew louder. It was like the radio was stuck, broadcasting something that wasn't meant to be heard. I leaned in, trying to make out the words, but they were too garbled, too fast. Then, suddenly, one voice cut through the static, clear and unmistakable. Leave. My heart dropped into my stomach. Jake and I exchanged a look, and I could see the fear in his eyes. Neither of us said a word, but we didn't need to. We both knew what we had to do. Jake hit the throttle, the boat roaring to life as we sped back toward the shore. The radio continued to screech, the static growing more and more intense until I had to cover my ears to block it out. The voices kept coming, faster and faster, overlapping, until they were nothing but a frantic blur of sound. The shoreline appeared in the distance, and I felt a surge of relief wash over me. We were almost there, almost out. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the radio went silent. We didn't stop until we reached the dock, our hands shaking as we tied off the boat. The lake behind us was calm, quiet, as if nothing had happened. But as we stood there, staring out at the water, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with us. Something we couldn't see. We never went back to that lake. The first time I heard it, I thought it was an echo. I was deep inside the canyon, miles into a hiking trail I'd never explored before. It was the kind of place where the silence wraps around you, where the only sounds are your own footsteps and the occasional whisper of the wind. That's what made it so strange. I was completely alone, yet every word I spoke, every sound I made, came back to me, too quickly, too perfectly, like someone was repeating it. It started with something simple. I was standing at the edge of a rock formation, admiring the view, when I muttered to myself, "Wow, this place is incredible." Almost instantly, I heard it again. "Wow, this place is incredible." A voice echoed back just slightly off, as if it were someone else speaking. I stopped, my heart skipping a beat. It wasn't just the canyon's natural echo. It sounded wrong. The voice was too clear, too close, almost like someone was right behind me, mimicking my words. I spun around, half expecting to see another hiker standing there, but the trail was empty. Just rocks, shrubs, and the canyon walls towering high above me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the sudden rush of unease that crept up my spine. Echoes were normal in canyons, right? The way sound bounced off the rocks could make things sound strange, I told myself, but still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I continued walking, pushing the strange echo to the back of my mind. The trail wound deeper into the canyon, the walls growing higher and closer together, casting long shadows across the path. It felt cooler down here, the sun barely reaching the ground. The air was still, almost suffocating, and every step I took seemed to echo louder than the last. About half an hour later, I stopped to take a break, sitting on a large rock near a narrow bend in the trail. I was thirsty, tired, and more than a little on edge after that weird experience earlier. I pulled out my water bottle, taking a long drink, and muttered to myself, "What the hell was that?" Before I even had time to process it, the voice came again. "What the hell was that?" it repeated, this time louder, clearer, closer. I froze, my blood running cold. That wasn't an echo. It was too fast, too deliberate. It was as if someone was there, mimicking my words, repeating them just a second after I spoke. But there was no one around. I was sure of it. I stood up, glancing around nervously. The narrow trail was empty, the canyon walls looming high above me, casting dark shadows that seemed to move with the wind. I scanned the rocks, the small bushes, the ridges along the canyon walls. But there was no sign of anyone, just the silence. That eerie, suffocating silence. My heart pounded in my chest as I quickly gathered my things and started walking again, faster this time. I kept my head down, focusing on the trail, trying to convince myself that it was all in my head. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, was watching me. As I walked, I started hearing footsteps. At first, they were faint, barely noticeable over the sound of my own boots crunching on the gravel. But as I picked up my pace, so did they. It was like someone was walking just behind me, matching my speed step for step. I stopped abruptly, and the footsteps stopped too. I stood there, holding my breath, listening. The canyon was silent again, the wind still. My ears strained to hear something, anything that could explain what was happening. But there was nothing. Taking a deep breath, I started walking again, this time more slowly, carefully. I listened closely, trying to figure out if I was imagining things. For a few minutes, everything seemed normal. My footsteps echoed faintly off the canyon walls. The wind rustled the bushes, and the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting a golden light across the rocks. Then, just as I was starting to relax, I heard it again. The footsteps, slow, deliberate, and following me, just a few steps behind. My skin prickled with fear, and I could feel my heart racing in my chest. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see someone there, but the trail was empty, completely empty. This time, I didn't stop. I sped up, almost jogging now, the unease gnawing at my every thought. My legs were burning from the effort, but I didn't care. I needed to get out of there. The trail was winding uphill now, the canyon opening up a little, but the sense of being followed didn't go away. In fact, it only grew stronger. That's when the voice came again, clear as day. "Why are you running?" I stumbled, nearly tripping over a rock as I heard the words echo back at me. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a wave of panic wash over me. It wasn't just repeating my words this time, it was asking me a question. "Why are you running?" The voice repeated, this time more forceful, more insistent. I looked around wildly, my eyes scanning the canyon walls, the rocks, the shrubs, anywhere that someone could be hiding. But there was no one, just me, and that voice. I didn't respond. I didn't even try to make sense of what was happening. I just started running. The footsteps behind me picked up. Faster now. Closer. I could hear them clearly, like someone was chasing me, but every time I glanced back, the trail was empty. My chest was burning. My legs felt like they were going to give out, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. "Come back," the voice called out, echoing off the canyon walls. "You can't leave." I pushed myself harder, my heart pounding in my ears, the fear gripping me like a vice. The trail was steep, winding up and out of the canyon, and I could see the open sky ahead of me. I was almost there, almost free. But the voice kept coming, louder now, more urgent. "Why are you leaving?" I ignored it, focusing on the trail, on the sky, on the feeling of getting out of that canyon. I didn't care what it was or how it was following me. I just needed to get out. Finally, after what felt like hours, I reached the top of the trail. The canyon opened up into a wide, flat plateau, the sun casting long shadows across the rocks. I stumbled forward, gasping for breath, my legs shaking beneath me. The footsteps stopped. The voice went silent. I stood there for a moment, bent over with my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The air was cooler up here, the wind blowing gently across the plateau, but I couldn't shake the cold sweat that clung to my skin. When I finally straightened up, I glanced back down the trail, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me. But there was nothing. Just the winding path leading back down into the canyon. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the empty trail, waiting for something, anything to explain what had just happened. But the canyon was silent again, as if it had never spoken at all. I left that trail without looking back, and I've never returned. To this day, I still don't know what I heard down there, or who, or what, was following me. All I know is that I've never felt alone in a canyon since. Even when the trail is empty, I can't shake the feeling that something's listening, waiting, just out of sight. I always thought a weekend in a cabin deep in the woods sounded like the perfect escape. No distractions, no responsibilities, just quiet time away from the noise of the world. That's why, when my friend Josh suggested renting a cabin for the weekend, I jumped at the idea. We found a place that looked perfect, remote, surrounded by trees, and right next to a peaceful lake. It seemed like exactly what I needed to clear my head. What we didn't expect was the growing unease that would come with it. a creeping feeling that something, or someone, wasn't quite right in those woods. The cabin itself was old, but charming in a rustic way. It was just big enough for the four of us: me, Josh, his girlfriend Sarah, and her friend Emily. The place had a large stone fireplace, wooden beams across the ceiling, and big windows that looked out into the thick forest. We arrived late in the afternoon, with just enough time to unpack and get a fire going before the sun set. The first night was fine, mostly spent sitting around the fire, talking and laughing as the shadows outside the windows grew longer. We had no cell service out there, which was part of the appeal. There was something liberating about being completely cut off from the outside world. But when I woke up the next morning, that feeling of freedom had shifted. It was subtle at first, just a sense of discomfort that I couldn't explain. I chalked it up to sleeping in an unfamiliar place. The cabin's creaks and groans sounded louder in the early morning quiet, and the air inside felt still, almost heavy. I got out of bed and went to the kitchen to start some coffee. The cabin was dark, even though it was well past sunrise. I glanced out the window, expecting to see the bright light filtering through the trees. But instead, I was met with thick, low-hanging fog, swirling between the trunks like it had been there for centuries. It was so dense I could barely see past the trees closest to the cabin. Josh stumbled into the kitchen a few minutes later, rubbing his eyes and grumbling about the lack of phone service. We made small talk, nothing serious, and eventually, Sarah and Emily joined us. We had breakfast, joked about the fog, and made plans to spend the day by the lake once it cleared up. But by noon, the fog hadn't lifted. If anything, it seemed to have thickened. The air outside felt cooler than it should have for that time of year, and no matter how hard we tried to shrug it off, the fog began to feel oppressive. It was the kind of fog that seemed to eat sound, making the forest eerily silent. "What if we go for a walk?" Emily suggested, looking out the window. "Maybe we can find some trails. I'm sure it'll clear up soon." I hesitated, not because I didn't want to go, but because there was something about the fog that made me uneasy. It felt like we shouldn't leave the cabin, like the woods were waiting for us to step outside. But Josh and Sarah were up for it, and I didn't want to be the only one chickening out. So we threw on jackets and headed out the door, the fog swallowing us almost immediately. The woods around the cabin were dense, with trees standing tall and close together, their branches intertwined above us. The path we followed was narrow, just wide enough for two people to walk side by side, and the further we went, the less of the cabin we could see. Soon, it disappeared entirely into the mist behind us. We walked for what felt like an hour, though it was hard to tell time out there. The fog dampened everything, the sound of our footsteps, the crunch of leaves underfoot, even the occasional chatter between us. It was like the world had been muted, leaving only the faint sound of our own breathing and the soft rustle of the wind through the trees. Then I started to notice something strange. The path we were following didn't seem to be leading anywhere. It just kept going, twisting through the forest, but never really changing. The trees all looked the same, tall and imposing, their bark rough and dark, like they had been there for centuries. No landmarks, no signs of wildlife, just endless forest and fog. "Do you think we should head back?" I asked, glancing at the others. "I don't know how far we've gone, but this trail doesn't feel right." Josh shrugged. "We can keep going for a little while longer. We'll turn around soon." But we didn't. We kept walking, and the unease in my gut only grew. It was like the woods themselves were shifting, subtly, in ways you couldn't quite notice. The path felt like it was doubling back on itself, looping around in a way that didn't make sense. I looked around, trying to find something, anything, that would show we were making progress, but it all looked the same. Every tree, every twist in the path, was identical to the one before it. "I think we should go back," Emily said quietly, her voice barely breaking the silence. This time, we all agreed, but when we turned around and tried to retrace our steps, the trail was gone. "What the hell?" Sarah muttered, spinning in a slow circle. "Where's the path?" I felt my stomach drop. The trail we had been following was gone, completely swallowed by the fog. No footprints, no signs that we had been walking for over an hour. It was like the forest had erased any trace of us. We stood there in silence for a moment, none of us wanting to admit that we were lost. But I could see the fear in everyone's eyes, even Josh, who always acted like nothing ever rattled him. "Let's just keep calm," he said, though his voice wavered. "We'll find our way back. The cabin can't be that far." But no matter which direction we walked, the woods seemed to stretch on endlessly, and the fog only grew thicker. The trees felt closer now, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms, and the silence was deafening. The more we walked, the more I felt like we weren't alone. And then, from somewhere in the fog, came a sound. It was soft at first, barely audible over the sound of our footsteps. But it was there. A faint, rhythmic noise, like someone tapping on wood. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow, deliberate, and it was coming from deeper in the forest. We all stopped, listening. The sound grew louder, closer, like it was moving toward us. Tap, tap, tap. "What is that?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. None of us answered. The tapping continued, growing louder with each step we took, though we couldn't see anything through the fog. I glanced around, trying to pinpoint the source, but the sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing off the trees. "Let's go," I said, my voice tight with fear. "Now." We started moving faster, no longer caring about the trail or where we were going. The only thought in my mind was to get away from that sound, but no matter how fast we walked, the tapping followed, growing louder and more frantic. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. We stood there, panting, our breath visible in the cold air, straining to hear anything through the oppressive silence. But there was nothing. No tapping, no wind, no sound at all. Just the fog, thick and suffocating, pressing in on us from all sides. Then, through the trees, I saw it, a cabin. But it wasn't our cabin. The roof was sagging, the wood dark and rotting, like it had been abandoned for decades. The windows were shattered, the door hanging open on rusted hinges. It stood there, silent and still, as if waiting for us. I didn't know how we had ended up there, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going inside. None of us said a word. We turned and ran, the fog closing in around us, the trees twisting and bending as we sprinted through the forest. I don't know how long we ran, but eventually, we stumbled out into a clearing, and there, through the mist, was our cabin. We never talked about what we saw. We packed up and left that night, and I haven't been back to the woods since. I never liked taking the night train. There was something unsettling about the way the world looked from behind the window, the landscape slipping past in a blur of shadows, all while the train clattered on endlessly through the dark. But that night, I didn't have much of a choice. I needed to get back home, and the night train was the only option. I told myself it would be fine, just a quiet ride, mostly empty, nothing out of the ordinary. I couldn't have been more wrong. I boarded late Saulne after a long, exhausting day. The station was practically deserted, the only sounds the distant hum of machinery and the occasional footsteps of someone in the distance. As I found my seat and settled in, I noticed how empty the train was. A few scattered passengers dotted the cars, but for the most part, it felt like I had the place to myself. That should have been a relief, but instead, it only made the silence more oppressive. The train started moving, the soft rumble beneath my feet calming at first. I leaned back, trying to relax, the rhythmic clattering of the wheels against the tracks lulling me into a daze. Outside the window, the world was a blur of darkness, punctuated by the occasional dim light from a distant farmhouse or a lone street lamp. I watched it for a while, my eyes heavy with sleep. Then, somewhere around midnight, I heard it, the sound that would change everything. It was faint at first, barely noticeable over the hum of the train, a soft, repetitive tapping, like someone gently knocking on a door. I figured it was coming from somewhere else in the car, maybe one of the other passengers moving around. But as the minutes passed, the tapping grew louder, more deliberate, and it wasn't coming from the car. It was coming from the wall just next to my seat. I turned slowly, feeling my skin prickle with unease. The seat beside me was empty, as was the one behind me. There was nothing but the wall of the train car, vibrating gently with the movement of the tracks. But the tapping continued, steady and slow, like someone, or something, was on the other side of that wall, knocking, trying to get in. I leaned in closer, listening. The sound was unmistakable now. 3 taps, a pause, then 3 more taps, over and over again, as if waiting for a response. My heart began to pound in my chest. I knew there was nothing but the outside of the train on the other side of that wall. No doors, no windows, just metal and the open air rushing past at high speed. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was imagining things, that the noise was probably just something loose in the wall, rattling as the train moved. But it didn't stop. It only got louder. I glanced around the car, hoping to catch the eye of another passenger, someone who might confirm what I was hearing. But no one else seemed to notice. The few passengers scattered throughout the car were either sleeping or staring blankly at their phones, oblivious to the sound that was now filling my head. The tapping continued, relentless, echoing in my ears. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, moving quickly to the aisle, desperate to get away from the noise. But the moment I stepped into the aisle, it stopped. The silence was sudden, almost deafening. I stood there, frozen, waiting to hear it again. But all I could hear was the soft hum of the train and the distant rustle of the other passengers. I let out a shaky breath, trying to calm myself down. Maybe it really was just the train. Maybe I was tired and jumpy after a long day. I glanced back at my seat, half expecting to hear the tapping start again, but everything was quiet. I decided to walk through the train, clear my head, maybe stretch my legs and shake off whatever weird tension had built up. I headed toward the front of the train, walking through the empty cars. The further I went, the quieter the train seemed to get. The occasional hum of conversation from the few passengers I'd passed earlier had faded, leaving nothing but the clattering of the wheels and the distant creak of the metal frame. I reached the next car, expecting to see more passengers, but it was empty, completely empty. The lights overhead flickered slightly, casting long shadows across the rows of empty seats. I hesitated for a moment, a chill creeping up my spine. Something about the emptiness felt wrong, like I shouldn't be there. But I kept walking, telling myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a train, just a quiet night, nothing more. I passed through 2 more cars, each one just as empty as the last. The silence was unnerving, thick and heavy, like the train itself was holding its breath. I thought about turning back, returning to my seat, but something kept pushing me forward. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was something else. That's when I heard the footsteps. They were faint but distinct, coming from the car ahead of me. Slow, deliberate footsteps, as if someone was walking just a few paces ahead. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps continued, always just ahead, like whoever it was didn't want me to catch up. I reached the door to the next car and pulled it open, stepping through quickly. But the car was empty. No one there. Just the same flickering lights and rows of abandoned seats. The footsteps stopped. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what was happening. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe someone had passed through just before I arrived. Maybe the train's movements had made the sound. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Something wasn't right about this train. I turned around, ready to head back to my seat, when the lights in the car flickered again. This time they went out completely, plunging the car into darkness. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze. The train was still moving, the rumble of the tracks beneath me, but the car was pitch black. I stood there, waiting for the lights to flicker back on, but they didn't. Instead, the air around me grew colder, and the silence became oppressive. And then I heard the voice. It was soft at first, barely more than a whisper, but it sent a chill down my spine. A low, raspy voice, speaking just behind me, too close for comfort. "Why are you here?" I spun around, my heart racing, but there was no one there. The car was still empty, the darkness pressing in from all sides. I took a step back, my pulse thundering in my ears. My mind was screaming at me to run, to get out of there, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. "Why are you here?" The voice repeated, this time louder, more insistent. I backed up slowly, my hands trembling as I reached for the door behind me. The air felt thick, like something was pressing down on me, suffocating me. I fumbled for the handle, desperate to escape, but the voice came again, louder now, echoing through the empty car. "Why are you here?" Finally, I found the door handle and yanked it open, stumbling back into the next car. The lights here were still on, flickering slightly but enough to see. I didn't waste any time. I ran back through the cars, back toward my seat, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I threw myself into my seat, trying to steady my breathing. The train was quiet again, the passengers around me still oblivious, lost in their own worlds. It was like nothing had happened. But I knew what I had heard. I knew what I had felt. For the rest of the ride, I stayed in my seat, my eyes fixed on the window, the dark landscape slipping past in an endless blur. I didn't move. I didn't sleep. I just waited, counting the minutes until the train finally slowed and pulled into the station. When I finally stepped off the train, the air felt different, lighter, safer. But as I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me off that train. Something I couldn't see, but could still feel. And I haven't taken the night train since. It was supposed to be just another hike. I'd gone on plenty before, mostly alone, always searching for that quiet isolation you can only find deep in the woods. I've never been afraid of the forest. There's a kind of stillness out there, away from the noise of the world that clears your head. But that day, something felt different, subtle, like the trees were watching, the air thicker than usual. I didn't think much of it at first. That was my mistake. I'd chosen a trail I hadn't been on before, one I'd found online. It was supposed to be a hidden gem, a place few people knew about. That was exactly what I wanted. No crowds, no chatter, just the sound of my boots on the dirt and the wind in the trees. The trailhead was a bit out of the way, barely marked, with a small wooden sign half hidden by overgrown bushes. It didn't even have a parking lot, just a patch of gravel where I pulled off the road. I set out with a light pack, planning to be gone for a few hours. The first part of the trail was pretty standard, a narrow dirt path cutting through the trees, winding up and around small hills. The forest was dense, the trees tall and dark, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was quiet, peaceful, the kind of quiet that always puts me at ease. But after about an hour, I started to notice something strange. The trail, which had been narrow but clear, began to fade. The dirt path seemed to dissolve into the forest floor, the edges blurring with the undergrowth. At first, I thought I had wandered off the main trail, but when I stopped and looked around, there was no sign of another path, just trees thick and towering, stretching in every direction. The air felt cooler, and the light filtering through the branches above seemed dimmer, as if the sun had dipped behind a cloud. I checked my phone, hoping to pull up the map, but there was no signal. Typical. I hadn't expected to have service out here anyway, so I shrugged it off and kept going. The trail had to pick up again somewhere ahead, I told myself. I'd just lost it for a minute. But the further I went, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees were thicker now, their bark rough and dark, and the underbrush was denser, making it harder to navigate. The sounds of the forest, the distant chirp of birds and rustle of leaves, seemed to fade, leaving behind an unsettling silence. My footsteps sounded too loud, the crunch of leaves under my boots echoing in the stillness. I pressed on, hoping to find the trail again, but something about the forest felt wrong. The trees all looked the same, like I was walking in circles. Every bend I took felt familiar, and the deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. I told myself I was just overthinking it, that I was letting my mind play tricks on me. But there was a knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away, a growing sense that something wasn't right. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cabin. It was small and old, tucked between the trees like it had been there for decades, maybe longer. The roof sagged, covered in moss, and the wooden walls were dark and weathered. There were no windows, just a single door, slightly ajar, swaying gently in the breeze. It looked abandoned, forgotten by the world. I hesitated. There was no reason for a cabin to be out here, not this far off the beaten path. But something about it drew me in, like I had to see what was inside. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was the strange pull of the forest. But before I knew it, I was walking toward the cabin. As I got closer, the silence seemed to thicken, like the air itself was watching me. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound too loud in the stillness. Inside, the cabin was empty. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the air was heavy with the smell of damp wood and decay. There was nothing. No furniture, no signs of life. Just four walls and a roof that felt like they were closing in around me. I don't know why, but the sight of that empty cabin sent a chill down my spine. It was more than just the cold, musty air. It was the feeling that something had been here. Something that was still here, watching me, waiting. I backed out of the cabin, my heart racing. The forest outside was quiet, too quiet. The air felt thick, oppressive, like it was pressing down on me. I needed to leave. Now. I turned and started walking quickly, trying to retrace my steps, but the forest had changed. The trees seemed closer together, the path darker. The further I went, the more lost I felt. My heart pounded in my chest as the trees pressed in on me, their branches twisting and creaking overhead. It was like the forest was shifting around me, trapping me in a place I didn't belong. Then I heard it. A faint sound, like a whisper carried on the wind. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. The whisper came again, soft and distant but unmistakable. It wasn't the wind. It was a voice. I scanned the trees, my eyes darting between the shadows. The voice was too far away to make out the words, but it was getting closer. My hands trembled as I listened, straining to hear. The whisper grew louder, clearer, until I could just make out the words, "Come back." My blood ran cold. I didn't wait to hear it again. I took off, running through the trees, my heart pounding in my ears. The forest blurred around me as I sprinted, branches snagging at my clothes, the ground uneven beneath my feet. The voice followed, echoing through the trees. Closer now, more insistent. "Come back." I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I just ran, the trees rushing past in a blur of green and shadow. My breath came in ragged gasps, my legs burning with the effort, but I couldn't stop, not until I was out. Finally, after what felt like hours, the trees began to thin, and I saw the clearing up ahead, the trailhead, my car. I stumbled forward, gasping for air, my chest tight with fear. I didn't slow down until I reached my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys. I didn't look back at the forest as I drove away. I didn't need to. I could still hear the whisper echoing in my ears, as if it had followed me out. Come back. I don't know what was in that forest or why the trail had led me to that cabin, but I do know one thing. I'm never going back. And if you ever find that trail hidden in the woods, you shouldn't go either, because whatever is out there, it's waiting, and it wants you to come back. There's something about old, abandoned places that always gets under my skin. Maybe it's the feeling that time has forgotten them, or maybe it's the thought that someone once lived their life within those walls, only to leave it all behind. When I stumbled upon the rundown cabin in the middle of the forest, I should have known better, but curiosity has a way of pulling you in, even when every instinct is telling you to walk away. I'd been hiking alone, deep in a stretch of forest that I'd never explored before. It was one of those perfect autumn days, where the air was crisp and the leaves crunched underfoot. I hadn't planned to venture too far off the main trail, but something caught my eye. A narrow path, barely visible, winding through the trees. It was overgrown, like it hadn't been used in years. But it was there, hidden just enough to make me curious. I figured it would loop back to the main trail eventually. Maybe it was an old trail or a forgotten logging road. Either way, I decided to follow it. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. The birdsong that had filled the air earlier disappeared, replaced by an eerie silence. The trees grew taller, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight, casting long shadows across the path. It wasn't long before I saw it. The cabin was nestled between the trees, barely visible through the thick undergrowth. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, maybe decades. The roof sagged in the middle, and the wooden walls were gray with age, covered in moss and vines. A broken window on one side let the wind blow through, rattling the loose boards. I stopped in my tracks, a cold chill running down my spine. There was something off about the place. It wasn't just the way it looked, like it had been swallowed by the forest, but the feeling that came with it. The air around it felt different, heavier, like the forest itself was watching me. I told myself it was just an old, forgotten cabin, probably left behind by some hunter or logger, but I couldn't shake the unease that crept up my neck as I stared at it. I stood there for a few minutes, debating whether I should turn back. Every logical part of me said to leave it alone, to head back to the main trail and forget about it. But something else, a deeper curiosity, urged me forward. I don't know what I was expecting to find. Maybe I thought I'd see some old relics or clues about who had lived there. Or maybe I was just looking for a little adventure, something to break the monotony of the hike. Either way, I found myself walking toward the cabin, my boots crunching softly on the overgrown path. As I got closer, the cabin seemed even more decrepit. The door hung crookedly on its hinges, barely attached, and the steps leading up to it were rotted through. I could see through the gaps in the wood that the inside was dark, shadows clinging to the corners like they didn't want to let go. I took a deep breath, stepping up to the porch. The wood creaked under my weight, the sound loud in the stillness of the forest. I hesitated for a moment, then reached out and pushed the door open. It swung inward with a groan, revealing a small, empty room. The floor was covered in dust and leaves, and the furniture, what little was left, was broken and covered in cobwebs. A table sat in the center of the room, one leg missing, and a single chair lay on its side, as if someone had left in a hurry. I stepped inside, the air thick with the smell of damp wood and decay. It was colder in the cabin than it had been outside, like the walls were holding onto the chill of years gone by. My breath fogged in front of me as I moved through the room, my footsteps leaving prints in the thick layer of dust on the floor. There wasn't much to see. The cabin was almost completely empty, save for a few old tools and what looked like a rusted lantern hanging by the door. But there was something about the place that felt wrong. It was too quiet, too still. It felt like someone, or something, had been here recently, even though everything was coated in years of neglect. I walked over to the window, peering out at the forest beyond. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. But the feeling of being watched had only grown stronger since I'd stepped inside. It felt like the forest had eyes, like it was waiting for me to leave, or worse, waiting for me to stay. That's when I noticed something strange. In the dust on the floor, near the far corner of the room, were footprints. They weren't mine. I hadn't been to that side of the cabin yet. They looked fresh, the edges of the prints sharp, as if someone had walked through the room only moments before I arrived. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The prints led from the corner of the room to the doorway, and then disappeared. Whoever had been here hadn't stayed long. I turned, scanning the room again, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows, watching me. But there was no one. A sudden gust of wind blew through the broken window, stirring the dust around me. The door creaked on its hinges, swinging slightly as if nudged by an unseen hand. My skin prickled with unease, and I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to leave. I turned toward the door, ready to bolt, but something stopped me, a sound. It was faint, barely audible over the creaking of the cabin, but it was there. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone gently knocking on wood. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe a loose branch hitting the side of the cabin, but as I listened, the tapping grew louder, more deliberate. It was coming from beneath me. I looked down at the floor, my breath catching in my throat. The tapping was steady now, echoing up through the wooden boards, as if someone or something was underneath the cabin, knocking to be let out. I backed away, my heart racing, the sound growing louder with each passing second. I didn't know what was down there, and I didn't want to find out. Without thinking, I turned and bolted for the door, stumbling out onto the porch. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees, the branches bending and creaking as if they were alive. I didn't look back. I ran, my feet pounding on the overgrown path, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cabin disappeared behind me, swallowed by the thick trees and the swirling wind. But the tapping, the sound of it, stayed with me, echoing in my ears, even as I reached the main trail. I didn't stop running until I saw my car parked on the gravel road, and even then, my hands were shaking as I fumbled for the keys. I got in, locked the doors, and sped away, the forest shrinking in the rearview mirror. I've thought about that cabin a lot since that day. I've wondered who or what was making that sound. Maybe it was just an animal trapped beneath the floorboards. Maybe it was nothing at all, just my mind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know there was something there, something waiting, and it was knocking. I always thought I was alone when I took my late-night walks. The quiet streets, the empty sidewalks, the soft hum of distant traffic. All of it made me feel like the world had shut down for the night, leaving me in my own bubble of solitude. It's the kind of silence that feels peaceful, almost comforting. But that night, as I turned down a street I hadn't walked before, that feeling of comfort quickly disappeared, replaced by something I hadn't felt in a long time. Fear. I hadn't planned to go far, just a quick loop around the neighborhood to clear my head. It was late, probably close to midnight, and the air was crisp, with just enough of a chill to remind me that fall was coming. I liked walking at night for the stillness of it, the way the world felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for morning to come. There were no distractions, no noise, just the rhythmic sound of my footsteps on the pavement and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. The streetlights flickered softly as I walked, casting long shadows across the ground. The houses around me were dark, their windows shuttered, their occupants long asleep. It was the kind of neighborhood where nothing ever really happened. Quiet, suburban, predictable. But that night, something felt different. As I walked, I noticed a narrow side street I hadn't taken before. It was tucked between two houses, almost hidden, with no streetlight to illuminate the way. The trees along the edge of the sidewalk seemed to lean in, their branches forming an archway that led into the darkness. I hesitated for a moment, staring down the street, a strange curiosity tugging at me. I told myself it was just another street, like all the others I'd walked before, but something about it felt off. The air was heavier, thicker, like the darkness itself was pressing down on the pavement. I should have turned around and stuck to my usual route, but instead, I stepped forward, my feet carrying me down the unlit path before I could stop myself. The further I went, the quieter everything became. Even the distant hum of traffic faded away, leaving only the sound of my own breathing and the soft crunch of my shoes against the gravel. The street was lined with tall, old houses, their windows dark and empty. No lights, no movement, no sign of life. Just the feeling of being watched, like the houses themselves had eyes, peering out from the shadows. I kept walking, my pace quickening slightly, though I couldn't explain why. The street stretched out longer than I expected, twisting and turning in ways that didn't seem right. I had a good sense of direction. I knew the layout of the neighborhood, but this street didn't match what I thought I knew. It was like it shouldn't have been there, like it had appeared just for me. That's when I noticed the sound. At first, it was faint, barely more than a whisper carried on the wind. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone gently knocking on wood. I stopped, straining to hear, but the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I glanced around, but the street was empty. No one was there. I told myself it was probably just a loose shutter or an old gate swinging in the breeze. Nothing to worry about. But as I started walking again, the tapping grew louder. It was steady, deliberate, like footsteps following just behind me, matching my pace. I stopped again, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned slowly, half expecting to see someone standing there, hidden in the shadows. But the street behind me was empty. Just the dark, silent houses and the narrow path stretching into the night. The tapping stopped with me. I stood there for a long moment, listening to the sound of my own breathing, trying to convince myself that it was all in my head. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I started walking again, faster this time. The tapping returned, louder now, more insistent. My heart raced as I quickened my pace, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. The sound followed me, never far behind, always just out of sight. I broke into a jog, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The houses around me seemed to blur together, their windows dark and lifeless. I didn't know where I was going anymore, only that I needed to get away from whatever was following me. The street twisted and turned, the houses growing taller and more twisted in the dim light. I felt like I was running in circles, like the street was looping back on itself, trapping me in some kind of endless maze. And then I saw it. Up ahead, barely visible in the darkness, was a figure standing at the edge of the sidewalk. It was still motionless, watching me from the shadows. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of a person, tall and thin, with their head tilted slightly to one side. My stomach dropped. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to run in the opposite direction. But I couldn't move. I was frozen, my feet rooted to the ground as I stared at the figure. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there waiting. The tapping started again, louder this time, like it was right next to me. I spun around, but there was no one there, just the empty street behind me, stretching into the darkness. I turned back to where the figure had been, but it was gone. The sidewalk was empty, the houses dark and silent once more. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I turned and ran, sprinting down the street, my breath ragged in my chest. The tapping followed, echoing through the night, faster and faster like it was chasing me. I didn't stop until I saw the familiar glow of a streetlight up ahead. The main road. Safety. I burst out of the dark street and onto the main road, my heart pounding, my legs shaking. The tapping stopped the moment I stepped into the light. I glanced back, but the street behind me was empty. The narrow path I had followed seemed to disappear into the shadows, like it had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, catching my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But there was no explanation, no reason for the fear that still gripped me. The street was gone, the figure gone, but the feeling of being followed remained, lingering like a shadow at the back of my mind. I haven't taken a night walk since. I don't know what it is about strange noises in the middle of the night that make your heart race. Maybe it's because your brain is already halfway between dreams and reality. Or maybe it's because the darkness makes everything feel just a little more dangerous. Whatever the reason, when I heard the knocking at my door that night, I froze. I wasn't expecting anyone, especially not at 3 a.m. And out here in the middle of nowhere, nobody should have even been able to find me. I had rented the small cabin for the weekend, wanting to get away from the constant noise and stress of city life. It was deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town. No cell service, no internet, just peace and quiet. It sounded perfect. The kind of place where you could lose yourself for a few days and come back to reality feeling refreshed. The first day had been exactly that. I spent most of it hiking the nearby trails, enjoying the cool autumn air and the sound of the leaves crunching under my boots. By the time the sun had set, I was pleasantly exhausted. I built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and spent the evening reading a book by the dim glow of a lantern. By the time I crawled into bed, the silence of the woods wrapped around me like a blanket. No cars, no people, just the gentle rustle of the trees outside. But now, in the dead of night, that same silence felt oppressive. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding as I listened. The knock came again, soft but deliberate, like someone was tapping lightly on the front door. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was the wind, a tree branch scraping against the cabin, but no, it was too rhythmic for that. Someone was definitely knocking. I glanced at the clock on the nightstand, 3:12 a.m. My mind raced. Who would be out here at this hour? I hadn't seen anyone since I'd arrived. There were no other cabins nearby, and the road leading to the cabin was a long, winding dirt path that most people wouldn't bother with, especially in the middle of the night. The knock came again, a little louder this time, as if whoever was outside was growing impatient. My stomach twisted with unease, and I slid out of bed, my bare feet touching the cold wooden floor. I didn't have a peephole in the door, and the windows were all closed with heavy curtains drawn, blocking out the view of the porch. For a moment, I stood there in the dark, debating whether or not to answer. Maybe it was someone in trouble, someone who'd gotten lost or needed help. But that didn't make sense. Who would be wandering this deep into the woods in the middle of the night? I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and slowly made my way to the front door, my heart thudding in my chest with every step. The knocking stopped as I approached, leaving the cabin in total silence again. I hesitated, hand hovering over the doorknob. Every instinct I had screamed at me not to open it. But then I heard it. A faint voice, barely more than a whisper, coming from the other side of the door. "Hello?" The voice called softly. "Is anyone there?" The voice sounded strained, like whoever it was had been walking for hours, exhausted and weak. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Maybe they really did need help. Maybe this was all just an innocent misunderstanding. With trembling fingers, I unlocked the door and pulled it open. Just a crack, enough to peek outside. The porch was empty. My breath caught in my throat as I scanned the shadows beyond the dim light of the porch. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the wind. But there was no one there. No sign of anyone. Just the quiet of the woods and the cold night air seeping into the cabin. I stepped back, my skin prickling with unease. Had I imagined it? The knocking, the voice. Had it all been some weird half-dream, a product of my exhausted mind? I started to close the door, but before I could, the voice came again. "Please," it whispered, closer this time. "Let me in." I froze, my hand gripping the door tightly. The voice was coming from the darkness just beyond the porch, too close for comfort now. I leaned forward slightly, trying to peer into the shadows, but there was nothing there. No movement, no figure. Just that voice, low and pleading, like it was right next to me. "Please," it said again, a little more forcefully. I slammed the door shut, my heart racing. I locked it, stepping back, my mind racing to make sense of what was happening. The knocking, the voice, none of it made sense. There was no one outside. I was sure of it. I stood there for a moment, listening, my breath coming in shallow bursts. The cabin was silent again. The only sound, the faint creaking of the wooden walls as the wind pressed against them. I backed away from the door, my legs trembling beneath me. I had no idea what was going on, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't opening that door again. I retreated to the bedroom, shutting the door behind me and locking it as if that would somehow keep me safe. My mind was spinning, trying to come up with a rational explanation, but every possibility seemed more terrifying than the last. And then, from the other side of the bedroom door, I heard it again. "Please," the voice whispered, soft and insistent. "Let me in." I froze, my blood turning to ice. The voice was inside the cabin now, just on the other side of the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I backed up, pressing myself against the far wall. My eyes locked on the door, waiting for it to burst open, but it didn't. The voice came again, quieter now, almost a whimper. "Let me in." I wanted to scream, to do something, anything, but I couldn't move. I couldn't think. My mind was a whirl of fear and confusion. How had it gotten inside? What was it? I waited, every second stretching into eternity. But the voice didn't come again. The cabin fell silent once more, the only sound the pounding of my heart in my ears. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I just stayed there, frozen in place, waiting for whatever was out there to make its move. But nothing happened. When the first light of dawn finally filtered through the curtains, I felt like I could breathe again. I waited a few more minutes, listening for any sign of movement, but the cabin remained quiet. The voice, whatever it had been, was gone. I gathered my things quickly, refusing to stay another minute in that cabin. The eerie silence of the woods felt suffocating, and the memory of that voice still lingered in the air. I locked the cabin behind me and drove away as fast as I could, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I still don't know what it was that knocked on my door that night, or why it wanted to get inside. But I do know one thing. If you ever hear a knock at your door in the middle of the night, don't open it. Because sometimes, what's on the other side is something you never want to let in. There's a certain kind of quiet that only exists in the deep woods. Not the peaceful, calming quiet you might expect, but the kind that feels too still, too empty, like the world is holding its breath. That's the kind of quiet I felt the night everything went wrong. I had gone camping by myself plenty of times before, but this one was different from the start. I had found a spot deep in the forest, far from the usual campsites, with no one else around for miles. That's how I liked it, just me, the trees, and the stars above. It was late summer, the days still warm, but the nights starting to cool off. I pitched my tent by a small clearing near the edge of a dense grove of pines, a perfect little spot that felt cut off from the rest of the world. No phone service, no distractions, just the way I liked it. The first day was uneventful. I spent the afternoon gathering wood, setting up camp, and hiking the nearby trails. By dusk, I had a small fire going and dinner cooking, the smell of smoke mixing with the scent of pine needles in the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows stretched out longer, and the forest took on a darker, more mysterious feel. But it wasn't until the fire had burned down to glowing embers that I noticed it. The silence. At first, I didn't think much of it. The woods tend to quiet down at night after all. But this silence was different. It was thick, heavy, like the entire forest had gone still all at once. No rustling leaves, no insects buzzing, no distant animal calls, just nothing. It was as if the world around me had been swallowed up by the dark. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. I'd been alone in the woods plenty of times, and I'd never been scared before. But something about this quiet made my skin crawl. I stirred the fire, watching the embers flare up for a moment before settling back down into a soft glow. The trees around me seemed to close in, their branches casting long shadows that flickered in the firelight. I felt like I was being watched. I shook my head, telling myself I was being ridiculous. It was just the woods. Nothing out here but me and nature. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder more than once, scanning the dark for something I couldn't quite name. By the time I crawled into my tent, the air had grown colder, and the quiet had only deepened. I zipped the tent shut, trying to block out the unease that had settled in the pit of my stomach. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like something was just outside, waiting. It must have been hours before I finally drifted off, only to be jolted awake by the sound of something moving outside the tent. I shot up, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I just sat there listening, trying to figure out if I'd imagined it. The forest was still quiet, too quiet. But then I heard it again, a soft rustling, like something moving through the underbrush just outside my campsite. I grabbed my flashlight, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the switch. The beam cut through the darkness, casting long shadows across the tent walls. I listened, straining to hear over the sound of my own heartbeat. There it was again, a slow, deliberate rustling, followed by the unmistakable sound of something brushing against the side of the tent. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze. It wasn't an animal, at least, not any animal I'd ever encountered before. The movement was too purposeful, too controlled, like whatever was out there knew exactly what it was doing. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had long since died out, leaving the campsite bathed in darkness. The beam of my flashlight flickered across the trees, but there was no sign of anything or anyone. Just the empty forest, still as ever, but I could feel it. Something was out there, just beyond the reach of the light, watching me. I stayed like that for a long time, half out of the tent, the flashlight clutched in my hand, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. But the sound didn't come again. The forest was silent once more, and the feeling of being watched began to fade. Finally, after what felt like hours, I convinced myself that it had been nothing, maybe a branch falling, or some small animal scurrying through the brush. Nothing to worry about. I zipped the tent shut and lay back down. But sleep didn't come easily. Every sound, every rustle of the wind in the trees, set my nerves on edge. I lay there in the dark, wide awake, listening to the silence, waiting for something to happen. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The sunlight filtered through the trees, and the air had warmed slightly. Everything looked normal, peaceful even, and for a moment, I felt foolish for letting my imagination get the best of me. I got out of the tent, stretching as I looked around the campsite. Everything was just as I had left it: the fire pit, the cooking gear, my backpack propped up against a log. But then I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. Footprints. They were faint, but unmistakable, leading from the edge of the trees right up to the side of my tent. They weren't animal prints either. They were too large, too human. My blood ran cold as I crouched down, tracing the path with my eyes. The prints circled the tent once and then disappeared back into the woods, as if someone had walked right up to my campsite in the middle of the night and then vanished into the forest. I stood there, my mind racing. Who could have been out here? There were no other campsites nearby, no trails that anyone would be wandering down this far from the main area. And if someone had been there, why hadn't they made themselves known? Why just watch? A creeping sense of dread settled over me as I packed up my things, my hands shaking as I shoved everything into my backpack. I didn't want to stay another night out here, not with the knowledge that someone, something, had been walking around my tent while I slept. The hike back to the car was a blur. The trees that had seemed so peaceful the day before now felt menacing, their shadows stretching out like long, dark fingers. Every sound made me jump, every rustle of leaves sending a jolt of fear through my chest. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was being followed. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack in the back and jumped into the driver's seat, my heart still racing. As I started the engine and pulled out onto the dirt road, I glanced back at the trailhead one last time, and that's when I saw it. A figure barely visible through the trees, standing at the edge of the woods, watching me, tall and thin, its face obscured by shadows. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, staring. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I floored the gas and sped down the road, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back on the highway, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of civilization. I don't know what was out there that night, or why it had been watching me, but I haven't been back to those woods since. And every time I think about camping, I can't shake the feeling that, somewhere deep in the forest, something is still waiting, watching. It wasn't like me to ignore the little signs, the gut feelings that tell you something's off. But when I agreed to house sit for my cousin, I pushed those feelings aside. I told myself it was just a weekend, a favor for family. Her house was big, sure, and out in the middle of nowhere, but it wasn't like I hadn't been alone in a strange place before. Still, from the moment I pulled up to that house, something felt wrong. Maybe it was the way the woods pressed in around the property, or the way the air seemed thicker out there, heavier. I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't as alone as I thought. It was an old, Victorian-style house, the kind that looked like it had stories buried deep within its walls. My cousin, Julie, had inherited it from a distant relative a few months earlier, and she'd spent most of the time since fixing it up. She had raved about the place, about how charming and peaceful it was. I remember her saying something like, "It's so quiet, you can almost hear the house breathe." At the time, I thought she was just being poetic. I pulled up late in the afternoon, the sun already starting to dip behind the line of trees that surrounded the house. The shadows stretched long across the lawn, making the house look even more isolated than it was. As soon as I stepped out of the car, that heavy silence hit me. No birds, no wind rustling the leaves, just stillness. I brushed it off as nerves. After all, I was in the middle of nowhere. What else was I expecting? Julie had left me a key under the mat, along with a note that was stuck to the front door. "Thanks for doing this. Make yourself at home. If you hear any strange noises, don't worry. The house is old and likes to creak." See you Monday. That last line stuck with me as I unlocked the door and stepped inside. I tried to laugh it off. Houses like this one always creaked, right? It was just old wood settling. I'd been in plenty of places like this before. Dark hallways, high ceilings, the kind of place where you could hear your own footsteps echo as if the house was listening. The interior was just as grand as the outside. Lots of wood paneling, old furniture that looked like it had been there for decades, and those high windows that let in too little light. The whole place smelled faintly of dust and old books. I dropped my bag by the stairs and wandered through the house, familiarizing myself with where everything was. The kitchen, the living room, a dining room that looked like no one had eaten there in years. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms and a bathroom at the end of the hall. The main bedroom was where I'd be staying, and I felt a little better once I saw it. It was cozy, in a way, with a big 4-poster bed and thick curtains that I immediately pulled shut. Even though it was only early evening, the woods outside had already darkened the room considerably. I decided to settle in for the night, making myself a quick dinner and setting up in the living room with a book. For a while, everything was normal. The house was quiet. The fire I'd started in the fireplace crackled softly, and the familiar weight of sleep started to pull at my eyes. That's when I heard it. A soft, distant creak from upstairs. I froze, the book halfway to my lap. I listened, holding my breath, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling, like Julie had said. But then it came again, louder this time. A long, slow creak, like someone was walking down the hall on the floor above me. I stood up, my heart racing, and grabbed the flashlight from the coffee table. The house was old, sure, but that didn't explain the noise. The creak had been too deliberate, too much like footsteps. My first thought was that someone had broken in, that maybe I wasn't as alone as I thought. I made my way upstairs, the flashlight beam bouncing off the walls as I moved. The hallway stretched out before me, dark and silent. I stood there for a moment, listening, but the house had gone quiet again. Just the sound of my own breathing and the faint rustle of the curtains as a breeze pushed through the cracks in the windows. I checked each room, starting with the bedroom I was staying in. Nothing. Just my bag on the floor and the bed, untouched. The other 2 bedrooms were empty, the doors slightly ajar, and nothing seemed out of place. The bathroom at the end of the hall was the same, old, musty, but nothing unusual. I tried to laugh it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination. After all, houses creaked, right? Especially ones this old. Maybe I was just spooking myself out for no reason. I headed back downstairs, determined to get some sleep and forget about the noise. But as soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard it again. This time, it was unmistakable. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, deliberate, coming from the 2nd floor, directly above where I stood. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up as I stared up at the ceiling. Someone was walking around upstairs, pacing slowly back and forth. But I'd just been up there. There was no one there. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe there was an animal in the attic, or maybe the house had some kind of weird structural issue that made it sound like footsteps. But deep down, I knew neither of those explanations made sense. I stood there for a long time, listening as the footsteps continued, each one measured, like whoever or whatever was up there was in no hurry. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone, hoping for a signal, but there was nothing. Of course. The house was too far from town for service. With no other options, I decided to leave. I didn't care if it made me look ridiculous, or if Julie thought I was overreacting. Something was wrong with that house, and I wasn't sticking around to find out what. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, my heart pounding in my chest as I fumbled with the lock. But just as I was about to step outside, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise had been. It pressed in around me, thick and suffocating, like the house itself was holding its breath. I stood there, frozen in the doorway, waiting for something, anything to happen. But nothing did. The house was still, the woods outside quiet, and the footsteps gone. For a moment, I considered staying, convincing myself that maybe it really was just the house settling, that I was letting my nerves get the best of me. But then, from somewhere deep in the house, I heard it. A voice, low, barely more than a whisper, coming from upstairs. Come back. I didn't wait to hear more. I bolted, slamming the door behind me as I ran to my car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, and I didn't look back as I sped down the long driveway, the trees blurring past me in the darkness. I didn't stop driving until I was back in town, parked in a gas station lot, my heart still racing. I sat there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't explain it. The footsteps, the voice, none of it made sense. When I finally talked to Julie about it the next day, she laughed it off, saying the house was old and that it probably just needed some more work. But I haven't been back since. Something about that house wasn't right. And whatever, or whoever, was walking around upstairs that night is something I never want to meet. If you ever get a strange feeling about a place, trust it, because sometimes the quiet isn't peaceful. It's a warning. There's a certain tension in the air when you're lost that you can't quite explain, an invisible weight that presses down on you, making every sound sharper, every shadow darker. That's exactly how I felt the night I took a wrong turn on a hiking trail I thought I knew like the back of my hand. It was supposed to be a short, simple hike. I had done it dozens of times before, but somehow I found myself off the beaten path, the woods closing in around me, and the sun sinking lower behind the trees. What started as a peaceful evening quickly turned into something else, something I never want to experience again. I had started the hike late in the afternoon, thinking I had plenty of time before sunset. The trail wound through a dense forest, not far from the small town where I lived, and I knew it well. It wasn't marked on any official maps, but it had been a local secret for years, a hidden gem that only a few of us knew about. It was quiet, serene, the kind of place where you could walk for hours and never see another soul. But that day, something felt different. I noticed it about halfway through the hike. The air, which had been warm and pleasant, suddenly felt cooler, and the forest around me seemed darker, like the trees were casting shadows that shouldn't have been there yet. I glanced at the sky, surprised to see the sun already low on the horizon. I hadn't realized how much time had passed. I should have turned back then, but instead, I pushed on, convinced I could finish the loop before nightfall. That was my first mistake. As I walked, the trail became harder to follow. The well-worn path I had always known seemed to blur into the undergrowth, and the trees felt closer, their branches reaching out like twisted fingers. I slowed down, squinting at the ground, trying to find the familiar markers I'd used in the past, a crooked tree here, a pile of stones there. But everything looked the same, just endless trees and shadows. A nagging thought crept into the back of my mind. What if I'm lost? I shook it off, telling myself I knew this trail, that I'd find my way back. I picked up my pace, ignoring the growing sense of unease that gnawed at my gut. But after another 20 minutes of walking, I had to admit it. I was lost. I stopped in the middle of the path, or what I thought was the path, and turned in a slow circle. The forest around me was silent, the kind of silence that feels unnatural. No birds, no wind, not even the distant hum of insects, just the sound of my own breathing, and the faint rustle of leaves under my boots. I tried to retrace my steps, but every direction looked the same. Dark, twisted trees and a fading sky. I pulled out my phone, hoping to use the GPS, but of course, there was no signal out here. The battery was low too. and I knew I needed to conserve it in case I needed the flashlight later. I glanced at the time, 6:45 p.m. The sun would be gone soon, and I had no intention of spending the night out here. I turned back the way I thought I had come and started walking, my pace quickening as the shadows stretched longer across the ground. But no matter how far I went, the landscape didn't change. The trees seemed to close in tighter, the air growing colder with every step. I felt like I was walking in circles. And then, just as the last sliver of sunlight disappeared behind the trees, I saw it. A cabin. It stood in a small clearing, barely visible through the thick underbrush. The wood was old and weathered, the roof sagging in the middle and the windows dark and empty. It looked abandoned, forgotten by time, like it had been sitting there for years without anyone noticing. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest. I hadn't seen this cabin before. It wasn't on the trail I knew. But there it was, standing silently in the middle of the forest, like it had been waiting for me. I didn't want to approach it. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn around, to get as far away from it as possible. But I was lost, and the darkness was closing in fast. I needed shelter, or at the very least, a place to gather my thoughts. Maybe there was something inside that could help me, a map, or a working phone. With a deep breath, I pushed through the underbrush and made my way to the cabin. The air grew colder as I approached, and the silence felt heavier, like the forest itself was watching me. When I reached the front door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the old, rusted doorknob. The wood felt damp under my fingers, the smell of mildew and decay thick in the air. I pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing in the stillness, and I stepped inside. The interior was small and bare, with just a few pieces of broken furniture scattered around. An old, dusty table sat in the center of the room, and a cracked mirror hung on the far wall. The air was thick with dust, and the floor creaked under my weight as I stepped further inside. There was no sign of anyone, no personal belongings, no sign of life. Just an old, abandoned cabin in the middle of the woods. I felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment. I had hoped for something, anything, that would help me find my way out of the forest. But there was nothing here. I turned to leave, my hand on the doorknob when I heard it. A soft creaking sound, like footsteps on the floorboards, coming from the room behind me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I hadn't noticed another room when I came in. Slowly, I turned around, the flashlight beam flickering across the empty space. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the dim light, was a doorway I hadn't seen before. It was partially hidden by a tattered curtain, the fabric so old it looked like it would crumble if touched. The creaking came again, louder this time, like someone or something was moving in the next room. I took a step back, my mind racing. I didn't want to know what was in there. I needed to leave, to get out of the cabin and back to the trail. But something kept me there, frozen in place, my eyes locked on that dark, shadowy doorway. And then I heard it, a faint whisper, barely more than a breath, coming from the other side of the curtain. Come inside. My blood ran cold. The voice was soft, almost gentle, but it sent a wave of terror through me like nothing I had ever felt before. I backed away, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the doorknob behind me. The cabin seemed to grow darker, the shadows stretching out across the floor like they were reaching for me. I yanked the door open and stumbled outside, the cold night air hitting me like a slap to the face. I didn't look back. I ran, crashing through the underbrush, my flashlight swinging wildly in front of me. The trees blurred past as I sprinted, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the woods and onto a narrow dirt road. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, my body trembling with adrenaline. I looked back toward the forest, half expecting to see the cabin standing at the edge of the trees, but there was nothing. Just darkness and silence. I never found that cabin again. No matter how many times I returned to those woods, I couldn't find the trail that led to it. It was like it had vanished, swallowed up by the forest. But I still hear that voice sometimes, late at night, in the back of my mind, whispering the same words I heard that night. Come inside. And every time I hear it, I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed. There are moments when you can feel the world shift around you, when something ordinary turns strange, and you know you've crossed an invisible line into territory where nothing feels quite right anymore. That's how I felt the first time I stepped into the old library. It wasn't anything I could explain, not at first. But from the moment I crossed the threshold, the air felt different, like the building was holding its breath, waiting. I should have turned around then, but I didn't. Curiosity is a funny thing like that. I had been passing through a small town on my way back from a work trip when I noticed the library. It was an old, brick building, tucked away on a side street, barely noticeable unless you knew where to look. The sign above the door was faded, almost illegible, and the windows were covered in a thin layer of dust. It looked like the kind of place that hadn't seen much foot traffic in years, but something about it drew me in. Maybe it was the quiet charm of it, or maybe it was the fact that I had always loved old books. Either way, I found myself standing at the door, hand on the handle, pushing it open. The door creaked as it swung inward, and the smell of old paper and wood polish hit me immediately. A familiar, comforting scent. The inside of the library was just as old as the outside, with high shelves packed with books that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. The place was dimly lit, with only a few lamps casting a warm, golden glow over the reading tables scattered throughout the room. There was no one at the front desk, no other patrons, just silence and books as far as the eye could see. It was perfect. I wandered through the aisles, running my fingers along the spines of the books as I walked. Most of them were old, leather-bound volumes, their titles worn away by time. Some of them looked like they hadn't been checked out in years, maybe even decades. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, just letting my curiosity guide me as I explored the shelves. After a while, I found myself in the far corner of the library, where the shelves were taller and the shadows deeper. The air felt cooler here, and the light from the lamps didn't quite reach this part of the room. I should have turned back. There was something about that corner that felt off, like it didn't belong to the rest of the library. But instead, I kept walking, drawn by the sense that there was something waiting for me among the shelves. That's when I noticed it. A single book, sitting on a low shelf, tucked between two much larger volumes. It was small, unassuming, with a plain black cover and no title on the spine. It looked out of place, almost like it had been forgotten there, or like it didn't belong in the library at all. I crouched down, reaching for the book, and as my fingers touched the cover, a strange chill ran down my spine. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the book, but my curiosity got the better of me. I pulled it from the shelf and stood up, turning it over in my hands. There was no title, no author's name, nothing to indicate what the book was about. Just a simple, black cover, worn and smooth from years of handling. I flipped it open to the first page, half expecting it to be blank, but instead, I found a single line of text written in neat, cursive handwriting. Do not read past this page. I blinked, staring at the words. It wasn't printed like the rest of the books in the library. It looked like someone had written it by hand, deliberately, as if they were leaving a warning. I couldn't help but laugh a little. It was an odd way to start a book, but I figured it was just some kind of old prank or part of a forgotten story meant to build intrigue. So, naturally, I turned the page. The next few pages were blank, but as I flipped through the book, I found more of the same handwriting scattered throughout, strange and cryptic phrases that didn't make sense. You're not alone, one page read. It's watching, said another. The further I went, the stranger the messages became. Turn back now, one warned, before it's too late. A shiver crept up my spine as I read the words, but I couldn't stop. It felt like I was being pulled in deeper with every page, like the book was drawing me into something I couldn't understand. The air around me seemed to grow colder, and the light from the lamps felt dimmer, as if the room itself was changing as I read. Then I reached the last page. It was blank except for a single word scrawled in the same handwriting: run. I stared at the page, my heart pounding in my chest. The air in the library felt thick now, like something was pressing down on me, watching me. I glanced around, suddenly aware of how quiet the room had become. The soft creak of the shelves, the rustle of paper, all of it had faded away, leaving only silence. And then I heard it, a faint sound, like a whisper, coming from somewhere behind me. I froze, my fingers gripping the edges of the book tightly. The whisper came again, soft and low, barely more than a breath. It was too quiet to make out the words, but it was there, unmistakable, like someone or something was standing just behind me. Slowly, I turned around, my heart racing. The library was empty. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm my breathing, telling myself it was just my imagination. The book, the strange messages, it was all just some weird joke, a prank someone had left behind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the library wasn't as empty as it seemed. I looked down at the book in my hands. The word run, staring back at me from the page. My hands trembled as I closed the book and shoved it back onto the shelf. I needed to leave. Now. I turned and started walking quickly toward the front of the library, my footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. But as I reached the middle of the room, I heard the whisper again, louder this time, closer. Don't leave. I stopped dead in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. The voice was right behind me now, soft but insistent. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. But again, there was no one there. Just the rows of bookshelves and the dim light from the lamps. The air around me felt colder, and the shadows seemed to move, shifting as if something was watching from just beyond the edge of the light. My skin prickled with fear, and every instinct I had screamed at me to get out. I didn't waste another second. I ran, my footsteps pounding against the wooden floor as I bolted for the door. The whisper followed me, growing louder, more frantic, but I didn't stop. I shoved the door open and stumbled outside, the cool night air hitting me like a slap to the face. I stood there on the sidewalk, gasping for breath, my heart racing. The library loomed behind me, dark and silent, its windows like empty eyes staring down at me. The whisper was gone, the air around me still and quiet. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't look back as I got into my car and drove away, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. I didn't tell anyone what had happened, and I've never been back to that town. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the world feels still, I hear it, the soft whisper in the back of my mind, telling me not to leave, telling me to come back. And I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed. There's a certain kind of darkness that only exists in places forgotten by time. It's not just the absence of light. It's a stillness, a heaviness, like the world has moved on and left that space behind. That's exactly what I felt the night I agreed to stay in my friend's old family cabin, deep in the woods. I didn't expect much from the trip. A weekend of quiet, maybe a chance to unplug from the noise of life. But the moment I set foot in that place, I knew something was different. It wasn't the kind of quiet you find in nature, where the wind rustles the trees and animals scurry through the underbrush. No, this was something else entirely. The cabin had been in Mark's family for generations, though no one had used it for years. When he asked me to come along for the weekend, I didn't hesitate. The thought of a getaway sounded perfect. He and his girlfriend were driving up the next day, but I decided to go early, thinking a night alone in the woods would be a peaceful retreat. I could build a fire, read a book, and enjoy some time to myself. I arrived just before dusk. The drive had taken longer than expected, and the winding dirt road that led to the cabin felt like it was pulling me deeper into nowhere. When I finally pulled up, the sun was setting, casting long shadows over the clearing in front of the cabin. The structure itself was old but sturdy. Wooden beams, a stone chimney, and a front porch that looked out onto the thick forest. It was exactly what you'd expect from a cabin in the woods. Rustic, isolated, and quiet. Too quiet. I grabbed my bag from the car and made my way up to the porch. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, and when I opened the front door, the hinges groaned like they hadn't been moved in years. Inside, the air was musty, and the faint smell of damp wood lingered in the corners. I flipped the light switch, half expecting it not to work, but to my surprise, the lights flickered on, casting a dim glow across the room. The interior was simple, just a single room with a fireplace, a small kitchen, and a door that led to a bedroom in the back. There was a couch in front of the fireplace, a couple of old chairs, and a thick layer of dust on everything. It was clear no one had been here in a long time. I set my bag down and opened a few windows to let in some fresh air. The wind outside was light, barely rustling the leaves, but it did little to disturb the suffocating silence that clung to the place. I tried to shake off the feeling that something was watching me, telling myself it was just nerves from being alone in an unfamiliar place. Once I had the fire going, things started to feel a bit more normal. The crackling of the flames filled the room with warmth, and the soft light cast dancing shadows across the walls. I made myself something to eat, settled on the couch with a book, and tried to relax. For a while, it worked. The heat from the fire made the cabin feel cozy, and the soft flicker of the flames was almost hypnotic. But then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping sound coming from somewhere outside the cabin. I put the book down, straining to listen. The fire crackled softly, but behind it, the tapping continued. It wasn't loud, just a faint knock, 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 like someone gently tapping on the walls or the windows. I stood up, glancing toward the window nearest the couch, but the glass was dark, reflecting only the flicker of the firelight. I told myself it was just the wind, maybe a tree branch brushing against the side of the cabin, but the sound was too steady for that. It didn't sway or shift. It was deliberate, methodical, almost like someone was trying to get my attention. My heart began to race as I moved toward the front door, the tapping still faint but constant. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag, the beam cutting through the darkness as I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. The night was still, too still. The wind had died down, and the trees stood motionless in the moonlight. The tapping had stopped the moment I opened the door, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. I shined the flashlight around the clearing, my eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement, but there was nothing, just the quiet forest and the dark cabin behind me. I stood there for a long moment, listening, waiting, but the sound didn't come again. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it had been nothing. A loose shutter, a creaky beam settling in the cool night air. I closed the door and locked it, returning to the warmth of the fire. But the uneasy feeling stayed with me. No matter how much I tried to focus on the book, I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. Every creak, every crack of the fire seemed to echo louder in the quiet cabin, and the shadows on the walls felt like they were stretching longer, darker, and then the tapping started again. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I froze, my eyes darting toward the windows. The sound was coming from the far side of the cabin, near the back bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Slow, steady, deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest, and I stood up, grabbing the flashlight again. I didn't want to open the door this time. I didn't want to see what was outside. But the tapping continued, growing louder, more demanding. Whoever, or whatever, was out, there wasn't going away. I made my way toward the back of the cabin, the beam of the flashlight trembling in my hand. The tapping was coming from just outside the bedroom window, so close now that it felt like it was inside the cabin with me. Knock, knock, knock. I reached the bedroom door and pushed it open, the old hinges creaking loudly in the silence. The room was small, with just a bed and a wooden dresser, and the single window on the far wall was closed tight. But the sound was still there, still coming from just beyond the glass. I stepped closer, my breath catching in my throat as I shined the flashlight toward the window. For a moment, I saw nothing, just the empty clearing beyond the glass, bathed in the pale light of the moon. And then, as I moved the beam lower, I saw it, a single, dark shape, standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the shadow of the trees. It was tall, impossibly tall, with long, thin limbs that seemed to blend into the darkness around it. I couldn't make out any details. No face, no features, just the silhouette, like a shadow come to life. I froze, the flashlight shaking in my hand as I stared at the figure. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, watching. The tapping stopped. For a long moment, I didn't breathe, didn't blink, didn't move. The figure stood perfectly still, its head tilted slightly as if it was studying me. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but I couldn't. My feet felt glued to the floor, my heart pounding so loudly in my chest that I thought it would burst. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure turned and melted back into the trees, disappearing into the darkness without a sound. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the empty space where the figure had been, my mind racing. Finally, my legs moved, and I stumbled back into the living room, my heart still racing. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't go near the windows again. I sat by the fire, the flashlight in one hand and my phone, useless without service, in the other, waiting for the morning light to chase away the darkness. When Mark and his girlfriend arrived the next morning, I didn't tell them what I'd seen. I packed up my things and made an excuse by saying I had to leave early. They waved it off, not noticing the way my hands shook as I loaded my car. I haven't been back to the cabin since, and I don't plan to. Some places, I've learned, are meant to be forgotten. And sometimes, it's better not to know what's watching you from the shadows. I've always considered myself a rational person, the kind of person who needs explanations, facts, and reason to settle my mind. But what happened to me during that weekend at the lake, there's no way to explain it. I wasn't the kind of person to believe in the supernatural or any of those campfire ghost stories. But after that night, I'm not sure what I believe anymore. It all started with an invitation from my friend Alex. He'd been raving about this secluded cabin he and his family had recently bought, sitting right on the edge of a large, crystal-clear lake. He told me it was the perfect place to unwind and disconnect. I wasn't one to turn down a weekend in the woods. Fishing, bonfires, maybe a few drinks. It all sounded perfect. The drive out there was longer than I expected, though. It was way off the beaten path, miles down a narrow, winding road that felt like it went deeper into the wilderness than I was prepared for. By the time I arrived, the sun was already beginning to dip behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the lake. The cabin sat nestled between the trees, with a dock stretching out into the calm water. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Alex and a few other friends were already there, waiting on the porch with drinks in hand. We spent the first night like we'd planned, laughing around a fire, telling stories, and letting the isolation of the place wash over us. There was no cell service, no distractions, just the sound of the lake lapping against the shore and the wind moving through the trees. But it was the second night when things started to get strange. The day had been uneventful. We'd spent most of it swimming in the lake, lounging on the dock, and just generally enjoying the silence that comes with being so far away from everything. As the sun set, we decided to head inside for dinner. The mood was light, everyone in high spirits, and there was no reason to think anything was off. But after we ate, Alex suggested something that caught me off guard. "You guys ever hear about the Lady of the Lake?" he asked, his voice dropping slightly, like he was trying to set the tone for a ghost story. We all looked at him, intrigued but skeptical. I could already tell he was setting us up for one of those typical campfire tales, but there was something in his eyes, something that made me think maybe he wasn't just making it up on the spot. "She was a local," he continued, his voice low. "Back in the 1930s, or maybe earlier, I'm not really sure. The story goes that she lived nearby, somewhere along the shoreline, and she used to walk the banks of the lake at night, waiting for her husband to return from a fishing trip. But one night, he didn't come back. His boat was found capsized on the far end of the lake, but his body was never recovered." The room went quiet as Alex paused, his eyes scanning each of our faces. The only sound was the crackling of the fire in the hearth. "After that," he continued, "people started seeing her walking along the shore, always just after dark. They say she still wanders the lake, looking for her husband, and sometimes, if you're out on the water late enough, you can hear her calling for him." I wasn't buying it, but the atmosphere had definitely changed. There was something about the way Alex told the story that made my skin prickle. Still, it was just a ghost story, right? The kind of thing people tell to add a little mystery to a place, or so I thought. Later that night, long after everyone else had gone to bed, I found myself standing alone on the dock. The moon was high, casting a soft glow over the lake, and the water was so still it looked like glass. I don't know what pulled me out there. Maybe it was Alex's story still lingering in my mind, or maybe it was just the quiet. Either way, I stood there for a long time, staring out across the water, listening to the sound of the night. And then I heard it. A soft splash, like something, or someone, had disturbed the water. It wasn't loud, but in the stillness of the night, it was impossible to miss. I squinted, peering out over the lake, but the surface was smooth again, reflecting the moonlight perfectly. I told myself it was probably a fish or maybe a branch falling into the water, but that uneasy feeling from earlier began to creep back in. I was about to turn and head back to the cabin when I saw it. Movement, near the far shore, just beyond the reach of the dock's lights. At first, it was just a ripple, barely noticeable in the dark water. But as I stared, it grew larger, like something was swimming, wading, toward the center of the lake. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, thinking I was just seeing things. But when I looked again, the figure was still there, closer now. It was a woman. She was standing waist-deep in the water, her hair long and dark, clinging to her back. Her dress, or what looked like a dress, floated around her legs, moving gently with the current. She didn't look at me. Instead, she was facing the far end of the lake, her head tilted slightly as if she were listening for something. My heart began to race. This couldn't be real. It was some kind of trick, an illusion caused by the moonlight or the reflection of the trees. But no matter how many times I blinked or rubbed my eyes, she remained, and then she moved. Slowly, she began to wade deeper into the lake, her movements slow and deliberate, like she was searching for something just beneath the surface. The water swallowed her up to her chest, but she didn't stop. I wanted to call out to her, to ask if she needed help, but the words wouldn't come. I was frozen, rooted to the spot, my mind racing with confusion and fear. And then, just as she reached the deepest part of the lake, she stopped. For a long moment, she stood there, her head turned slightly as if she were listening for something or someone. Then, without warning, She sank beneath the water. I gasped, taking an involuntary step forward. The lake was still again, perfectly smooth, as if nothing had happened. There was no sign of her, no ripples, no bubbles, nothing. I stood there for what felt like hours, staring at the spot where she had disappeared, waiting for her to resurface. But the lake remained silent, the water calm and undisturbed. Finally, I turned and ran back to the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest. I slammed the door behind me, locking it with trembling hands. Everyone else was still asleep, unaware of what had just happened. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I sat by the window, staring out at the lake, half expecting to see her again. But the shoreline remained empty, the water still. The next morning, I didn't say anything to Alex or the others. I didn't mention the woman or what I'd seen. Part of me didn't want to believe it had happened at all. But as we packed up to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that the lady of the lake was still out there, waiting. Maybe Alex's story wasn't just a story after all. And maybe some places, no matter how peaceful they seem, hold secrets that are better left undisturbed. You know that feeling when you're driving down a road you've been on 100 times, but suddenly everything feels different. The trees seem taller, the road feels narrower, and the sky seems to press down on you in a way that makes you uneasy. That's exactly what happened to me that night, and it was the first sign that something was wrong. It was like the world had shifted slightly, just enough to make you question if you were still in the same place. I had just left a friend's house after a late dinner, deciding to take the scenic route back home through a rural area. It was a drive I'd done countless times, an old country road that cut through thick woods, peaceful and usually empty at that time of night. I liked the solitude of it, the way the trees formed a canopy over the road, making it feel like I was driving through a tunnel. The sound of gravel under my tires always had a calming effect on me. But that night, something was different. It was just past 11 p.m., and the road was darker than I remembered. The headlights seemed weaker, barely illuminating more than a few feet in front of me, and the trees on either side of the road felt closer than they should have been. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and without its light, the darkness outside my car felt heavy, almost oppressive. As I drove deeper into the woods, I began to notice something strange. The road, which usually had a few old wooden houses scattered along the way, was completely empty. No houses, no mailboxes, no signs of life. Just trees stretching endlessly on both sides. I hadn't noticed until then, but I realized I hadn't passed another car in over 30 minutes. Normally, I'd see at least one or two cars, even this late at night. The unease started to creep in, and I turned the radio on to break the silence. But all I got was static. I fiddled with the dial, trying to find a station, but nothing came through. That's when I glanced down at my phone on the passenger seat and saw that I had no signal. That's when the road curved. I wasn't expecting it. I knew this road. It was straight as an arrow for miles before a gentle bend, but this curve was sharp, almost unnatural. My heart skipped a beat as I turned the wheel, the headlights swinging to reveal more of the narrow road. My knuckles tightened on the steering wheel. How had I never noticed this before? I slowed down, trying to shake off the feeling that I'd somehow taken a wrong turn without realizing it, but I knew that wasn't possible. There were no turns on this road, just a straight shot through the woods until you hit the small town on the other side. As I rounded the curve, I saw something up ahead, dim lights, like the glow of a street lamp in the distance. I exhaled a little, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. Maybe there was a small town or a house up ahead, something to remind me that I wasn't completely alone out here. But as I got closer, I realized the lights weren't street lamps. They were flickering, like candles, coming from inside a small, run-down building on the side of the road. It was a gas station. At least it looked like one, but it was old. Really old. The kind of place that felt like it hadn't been used in decades. The sign out front was rusted, the windows were dark, and the pumps looked like they hadn't seen a drop of gas in years. But the strangest part, the lights inside the station were on. Soft, flickering lights, like candles or oil lamps. I slowed down as I passed it, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Who would be out here in the middle of the night, lighting candles in an abandoned gas station? I glanced around, looking for any sign of movement, but the road was empty, and the woods were thick with shadows. I didn't stop, I kept driving, but the further I went, the more unsettled I became. It didn't make sense. There was no gas station on this road. There had never been one. Not in all the times I'd driven it. But there it was, clear as day. Or, rather, clear as night. I drove a little faster, wanting to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. But the further I drove, the more I realized something was very, very wrong. The road didn't feel familiar anymore. The trees, the curve, the gas station, none of it made sense. It was like I had somehow wandered onto a different road, one that didn't exist on any map. My heart pounded in my chest, and I checked my phone again, hoping for some kind of signal. But the screen was blank. And then I saw it again. The gas station. It was the same one, the same rusted sign, the same flickering lights, sitting just off the road like it had been waiting for me. I slammed on the brakes, my heart racing. There was no way. I hadn't turned around. I hadn't made any wrong turns. But somehow, I was right back where I had started, staring at the same rundown gas station. I sat there for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing to make sense of what was happening. My headlights illuminated the old pumps, casting long shadows across the gravel lot. The flickering lights inside the station seemed to dance in the windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I didn't want to stop, but something in me, maybe curiosity, maybe fear, made me put the car in park and step out. The air outside was colder than I expected, and the silence was deafening. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under my boots as I approached the gas station. My breath fogged in the cool night air as I walked toward the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. I hesitated at the entrance, peering inside through the grimy windows. The interior was small and cluttered, the shelves lined with dusty cans and faded signs. The flickering light came from several candles placed haphazardly around the room, their flames casting long, dancing shadows across the floor. And then I saw her. A woman stood behind the counter, her back turned to me. She was still, her long hair hanging down over her shoulders, motionless in the dim light. I couldn't see her face, but something about the way she stood, so still, so silent, made my stomach churn. I knocked on the window, hoping to get her attention, but she didn't move. I knocked again, louder this time, but still nothing. She just stood there like a statue, frozen in place. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I reached for the door handle and pulled it open. The bell above the door jingled softly, and the sound seemed to echo in the stillness. I stepped inside, the smell of dust and old wood filling my lungs. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is everything okay?" She didn't respond. She didn't even turn around. I took a step closer, my heart hammering in my chest. "Ma'am?" Still nothing. I took another step, and that's when I saw it. Her feet weren't touching the ground. She was hovering, just an inch or two above the floor, her body completely still, her hair swaying slightly in a breeze that didn't exist. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. My mind raced, trying to process what I was seeing, but nothing made sense. I took a step back, my pulse thundering in my ears, and the door behind me creaked open, the bell jingling again. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I bolted for the door, stumbling over my own feet as I sprinted back to the car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it as if that would somehow protect me. I started the engine and sped away, not daring to look back. I didn't stop driving until I saw the familiar lights of my town in the distance, the tension finally leaving my body, As the road straightened out and the trees began to thin, I pulled into my driveway, my hands still trembling, and sat there for a long time, staring out at the empty street. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know how I ended up on that road, or why I saw the same gas station twice. But I do know one thing: I'll never take that route again. And if you ever find yourself driving down a road that feels just a little too quiet, a little too dark, I suggest you do the same. Some roads aren't meant to be traveled. There's a strange kind of quiet that falls over the woods at dusk, the kind that makes you feel like the world is holding its breath. It's not peaceful, it's not comforting. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realize you're alone, completely and utterly alone, and that maybe you're not as welcome in the forest as you thought. I felt that quiet settle over me as I sat by the campfire, staring into the flickering flames. I hadn't planned to stay out this late, but the trail had taken longer than expected. And now, as the light drained from the sky, I was stuck miles from my car with only the fire and my thoughts for company. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, a solo camping trip to clear my head after a long week at work. I'd picked a trail I knew well, one that wound through the dense forest and eventually led to a small, secluded clearing near a stream. It was a spot I'd visited a few times before, but I'd never stayed past sunset. There was something about the place, and something I couldn't quite put my finger on, that made me uneasy after dark. But I figured it was just the usual unease that comes with being alone in the wilderness. Now, sitting by the fire with the shadows stretching out around me, I wasn't so sure. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows across the clearing. The trees loomed tall and dark, their branches swaying gently in the evening breeze. It should have been peaceful, but instead, I felt that familiar prickle of anxiety creeping up my spine. I took a deep breath, trying to shake the feeling. It was just nerves. I was in the middle of the woods, miles from civilization, and the only thing that had changed was the sun had gone down. The fire was warm, the night air was cool, and I was safe. Right? But then I heard it, a soft rustling sound, coming from somewhere just beyond the edge of the clearing. It was faint, barely noticeable over the crackling of the fire, but it was there, something moving through the underbrush. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest as I listened. The sound was slow, deliberate, like someone, or something, was creeping closer. I grabbed the flashlight from my pack and shined it toward the trees, the beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing. Just the trees, their branches swaying gently in the wind. I let out a shaky breath, my pulse still racing. It was probably just an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon, curious about the fire. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I stood up, the flashlight trembling slightly in my hand as I scanned the edge of the clearing. The rustling sound had stopped, but the unease remained, settling over me like a heavy blanket. I should have packed up and left right then, but the thought of hiking back to the car in the dark was somehow even more terrifying than staying put. So I sat back down by the fire, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. The rustling was gone, the night was quiet again, and I was probably just being paranoid. But even as I tried to focus on the warmth of the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a figure, standing just at the edge of the clearing, half hidden behind the trees. My heart leapt into my throat as I turned the flashlight toward it, but by the time the beam hit the trees, the figure was gone. I stood up again, the flashlight shaking in my hand as I scanned the forest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice louder than I intended. "Is someone there?" No answer. The fire crackled softly, the only sound breaking the heavy silence that had settled over the clearing. I stood there, my heart racing, waiting for some kind of response. But the figure didn't reappear. The trees were still, the shadows empty. I was sure I had seen someone, The shape, the movement. It had been too real to be a trick of the light. But now, standing there with the firelight casting flickering shadows around me, I was starting to doubt myself. Maybe it had just been my imagination, playing tricks on me in the dark. Maybe the isolation was getting to me, making me see things that weren't there. But deep down, I knew better. Something, or someone, had been standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me. I sat back down by the fire, my nerves on edge. Every sound in the forest suddenly too loud, too close. The crackling of the fire seemed to echo. The rustle of the wind through the trees felt ominous. My stomach churned with unease, and my thoughts raced with what I had seen. I decided then that I would wait just a little longer, give the fire time to die down. Then I'd grab my stuff and hike back to the car. Even if it meant walking through the woods in the dark, I'd rather be moving than sitting in that clearing, waiting for something to happen. But before I could make a move, the rustling started again. This time it was louder, coming from the same spot where I'd seen the figure. I jumped to my feet, the flashlight in my hand as I aimed it toward the sound. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Again, no answer. But I saw it. The figure, closer now, standing just beyond the edge of the firelight. It was tall, almost unnaturally so, with long limbs and a dark, indistinct shape. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel its eyes on me, watching from the shadows. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, frozen in place. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, staring. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it stepped back into the trees, disappearing into the darkness without a sound. I didn't wait this time. I grabbed my backpack, throwing it over my shoulder as I doused the fire with the last of my water. My hands were shaking, my heart racing as I snatched up my gear and bolted for the trail. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if the figure was still watching me from the shadows. The only thing I could think about was getting out of those woods as fast as I could. The trail was narrow and winding, the trees closing in around me as I hiked as fast as my legs would carry me. My flashlight flickered, the batteries fading, casting erratic beams of light through the dense forest. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart race faster, my mind spinning with the thought of the figure following me. I didn't stop, didn't rest, not until I saw the faint glow of my car's headlights through the trees. Relief washed over me as I stumbled out of the woods, my legs trembling with exhaustion and fear. I threw my backpack into the back seat, jumped into the driver's seat, and peeled out of the parking lot without looking back. I don't know what I saw in those woods that night. I don't know if it was a person, an animal, or something else entirely. But I do know one thing. I'll never go back to that trail. Some places, I've learned, are meant to be left alone. And sometimes, the quiet of the woods isn't as empty as it seems, as there's something unsettling about being in a place where time seems to stop, where everything around you feels frozen, untouched by the world outside. That's how I felt the moment I stepped into that abandoned hotel. I wasn't supposed to be there, but curiosity got the better of me. Looking back now, I wish I'd ignored the urge to explore. Because once I was inside, it became clear that something wasn't right about that place. Something I can't explain, but I'll never forget. It all started when my friend Jake told me about the old hotel. We were in the middle of a road trip, just the two of us, heading to a small town to meet some friends for a weekend camping trip. On our way, we stopped at a diner for dinner, and that's where Jake first heard about it. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, mentioned the hotel casually while refilling our drinks. She said it had been abandoned for decades, sitting at the edge of a small lake just outside of town. According to her, it used to be a popular vacation spot in the 1920s. But something happened, something no one really talked about, and the hotel had been left to rot ever since. Jake, always the adventurous one, immediately perked up. "We should check it out," he said, a grin spreading across his face. I wasn't as eager. There was something about the way the waitress talked about the place, like it was a forgotten secret better left that way. But Jake was insistent. "Come on, it'll be fun," he said. "We've got time before the weekend, and who knows, maybe we'll find something interesting." I should have said no. I should have trusted my gut. But instead, I shrugged and agreed to go. After all, it was just an old building, right? What was the worst that could happen? We drove out to the hotel just before sunset, following the directions the waitress had given us. The road was narrow and winding, with trees growing thick on either side, their branches almost touching overhead. The further we drove, the quieter it became. The sound of the highway faded away, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. When we finally pulled up to the hotel, the first thing I noticed was how still everything was. The building itself was massive, towering over the trees that surrounded it. Its once grand facade was now crumbling, the windows dark and shattered, the roof sagging in places. Weeds and ivy crawled up the walls, their tendrils reaching for the broken balconies above. But what really struck me was the lake. It sat behind the hotel, just barely visible through the trees. The water was perfectly still, like a sheet of glass reflecting the darkening sky. There were no ripples, no movement, nothing to indicate that it was even alive. It felt unnatural, like the lake itself was holding its breath, waiting. Jake didn't seem to notice any of this. He was already out of the car, heading toward the front doors of the hotel with a look of excitement on his face. I hesitated for a moment, glancing at the lake again, but then I followed him. I didn't want to be left alone out there. The doors were unlocked, surprisingly, and they creaked loudly as Jake pushed them open. The air inside was thick with dust and the smell of mildew, like the place hadn't been touched in years. The lobby was huge, with a grand staircase in the center and a massive chandelier hanging above, though several of its glass pieces were missing. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls, and the floor was covered in debris, broken furniture, shattered glass, and bits of plaster that had fallen from the ceiling. It was exactly what you'd expect from an abandoned building, but there was something else, a heaviness in the air, like the walls were holding on to something they didn't want to let go. We wandered through the lobby, our footsteps echoing in the silence. Jake was all smiles, taking pictures with his phone and pointing out different rooms we should explore. I tried to share his enthusiasm, but the further we went into the hotel, the worse I felt. It was like the air was getting thicker, harder to breathe, and every sound seemed to linger longer than it should. We made our way up the grand staircase, the wood creaking beneath our weight. The upstairs hallways were lined with old rooms, their doors hanging off their hinges, and the wallpaper up here was even more faded, almost entirely gone in some places. Jake wanted to explore the guest rooms, but something was drawing me further down the hall. There was a door at the end, larger than the others, and it was closed. Something about it caught my attention, like it didn't belong. I called Jake over, and together we approached it. The closer we got, the heavier the air became. My chest felt tight, like something was pressing down on me, but I couldn't stop myself. I had to know what was behind that door. Jake reached out first, turning the brass doorknob with a loud click. The door swung open slowly, revealing a large room that had once been a ballroom. The space was enormous, with tall windows that stretched from floor to ceiling, though they were now covered in grime and dirt. A massive, dust-covered chandelier hung from the ceiling, similar to the one in the lobby, and the floor was littered with broken furniture, old chairs, tables, and a grand piano that sat in the corner, its keys yellowed with age. But it wasn't the room itself that made me stop. It was the figures. At first, I thought they were statues, still, unmoving figures standing near the windows, their backs to us. There were 5 of them, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, their heads tilted slightly as if they were looking out at the lake. The The way they stood so perfectly still, I was convinced they weren't real. I opened my mouth to tell Jake, but then one of them shifted. I froze. The figure's head turned slowly, almost imperceptibly, but enough that I could see its profile. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I was looking at. These weren't statues, they were people, or at least, they used to be. Their skin was pale, almost gray, and their clothes hung loosely on their bodies, faded and tattered. They stood there, unmoving, their faces turned toward the windows like they were waiting for something. The one that had moved didn't turn all the way toward us. Instead, it slowly returned to its original position, facing the lake once more. Jake hadn't noticed. He was still looking around the room, completely unaware of what I was seeing. I reached out to grab his arm, my hand shaking as I pulled him back toward the door. "We need to leave," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Jake frowned, confused. "What? Why? We just got here." "Look," I hissed, nodding toward the figures by the windows. He followed my gaze, his face going pale as he finally saw what I was talking about. For a moment, we stood there, frozen in place, watching the figures as they stood in eerie silence, staring out at the lake. And then, without warning, one of them turned fully toward us. Its eyes were wide, too wide, like they had been stretched beyond what was natural. Its mouth hung open slightly as if it were trying to speak but couldn't find the words. And then slowly, the others began to turn, one by one, their heads rotating unnaturally as they faced us. That's when we ran. We didn't stop until we were back at the car, our breath coming in ragged gasps as we fumbled with the keys. I didn't dare look back at the hotel, but I could feel it, feel them, watching us from the windows. Jake didn't say a word as he sped down the narrow road, the hotel fading into the distance behind us. We didn't talk about what we'd seen, and we didn't stop until we were miles away, back on the highway, surrounded by the familiar hum of civilization. I don't know what we saw in that hotel, but I know one thing. It wasn't abandoned. Something was still there, waiting, and whatever it wasn't meant to be disturbed. I never believed in the supernatural. Ghosts, spirits, things that go bump in the night. Those were stories for campfires and horror movies. Nothing more. But all that changed the night I stayed at the cabin. What I experienced out there wasn't just a flicker of imagination, and no matter how hard I try to rationalize it, I can't shake the feeling that I encountered something beyond explanation, something real. The cabin belonged to my uncle. It had been in our family for years, but no one ever seemed interested in spending much time there. Too isolated, people would say, or the woods just feel wrong. I didn't think much of it. To me, it was just an old cabin in the middle of nowhere, a perfect place to get away from work and the chaos of life for a weekend. So when my uncle offered it to me for a solo trip, I jumped at the chance. It was late autumn, and the air had that crisp chill that signals winter is just around the corner. The trees were mostly bare, their twisted branches forming dark, skeletal shapes against the sky as I drove up the narrow road leading to the cabin. The place was more run down than I remembered from childhood visits, a sagging roof, cracked windows, and moss creeping up the sides of the wooden structure. Still, I wasn't bothered by it. It had that rustic charm you expect from a cabin in the woods. By the time I arrived, the sun was already setting, casting an orange glow over the trees and casting long shadows on the ground. I grabbed my bag, locked the car, and made my way to the front door. The old key my uncle had given me turned with a rusty click, and the door creaked open. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and dust, like it hadn't been aired out in months. The living room was simple, a few worn-out chairs, a coffee table, and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't seen a fire in years. I dropped my bag on the couch and set to work building a fire, to fight off the creeping cold that was already settling in. As the flames began to crackle and warmth filled the room, I relaxed, feeling the stress of the week start to melt away. I grabbed a book, settled into one of the chairs, and let the sound of the fire lull me into a sense of calm. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling through the trees, and the occasional creak of the cabin settling added to the atmosphere. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. But then, sometime after the fire had burned down to embers, I heard it, a knock. At first, I thought it was just the wind, maybe a branch tapping against the side of the cabin, but it wasn't the random, irregular sound of branches brushing against wood. It was deliberate. 3 knocks, slow and even, like someone was at the door. I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I listened. The wind howled outside, but the knocking had stopped. For a moment, I sat there in the silence, waiting to hear it again. When it didn't come, I shook my head, laughing softly at myself. It was just the wind, or maybe the cabin settling. Nothing to worry about. I stood up and made my way to the kitchen to grab a drink, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest. The kitchen was small, with old appliances and a single window that looked out into the dark woods. As I poured myself a glass of water, I glanced out the window, my eyes scanning the tree line. That's when I saw it, a figure tall and thin, standing just at the edge of the trees. I couldn't make out any details, but it was there, motionless, watching the cabin. I blinked, my heart racing. When I looked again, it was gone. The tree line was empty. Nothing but darkness and the occasional sway of the branches in the wind. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, maybe a shadow cast by the trees, but the knot of unease in my stomach tightened. I walked back into the living room, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The fire had nearly gone out, the last of the embers glowing faintly in the hearth. The cabin was cold now, the chill seeping in through the cracks in the walls. I grabbed a blanket from the couch and wrapped it around myself, settling back into the chair. And then, just as I was starting to relax again, I heard it. The knock. 3 slow, deliberate taps on the door. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't the wind this time. It was too distinct, too purposeful. Someone, or something, was outside. I stood up slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to open the door. Every instinct told me to stay away. But curiosity, always curiosity, got the better of me. I walked to the door, hesitating for just a moment before turning the knob and pulling it open. There was no one there. The porch was empty, the only sound the wind whistling through the trees. I stepped outside, my breath fogging in the cold air, and looked around. Nothing. No footprints in the dirt, no sign that anyone had been there. Just the dark woods and the creaking cabin behind me. I was about to step back inside when I noticed something. Movement, just beyond the tree line. The figure was back. It stood there, still as before, just barely visible in the darkness. I couldn't make out any features, but I could feel its eyes on me, watching. My heart raced, and I backed up toward the door, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. I didn't dare take my eyes off it. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure stepped back into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. I slammed the door shut, locking it behind me, my hands shaking. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, that maybe my mind was playing tricks on me in the dark. But deep down, I knew better. There was something out there. The rest of the night was a blur. I stoked the fire, trying to bring some warmth back into the cabin, but no matter how hard I tried, the cold persisted. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every creak, every gust of wind made me jump, my eyes constantly flicking to the windows, expecting to see that figure again. But the figure never returned. By the time the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I had already packed up my things. I wasn't staying another minute in that cabin. I grabbed my bag, threw it into the car, and peeled out of the driveway, my heart still racing as I sped down the narrow road. I never told my uncle what happened. I didn't want to sound crazy, and I wasn't sure he'd believe me anyway. But I haven't been back to the cabin since. I don't plan to. Whatever was out there in the woods that night, it wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light, and I don't think it was finished watching me. I'll never forget that night. It started like any other long drive home, the highway stretching out in front of me, endless, deserted, with nothing but my headlights cutting through the dark. The kind of night where the world feels empty, and the only sounds are the hum of your engine and the occasional rattle of a loose piece of gravel pinging off your tires. I was about an hour away from home, making good time, when I first saw her. She was standing on the shoulder, right where the highway curved sharply, illuminated by the orange glow of a distant street lamp. At first, I thought she was a mirage, one of those tricks your eyes play on you after too many hours on the road. But as I got closer, I realized she was real, and she looked scared. I slowed down, my fingers tightening on the steering wheel. She didn't wave or make any kind of gesture, just stood there, hugging herself like she was freezing, despite the warm night air. Her clothes looked disheveled, a long coat hanging off her shoulders, and her hair was matted like she'd been out in the wind for hours. Every part of me screamed to keep driving, but something about her expression, the way she just stood there, stopped me. I couldn't leave her out there alone. I pulled over a few feet ahead of her and glanced in the rearview mirror. She hesitated, then started walking toward the car. My heart pounded harder than it should have. I lowered the window a crack. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice louder than I intended in the quiet night. She nodded but didn't say anything. I noticed her eyes, wide, darting around like she expected something to come out of the darkness behind her at any second. "Do you need a ride?" I offered, glancing at the empty highway ahead. No other cars in sight, just me and her. She opened her mouth, hesitated, then nodded again. I unlocked the passenger door, and she slid in, moving cautiously, like she wasn't sure if she should trust me. The air inside the car felt instantly heavier. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was off. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the tension of the situation. Of course she'd be nervous. She was probably in trouble, maybe running from someone or something. But that didn't explain why I couldn't seem to relax. She didn't speak as I pulled back onto the highway, just stared straight ahead, hands folded tightly in her lap. I kept glancing at her out of the corner of my eye, trying to make sense of the situation. "Where are you headed?" I asked after a minute. She turned to look at me, her eyes dark and serious. "Just drive," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. That made me uneasy, but I nodded and kept driving. The highway stretched on endless, and the longer we drove, the more I felt like we were the only two people left in the world. No cars passed us, no lights except for the occasional flicker of a distant sign. The quiet was suffocating. I cleared my throat, trying to break the tension. "What were you doing out there? Do you need to call someone?" "No," she said quickly. "I don't want to make any calls." "Okay," I trailed off. Maybe she was running from someone, an abusive partner, or something worse. That thought made me nervous, wondering if whoever she was running from was out there somewhere, looking for her. She must have sensed my discomfort because, after a long silence, she spoke again, her voice soft and hesitant. "Thank you for stopping." I glanced at her, but her gaze was fixed on the road ahead, her hands still tightly clasped. "Yeah, of course," I replied. "You seemed like you needed help." "I did," she whispered, almost too quietly to hear. I didn't think anyone would stop." I wasn't sure how to respond to that, so I just nodded, keeping my eyes on the road. The air between us grew thick with unspoken questions, but I didn't push. I just drove. After a few more minutes of silence, she suddenly shifted in her seat, glancing nervously at the rearview mirror. My stomach tightened. "Is someone following us?" I asked, glancing at the mirror myself, though all I saw was the empty road behind us. She didn't answer right away, just stared into the mirror like she expected to see something I couldn't. Finally, she shook her head, but her expression remained tense. "No, not yet. Not yet." That sent a chill down my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to keep my breathing steady. I wanted to ask what she meant, but something in the way she was sitting, so tense and alert, made me think I didn't want to know. The highway stretched out, long and lonely, and the further we drove, the more isolated it felt. It was like the world had faded away, leaving just the two of us in this car, in the middle of nowhere. Then I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, just barely in the edge of the rearview mirror, a flicker of movement. My heart skipped a beat, and I glanced quickly behind us. Nothing, just darkness. But the woman noticed. She turned sharply in her seat, her eyes locking onto the mirror, her body going stiff. "Did you see that?" she whispered. I hesitated. "I don't know. I thought I saw something, but..." "Keep driving," she interrupted, her voice urgent now. "Don't stop." I didn't need to be told twice. My foot pressed down on the gas, and the car sped up, the hum of the engine growing louder in the still night. I kept glancing at the mirror, my pulse racing. The road behind us was still empty, but the sense of being followed, of something just out of sight, was overwhelming. She leaned forward, her eyes never leaving the mirror. "Faster," she whispered. I glanced at the speedometer, 80 miles per hour now, faster than I usually went, but I wasn't about to argue. The highway was still empty, no sign of any other cars or trucks, just us. And then I saw it again. This time it was unmistakable. A flash of headlights, way back in the distance, too far to make out clearly, but there. Something was back there, and it was closing in on us. My hands tightened on the wheel, and I forced myself to focus on the road. "What is it?" I asked, my voice shaking more than I wanted to admit. "Who's following us?" She didn't answer right away, just kept staring at the mirror, her face pale and her eyes wide with fear. "Please," I pressed, my heart pounding in my chest. "You need to tell me what's going on." "I don't know," she finally whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the engine. "I don't know who they are, but they've been following me for days." "For days?" I repeated, incredulous. "Why didn't you call the police?" "I tried," she said, her voice cracking. "But every time I do, they disappear. There's never any proof. No one believes me." I swallowed hard, my mind racing. My mind, this couldn't be real. Could it? The headlights behind us were closer now, and they were gaining fast. Whoever was back there, they weren't going to let us go easily. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Just drive," she whispered. "Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop." I floored the gas pedal, the car surging forward as the engine roared. The speedometer climbed higher, 90, 95, 100 miles per hour, but the headlights behind us kept closing in. My heart pounded in my chest, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, and then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the headlights disappeared. I blinked, my breath catching in my throat. The road behind us was dark again, completely empty. I glanced at the woman beside me, but she was still staring at the mirror, her body tense and rigid. "They're gone," I whispered, half in disbelief. "They're gone." She didn't relax, didn't move. Her eyes stayed fixed on the mirror, her hands clenched in her lap. "They're never really gone," she murmured. "They always come back." I didn't know what to say to that. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. Had we really been chased? Was it all in my head? I slowed down, just a little, my hands still trembling on the wheel. The road stretched out in front of us, empty and endless, just like before. "Are you sure you're okay?" I asked after a long moment of silence. She didn't answer, just kept staring straight ahead, her expression unreadable. And that's when I noticed the strangest thing of all. In the reflection of the rearview mirror, where her eyes should have been, there was nothing but darkness. I slammed on the brakes. The car skidded to a halt in the middle of the empty highway, my heart racing, my hands shaking. I turned to look at her, my breath catching in my throat. But the passenger seat was empty. The woman was gone. And the only sound was the hum of the engine and the endless stretch of road ahead. It's funny how quickly things can feel wrong, even in a place that's supposed to be your home. That's the first thing I noticed when the strange things started happening on my farm, how suddenly a sense of comfort can turn to unease. I've been working these fields for most of my life, so I know every acre like the back of my hand. Or at least I thought I did. It wasn't until a few months ago that I realized I might not be the only one out here. I remember the first time it happened clearly. It was one of those perfect late summer evenings just after sunset, where the sky is all oranges and pinks fading into deep blue. I had just finished my rounds, checking on the animals and making sure everything was locked up for the night. As I was walking back toward the house, something in the cornfield caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light. Those long shadows can mess with your mind after a long day. But then I realized it wasn't just a shadow. There, in the middle of the field, was a strange pattern in the corn, a perfect circle, like something had flattened the stalks down into the earth. The rest of the field was untouched, the corn standing tall and straight. But in that one spot, it looked like something had pressed down on it from above. I walked closer, feeling my heart start to race for no reason I could explain. As I reached the edge of the field, I stopped. Something felt wrong. The air was too still, too quiet. No crickets chirping, no wind rustling the leaves. Just silence. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the circle, trying to make sense of it. I'd never seen anything like it before. Eventually, I shrugged it off as some natural occurrence. Maybe the wind had picked up in just the right way. It didn't feel like the right answer, but it was easier than considering the alternative. That something, or someone, had been out there. The next morning, I couldn't shake the image of that circle from my mind. I went back out to the field, hoping to find some logical explanation in the daylight. But when I got there, the circle was gone. The corn was standing perfectly straight, like nothing had ever happened. It was as if the ground had healed overnight. That was the first sign. The first time I felt like something was watching me, just out of sight. I tried to ignore it. Life on a farm doesn't give you much time to dwell on weird things like that. There's always too much work to be done. But the feeling lingered, and over the next few weeks, it only got worse. One night, a couple of weeks after that first circle appeared, I was sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee, trying to wind down after a long day. It was another quiet evening, the kind where you can hear the distant hum of crickets and frogs in the pond. The moon was full, casting enough light that I could see the outlines of the field stretching out around me. Everything felt peaceful, at least for a while. Then I heard it, a rustling sound coming from the cornfield, just like the one I'd heard the night the circle appeared. I froze, straining my ears to make sure I wasn't imagining things. But no, it was definitely there. Soft at first, but growing louder, like something was moving through the field, pushing the stalks aside as it went. My heart started racing. It's one thing to hear an animal or the wind stirring up the crops, but this was different. It was deliberate, like footsteps, heavy footsteps. I stood up, setting my coffee down on the porch railing, and took a few steps toward the field. The rustling stopped as soon as I moved, The silence that followed was so thick it was almost suffocating. I stood there, staring into the rows of corn, my skin crawling with unease. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is someone there?" Nothing. After a minute of standing there like a fool, I shook my head and turned to go back inside. But just as I reached the door, the rustling started again, louder this time, closer. That was enough for me. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night pacing the living room, listening to the sounds outside, but never daring to look out the window. By morning, it was quiet again. That's when I started to feel like I wasn't alone out here anymore. Over the next few weeks, things got stranger. Every few days, I'd find another one of those circles in the corn. They were always perfect, too perfect to be natural. No broken stalks, just flattened in a neat spiral. Sometimes they'd appear right near the edge of the field, other times deeper in where I wouldn't notice them until I was out doing work. No matter where they showed up, they always gave me the same sense of dread. And it wasn't just the circles. My animals started acting strange too. The dogs, usually so calm, would bark at nothing, staring off into the distance like they could see something I couldn't. The cows would get spooked for no reason, running around the pasture like something was chasing them, even when there was nothing there. Even the birds seemed to avoid the area near the fields. I told myself it was all in my head. After all, what else could it be? But the more I tried to ignore it, the harder it became. Every night, the rustling sounds returned, and every night, they seemed to get closer. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was out there. I grabbed my flashlight, pulled on my boots, and headed out toward the field. The moon was high, casting long shadows over the ground as I made my way to the edge of the corn. I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins, my nerves on edge. The moment I stepped into the field, the rustling stopped. I shined the flashlight around, the beam cutting through the tall stalks. But there was nothing, just corn as far as the eye could see. My heart pounded in my chest, my hands slick with sweat as I gripped the flashlight tighter. And then I saw it. At the far edge of the beam, something moved. Not a person, not an animal, just a shadow, tall and thin, slipping between the rows of corn like it didn't even touch the ground. I froze, the light trembling in my hand as I watched it move closer, weaving through the stalks with a strange, unnatural grace. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. The shadow didn't respond. It just kept moving, slow and deliberate, getting closer and closer until it was almost at the edge of the field. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone, disappearing into the night without a sound. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, sprinting back to the house as fast as I could. My heart was in my throat by the time I reached the porch, and I slammed the door behind me, locking it tight. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't shake the image of that shadow, moving so silently, so purposefully through the field. It wasn't natural. It wasn't human. But it was out there. The next morning, I went back to the field, determined to find some kind of evidence, anything to prove I wasn't losing my mind. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken stalks, no sign that anything had been out there at all, except for one thing. In the middle of the field, right where I'd seen the shadow disappear, there was another circle. This one was larger than the others, more intricate. The corn wasn't just flattened, it was twisted, like something had grabbed it and spun it into a spiral. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. I haven't gone back into that field at night since then. I've tried to stay away, to avoid thinking about it, but it's hard. Every time I'm out there, working the land, I can feel it. That presence. Watching. Waiting. I've thought about leaving the farm, packing up and moving somewhere else. But this is my home. My life. I can't just walk away from everything I've built here. But sometimes, late at night, when the rustling starts again and the dogs bark at the empty fields, I wonder if I'm making the right choice. I wonder if I should have left when I had the chance. Because whatever is out there, it's not gone. And I don't think it ever will be. There's something about a farm, about being so isolated, that makes you vulnerable to things that don't belong in the world you know. I've been here long enough to trust my instincts, to know that when something feels wrong, it probably is. And lately, everything feels wrong. The rustling in the fields, the strange circles, the shadows. They're not natural, they're not normal, and I have a feeling they're not going to stop. But what do you do when your home turns against you? When the land you've known your whole life becomes something else, something darker, something you can't explain. You stay, you keep going, because sometimes leaving feels like giving in to something worse, and I'm not ready for that. Not yet. I've always loved road trips. There's something freeing about the open road, the way it stretches out ahead of you like an endless invitation to leave everything behind. On a road trip, you're between worlds, disconnected from whatever stress is waiting for you at home. That's what I was thinking when I decided to take the scenic route. I had plenty of time before I needed to be anywhere, and the thought of driving through the empty highways, just me and the horizon, felt like exactly what I needed. But somewhere along that endless stretch of road, I started feeling uneasy. It wasn't a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, but more like an itch at the back of my mind. It crept in slowly, almost unnoticeable at first, until I found myself gripping the steering wheel a little too tightly, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror more than usual. The road was deserted, save for the occasional semi-truck rumbling by, but that didn't explain the tension building in my chest. It had been hours since I'd seen another car or even a gas station, and the thought of stopping somewhere, anywhere, began to gnaw at me. Finally, a sign for a rest stop appeared in the distance, its blue lettering barely visible in the fading daylight. I sighed with relief and decided to pull over, figuring I could stretch my legs, use the bathroom, and maybe shake off the strange feeling that had settled over me. The rest stop was like any other, quiet, nearly deserted, and surrounded by thick woods on both sides. A couple of picnic tables sat under a small pavilion, and there was a single vending machine humming softly near the entrance to the restroom. I parked my car and stepped out, the cool evening air hitting me as I stretched my stiff legs. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the asphalt. It was peaceful, but there was an odd stillness to it, like the rest stop had been frozen in time. I made my way toward the restroom, my footsteps echoing in the quiet. As I pushed open the door, I noticed something strange. There was no one else around. Usually, even at the most deserted rest stops, you'd see another traveler, a trucker maybe, or a family on their way somewhere. But this place was dead silent. I shrugged it off, convincing myself that I was overthinking things. The restroom was clean enough, but the fluorescent lights flickered every few seconds, casting eerie shadows on the walls. As I washed my hands, I couldn't help but notice how the room felt bigger than it should have, like the space around me stretched out further than it did when I first walked in. I told myself it was just the weird lighting playing tricks on me. But then, I heard it, a faint whisper. I froze, my hands still under the running water. At first, I thought it was the wind or the hum of the vending machine outside. But the whisper came again, clearer this time, like someone was standing just behind me, speaking so softly I couldn't make out the words. I turned around quickly, my heart racing. The restroom was empty. No one else had come in. I was alone. I stood there, staring at the mirror, trying to rationalize what I'd just heard. Maybe it was the plumbing. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day of driving. But the longer I stood there, the more I realized how wrong it felt. The air in the restroom seemed heavier, almost stifling, and I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I grabbed a paper towel, drying my hands as fast as I could, and practically ran out the door, eager to get back to the safety of my car. The cool evening air hit me again, but it didn't calm the unease that had settled deep in my gut. As I crossed the parking lot, I noticed the RV parked off to the side. It hadn't been there when I first arrived, or at least, I didn't think it had. There were no lights on inside, no signs of movement. It just sat there, silent and dark, as if it had been abandoned. But I could feel eyes on me. I told myself to stop being ridiculous. It was just an empty vehicle, probably a traveler catching some sleep before continuing on their way. Still, I couldn't help glancing at it as I hurried to my car. The windows were tinted, but the longer I stared, the more certain I was that something, or someone, was watching me from inside. I quickened my pace, the uneasy feeling returning tenfold. I climbed into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My hands were trembling slightly as I fumbled for the keys. The rest stop suddenly felt too quiet, too isolated. I just wanted to get out of there. As I turned the key in the ignition, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it. The RV door was slightly ajar, swinging gently in the breeze. I hadn't heard it open, hadn't seen anyone step out. But I swear, in the fading light, I could make out the faintest outline of a figure standing near the doorway, watching me. I tried to calm myself, taking deep breaths as I pulled out of the parking space and onto the highway. It was probably just someone stretching their legs, I told myself. Maybe they were as tired as I was and had decided to take a break. But as I drove, that sense of being watched didn't go away. It followed me, clinging to me like a shadow. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see headlights from the RV, but the road behind me remained empty. No cars, no lights, just the dark stretch of highway and the creeping feeling that something was wrong. The whisper came again. I nearly jumped out of my skin, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. It was faint, barely audible over the sound of the tires on the road, but it was there. The same whisper I'd heard in the restroom. This time, I could almost make out the words, though they were jumbled, like someone speaking underwater. I turned the radio off, thinking maybe there was some interference, but the whisper didn't stop. Stop. The road. My chest tightened, panic rising in my throat. I looked around the car, my heart pounding. No one was in the back seat. The car was empty, but the whisper continued, faint but persistent. Turn. Stop. Listen. I shook my head, trying to focus on the road. I had to be imagining things. It wasn't real. I was just tired, and my mind was playing tricks on me. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, the whisper wouldn't go away. I drove for miles, the sound of the whisper growing louder and more urgent. It was still faint, still hard to understand, but it was like it was coming from inside my own head. The more I tried to focus on driving, the more insistent it became. I needed to stop. I needed to get off the highway and clear my head. Finally, I saw another rest stop sign up ahead, the blue letters glowing faintly in the distance. Without thinking, I swerved into the exit lane, my tires screeching slightly as I pulled into the empty lot. This rest stop was even more deserted than the last one, the single streetlight casting long, eerie shadows across the parking lot. I parked my car and sat there for a moment, my heart racing. The whisper had stopped, but the feeling of being watched hadn't. I looked around, half expecting to see the RV parked nearby, but there was nothing, just the empty lot and the silent road. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the car, telling myself that I just needed a minute to collect my thoughts. I walked toward the restroom, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. As I approached the door, I hesitated. The whisper was gone, but the unease was stronger than ever. I pushed open the door, half expecting to hear the whisper again. But the restroom was silent. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to shake the tension from my shoulders. I stood there for a moment, staring at my reflection in the mirror, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. And that's when I heard the footsteps. They were soft at first, almost imperceptible. but they grew louder, closer, until I was certain someone else was in the restroom with me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, but the room was empty. No one was there. I backed away slowly, my eyes darting around the room, searching for any sign of movement. The footsteps had stopped, but the air felt thick, like something was waiting just out of sight. I bolted for the door, my pulse pounding in my ears. As I stepped outside, the cold night air hit me like a wall, but it did nothing to calm the rising panic in my chest. I hurried back to my car, locking the doors behind me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, my hands shaking. For a second, I thought I saw something, just a shadow, barely visible in the dim light, slip between the trees near the rest stop. But when I blinked, it was gone. I sat there for a moment, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The whisper was gone, the footsteps had stopped, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I didn't care anymore. I wasn't staying. I floored the gas pedal, the car lurching forward as I sped out of the parking lot and back onto the highway. My heart raced, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. As I drove, the whisper didn't come back. The road stretched out ahead of me, empty and dark, but the feeling that something was following me never left. Even now, miles away from that rest stop, I can still feel it, that creeping unease, like something is just out of sight, waiting. I haven't stopped at a rest stop since. The road can be a strange place at night. You think you're alone, but there's always something lurking in the shadows, something you can't quite see. And sometimes, if you're not careful, you might just hear it too. There's something eerie about being out on the ocean at night. No matter how big the boat, how calm the water, that endless blackness stretching out around you can make you feel small, like you're the only thing left in the world. I've always loved the water, ever since I was a kid. But being on a cruise by yourself, surrounded by strangers, somehow changes that feeling. It turns from a peaceful solitude into something more unsettling, more isolating. I'd booked this cruise last minute. Work had been hell. My relationships felt like they were fraying at the edges, and I needed to get away. A week at sea, no emails, no phone calls, just me, the open water, and my thoughts. It sounded perfect. The first few days were exactly what I'd hoped for. I spent my time lounging by the pool, reading, and occasionally making awkward small talk with the other passengers. But I didn't mind. I wasn't there to make friends. On the third night, though, something shifted. It started when I noticed that some of the people I'd seen on the first day, people I was sure I'd talked to or passed by, were gone. It's normal for passengers to keep to themselves, especially on a cruise this size. But there were a few faces I distinctly remembered, a couple that had been seated at my table during the first night's dinner, a group of friends always laughing by the bar, even a family with 2 kids who had been running through the hallways, giggling. All of them had vanished. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe they were just keeping to their cabins, or maybe I hadn't been paying enough attention. But as the days went on, I realized I wasn't seeing them anywhere, by the pool, in the dining room, on the deck. No one seemed to mention them either, like they had never been there at all. On the 4th night, it got worse. I was sitting on one of the upper decks, enjoying the evening breeze, the gentle hum of the ship's engines lulling me into a relaxed state. The stars were out, scattered across the sky like tiny pinpricks of light, and the ocean stretched out in every direction, dark and endless. I could hear the soft murmur of other passengers below me, laughter, clinking glasses. It was peaceful. But then I noticed something strange. At the far end of the deck, near the rail, there was a man standing completely still, his back to me. He was dressed in a dark jacket, and his head was tilted slightly, like he was staring intently at something in the water. I couldn't tell why, but something about him made me uneasy. He wasn't leaning on the rail, or moving at all, just standing there, motionless. I watched him for a while, expecting him to turn around or walk away, but he didn't. He stayed rooted in that spot, staring at the ocean. After what felt like an eternity, I finally stood up, thinking maybe I'd go back to my cabin and call it a night. But as I walked past him, something strange happened. The sounds of the ship, the laughter, the music, the faint conversations, faded away. It was like I'd stepped into a vacuum, and the only thing I could hear was the steady rhythm of the waves against the hull. It wasn't just quiet, it was silence. Complete, unnatural silence. I stopped, glancing back at the man. He hadn't moved, but now I could see that his hands were clenched tightly at his sides, his knuckles white in the dim light. I shivered, suddenly feeling exposed, like I was intruding on something I wasn't meant to witness. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice coming out quieter than I'd intended. He didn't respond. He didn't even flinch, as if he hadn't heard me. I stepped closer, keeping a safe distance, but close enough to see his profile. His face was expressionless, his eyes locked on the horizon. For a moment, I thought he wasn't breathing. Before I could say anything else, a sudden chill ran down my spine, and I felt the overwhelming urge to leave. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on him until I was sure I was far enough to turn and walk quickly toward the stairs. As soon as I reached the main deck, the sounds of the ship rushed back. Laughter, music, everything. I felt like I had stepped out of a dream. I glanced around at the other passengers, but no one seemed to notice that anything strange had happened. No one seemed to notice the man on the upper deck either. That night, back in my cabin, I couldn't stop thinking about him. Who was he? Why had he just been standing there, completely still? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I hadn't seen him before. Not at dinner, not by the pool, nowhere. It was like he had appeared out of nowhere. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, blank and lifeless, staring out at the ocean. At some point, I must have drifted off, because I woke up to the sound of something tapping against my cabin door. At first, I thought it was just the gentle sway of the ship causing things to shift, but the tapping continued, persistent and deliberate. My heart raced as I got out of bed and walked slowly to the door. I pressed my ear against it, listening. Nothing. The tapping had stopped. I stood there for a moment, hand hovering over the doorknob, debating whether or not I should open it. Finally, curiosity got the better of me. I unlocked the door and pulled it open. The hallway was empty. I stepped out, glancing up and down the corridor. Nothing seemed out of place, but the eerie silence that I'd felt on the upper deck earlier was back, wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. Just as I was about to close the door, I noticed something strange on the floor outside my cabin. A small piece of paper, folded neatly, was lying just in front of the door frame. I bent down, my fingers trembling slightly as I picked it up. There was no writing on the outside, just a plain, unmarked slip of paper. I unfolded it, half expecting to find some message or note. But all that was inside was a single word, scrawled in shaky handwriting. Watch. I stared at the word, my mind racing. Watch what? What was this supposed to mean? I stuffed the paper into my pocket and quickly closed the door, locking it behind me. My thoughts were spinning. Between the man on the deck, the strange silence, and now this note. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong on this ship. But what could I do? I couldn't exactly go to the captain and tell him about a strange man and a mysterious note without sounding completely paranoid. For the rest of the night, I barely slept. Every creak of the ship, every faint sound outside my cabin sent my heart racing. And every time I closed my eyes, I saw that single word, watch. The next morning, I was determined to find some answers. I made my way to the reception desk, hoping someone could tell me if they'd seen the man from the night before. But when I asked, the receptionist gave me a blank look. "I'm sorry," she said, shaking her head. There haven't been any reports of someone fitting that description. I tried to explain what had happened, but the more I talked, the more ridiculous it sounded. A man standing still on the deck, the strange silence, the note. None of it made any sense. I could tell she wasn't taking me seriously, so I thanked her and left, feeling more confused than ever. For the rest of the day, I kept to myself, avoiding the upper decks and sticking to the crowded areas of the ship. But even in the bustling dining room or the pool deck, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was subtle at first, just a prickle on the back of my neck, but it grew stronger as the day went on. That night, I decided to stay in my cabin, hoping to avoid any more strange encounters. But just as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it again, the tapping on my door. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to open the door. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to stay where I was, to ignore it. But the tapping continued, and with it, that overwhelming sense of being watched. I forced myself to move, my legs shaking as I crossed the room. I took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and yanked it open. The hallway was empty, but there, on the floor, was another piece of paper, just like the one from the night before. My hands trembled as I picked it up and unfolded it. "It's watching you." I slammed the door shut, my heart racing. I didn't know what was happening or who was leaving these notes, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone on this ship. Something, or someone, was watching me. I didn't sleep that night. I packed my bags, ready to leave the moment the ship docked. The remaining days of the cruise passed in a blur, each one filled with an uneasy sense of dread. I stayed away from the upper decks, avoided the dark corners of the ship, and kept my cabin door locked. When the cruise finally ended, I was the first one off the ship, eager to leave whatever strange presence had been following me behind. But even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, somewhere, watching. I never thought the woods could feel so claustrophobic. Growing up, the forest had always been my escape, wide open, peaceful, a place to clear my head. But that all changed on this particular hike. It was supposed to be a quick overnight trip with my friend Matt. Nothing we hadn't done a dozen times before. Just a chance to disconnect from the world, pitch a tent, and unwind in nature. But the deeper we went, the more it felt like the trees were closing in on us, swallowing us whole. We'd started the hike early that morning, following a familiar trail through the dense forest. The sun was out, the birds were singing, and we were in good spirits, talking about everything and nothing as the trail wound through the trees. The path was well worn, and even though we hadn't been here in a few years, it was easy to find our way, or so we thought. It wasn't until the sun began to dip below the horizon that things started to feel off. I can't explain exactly what it was at first. Maybe it was the way the light filtered through the trees, casting long, twisted shadows across the ground. Or maybe it was the strange silence that seemed to settle over the forest as the day wore on. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't as alone as we thought. "We should set up camp soon," Matt said, glancing at the darkening sky. "We're losing light." I nodded, wiping the sweat from my forehead as I looked around. "Yeah, let's find a good spot." We veered off the trail slightly, heading toward a small clearing we'd passed earlier. It seemed like a good enough place to set up for the night. Flat ground, plenty of room for our tent, and far enough off the main trail that we wouldn't be bothered by any other hikers. But as we unpacked and started setting up the tent, I noticed something strange. "Hey, Matt," I called, my voice echoing slightly in the stillness of the woods. "Does this place look familiar to you?" He looked up from where he was hammering in a tent stake, frowning. "What do you mean?" "I don't know," I said, glancing around. "It's just, I swear we passed this clearing earlier, but the trail's over there, right?" Matt shrugged. Probably just looks the same as every other clearing. We've been walking through trees for hours, man. Everything's starting to blur together. I laughed, though the unease still gnawed at me. Yeah, you're probably right. We finished setting up the tent and built a small fire as the last light of the day faded into the deep blue of twilight. The woods were quiet, eerily so. Usually, you'd hear the sounds of crickets or distant rustling in the trees. But tonight, it felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. Matt didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he didn't say anything. We sat around the fire, talking in low voices, watching the flames dance. But the feeling of being watched never left me. After a while, Matt yawned and stretched, tossing another log onto the fire. I'm beat. Think I'm gonna turn in. I nodded, though I didn't feel tired at all. Something about the woods tonight had me on edge, like the trees were hiding something just out of sight. But I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I forced a smile. Yeah, I'll join you in a bit. Matt disappeared into the tent, leaving me alone by the fire. The flames flickered, casting long, wavering shadows across the trees. I stared into the darkness beyond the firelight, my ears straining for any sound, any movement. And then, I heard it. At first, it was faint, barely audible over the crackle of the fire. A rustling sound, like leaves being disturbed, followed by the soft crunch of footsteps. I sat up straighter, my heart pounding in my chest. "Matt?" I called, though I knew it wasn't him. The footsteps were too far away, coming from the trees behind me. There was no answer. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they seemed to stop just at the edge of the clearing, hidden by the thick shadows of the forest. I stood up, my pulse racing. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence. I grabbed the flashlight from my backpack and shined it toward the edge of the clearing, sweeping the beam of light across the trees. Nothing, just the dense underbrush and the tall, looming trunks of the pines. But the feeling of being watched was stronger now, almost suffocating. I could feel eyes on me, though I couldn't see who or what they belonged to. I took a step back, my hand trembling as I lowered the flashlight. The fire crackled softly behind me, casting just enough light to keep the darkness at bay. But I knew whatever was out there, watching, was waiting for the fire to die down. I turned and quickly ducked into the tent, zipping it up behind me. Matt was already asleep, his soft snores filling the small space. I lay down beside him, trying to calm my racing thoughts. It was probably just an animal, I told myself. Maybe a deer or a raccoon, nothing to be afraid of. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The night passed in fits of restless sleep, my mind replaying the sound of those footsteps over and over again. Every time I drifted off, I'd wake up to the sensation of being watched, like something was standing just outside the tent, waiting for us to let our guard down. By the time morning came, I was exhausted. Matt, of course, was completely oblivious to what had happened during the night. He stretched and yawned, completely refreshed. "Ready to hit the trail?" he asked, grinning as he packed up his gear. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I was ready for anything. I just wanted to get out of those woods. We set off early, hoping to make good time before the sun got too high. But as we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Every so often, I'd hear that same rustling sound behind us, the soft crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. But whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. "Do you hear that?" I asked Matt after about an hour of hiking, my voice low. "Hear what?" "That sound, like someone's walking behind us." Matt stopped and listened for a moment, frowning. But the forest was quiet. The only sound the occasional call of a bird in the distance. "Man, you've got to chill," Matt said, laughing. "I think you're just spooking yourself." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the feeling of being watched hadn't left me. And the further we walked, the more convinced I became that we weren't alone. It wasn't until we came across the second clearing that I realized something was seriously wrong. "We've been here before," I said, my heart sinking as I looked around. Matt frowned, glancing at the trees. "What? No way. We've been walking in a straight line." "I swear to you, this is the same clearing we camped in last night." Matt looked around again, his confidence wavering. "It's just a coincidence," he said, though his voice was less certain now. "This whole forest looks the same. You're just confused." But I wasn't confused. I knew we had passed this exact spot. The fallen tree at the edge of the clearing, the way the sunlight filtered through the branches, everything was identical to where we had set up camp the night before. "We're lost," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Matt didn't want to admit it, but I could see the doubt creeping into his expression. "No, we're not," he insisted. "We'll just keep going. We'll find the trail." But no matter which direction we went, no matter how far we walked, the forest around us never seemed to change. Every tree, every clearing looked the same. It was like we were trapped in a loop, walking in circles with no way out. By midday, Matt finally admitted what I had known all along. We were lost. We stopped to rest, the sun beating down through the canopy, and that's when I heard it again. The footsteps. This time they were louder, closer. I stood up, scanning the trees around us, my pulse racing. "Did you hear that?" Matt nodded, his face pale. "Yeah, I heard it." The footsteps were unmistakable now, crunching through the underbrush, moving steadily toward us, but there was no one in sight. "We need to move," I said, grabbing my backpack. "Now." We hurried through the forest, our pace quickening with every step. The footsteps followed, always just behind us, keeping pace no matter how fast we went. Every time I looked back, I saw nothing, but I knew something was there. Something was tracking us. The sun was starting to set when we stumbled into the clearing again, the same one for the third time that day. My heart sank. We were trapped. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't escape this loop. "We can't stay here," Matt said, his voice trembling. But we had no choice. The sun was setting, and we couldn't keep running in circles. We set up camp again, though neither of us spoke much. The silence between us was heavy, filled with the unspoken fear that whatever was following us was getting closer. That night, as we sat by the fire, I could feel it. Watching, waiting. The footsteps had stopped, but the presence was still there, lurking just out of sight. I don't know what it was or what it wanted, but I knew one thing for sure. We weren't alone in those woods, and I wasn't sure we'd ever find our way out. There's something about the woods that can make even the most familiar places feel foreign. We thought we knew the trail, thought we could handle a simple overnight hike, but the forest had other plans. To this day, I still don't know what was out there, following us. All I know is that we barely made it back. You'd think that after 10 years of driving long-haul trucks, you'd get used to the quiet stretches of road, the endless highways that disappear into the horizon, and the hours of isolation. And for the most part, you do. But every now and then, something happens out there that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Something that reminds you that no matter how many miles you've logged, no matter how much you think you know the road, there are still things that can make your blood run cold. That night, I was driving through one of those long, empty stretches of highway that seemed to go on forever. It was just me, the hum of the engine, and the sound of my tires rolling over the asphalt. No other cars in sight. Nothing but darkness on either side of the road, and the faint glow of my headlights lighting the way ahead. I'd been on the road for hours, heading west through the desert, the kind of place where you don't see a gas station for miles. My next stop wasn't for another 2 hours, so I settled in, trying to keep my mind occupied with the usual tricks. Radio on low, window cracked for some fresh air. I'd done this route more times than I could count, but that night, something felt different. About an hour in, I spotted it, a beat-up old van, parked at the side of the road, half hidden in the shadows. The headlights were off, and the windows were dark. I couldn't see anyone inside, but there was something about it that caught my attention. Maybe it was the way it seemed abandoned, or the fact that it was parked just off the highway, not in a rest area, not near a gas station, just there. I drove past it, not thinking much of it at first. But a few miles down the road, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it again. The same van, or at least one that looked exactly like it. Far back, barely visible, but keeping pace with me. My stomach did a little flip. I told myself it was just a coincidence. There are a lot of vans out there, and it's not uncommon for someone to pull over for a rest or a break. But the more I thought about it, the more it gnawed at me. I shook it off, trying to focus on the road ahead. But after another 10 minutes, I checked the mirror again, and the van was still there. This time, it was closer. Now, I'm not one to scare easy. I've been in all kinds of situations out on the road, storms, near misses, even a few shady characters at truck stops. But this was different. Something about that van felt off. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe they were just following the same route, heading to the same destination. Maybe it was nothing. But the uneasy feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. I kept driving, trying to ignore it. But the van stayed in my rear view, never getting closer, never falling behind. Just there, like a shadow, lurking on the edge of my vision. I started to think about pulling over at the next rest stop, but I wasn't sure that would help. What if they pulled over too? What then? No. I needed to figure out if this was just a coincidence, or if something more was going on. Up ahead, the highway curved, and I saw a small truck stop coming into view, just a single gas station and a diner, the kind of place that's open 24 hours but always feels deserted in the dead of night. I decided to pull in. If the van followed, I'd know something was wrong. I slowed down, signaling as I pulled off the highway and into the truck stop parking lot. I kept one eye on the rear view, waiting to see if the van would do the same. It did. My heart rate picked up as I watched the van pull off the highway, parking a few spaces away from me. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it could still be a coincidence, but deep down, I knew better. There was no reason for them to pull off at this little truck stop unless they were following me. I sat there for a moment, my hand resting on the steering wheel, trying to decide what to do next. I didn't want to get out of the truck. I didn't want to confront whoever was in that van. But I couldn't just sit there all night either. Finally, I made up my mind. I grabbed my phone, pretending to check it, and then casually opened the door, stepping out into the cool night air. I glanced around the parking lot, trying to act like I wasn't bothered, but my eyes kept drifting back to the van. No one got out. The windows were too dark to see inside, but I could feel eyes on me. I walked toward the diner, figuring I could grab a cup of coffee and maybe buy myself some time to think. As I reached the door, I glanced back one last time. The van hadn't moved, but there was something about the way it just sat there, waiting, that sent a chill down my spine. Inside the diner, it was quiet, the kind of place where the fluorescent lights buzz, and the only sound is the clink of dishes from the kitchen. The waitress behind the counter barely glanced at me as I sat down, pouring myself a cup of coffee from the pot on the table. I took a sip, trying to steady my nerves. My hands were shaking slightly, and I hated how unsettled I felt. It wasn't like me to get spooked, especially by something as simple as a van. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever was in that van had been following me for a reason. I glanced out the window, but from where I was sitting, I couldn't see the parking lot. I took another sip of coffee, my mind racing with possibilities. Should I call someone? The police? But what would I even tell them? That I thought a van was following me? They'd probably think I was crazy. After a few minutes, I stood up, tossing some bills on the table before heading back to my truck. As I walked out of the diner, I could feel the tension in the air, the quiet stillness that comes when you know something isn't right. The van was still there. I quickened my pace, climbing back into my truck and locking the doors behind me. I took a deep breath, my mind racing. I needed to get out of there. Maybe if I just kept driving, they'd eventually give up. I started the engine, pulling out of the parking lot and back onto the highway. For a few minutes, I allowed myself to hope that it was over, that maybe the van had just been some coincidence, some weird fluke. But then I saw it again, in the mirror. The van was back, trailing me at a distance. My chest tightened as I gripped the steering wheel, my heart pounding in my ears. This wasn't a coincidence. They were following me. I pressed down on the gas, speeding up as the road stretched out ahead of me. The van kept pace, never getting too close, but never falling too far behind. My hands were slick with sweat, my mind racing through a dozen different scenarios, none of them good. I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew I had to lose them. I couldn't pull over. I couldn't stop. I had to keep going. The road ahead was dark and empty, just miles of desert stretching out on either side. I pushed the truck harder, watching as the speedometer climbed, the engine roaring beneath me. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the headlights of the van vanished. I blinked, glancing in the rearview mirror, but the road behind me was empty. No sign of the van, no headlights, just darkness. I slowed down, my heart still pounding. Where had they gone? They couldn't have just disappeared. I kept driving, my eyes flicking between the road and the mirror, waiting for the van to reappear, but it didn't. The highway remained empty, the only sound the steady hum of the engine and the soft whistle of the wind through the cracked window. Eventually, the tension in my chest began to ease. Maybe they'd given up. Maybe they'd finally gotten bored and turned off somewhere. I didn't know, and I didn't care. All I knew was that I wasn't going to stop until I was sure they were gone for good. I drove through the night, not daring to pull over until the sun began to rise. When I finally stopped at a rest area, I sat there for a long moment, just staring at the empty road, waiting for any sign of the van. But it never came. To this day, I don't know who was in that van, or why they were following me. All I know is that I've never seen it again. But every time I'm out on the road, driving those long, empty highways, I can't help but glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it lurking there, just behind me, waiting. The road can be a lonely place, but sometimes it's not the isolation that gets to you. Sometimes it's the feeling that you're not alone after all. There's something about the mountains that makes you feel like you've stepped into another world. The air is thinner, sharper, and the silence is deeper, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves or the distant cry of an animal. I've always loved that feeling, the sense of being completely removed from the chaos of everyday life. But I never expected that sense of isolation to turn into something far more unsettling. It all started on a road trip with my friend Emily. We'd been planning it for months, a weekend getaway in the mountains, just the two of us, some hiking, a cozy cabin, and plenty of fresh air. Everything was going perfectly until we decided to take a detour on the way to the cabin. The GPS showed us a shortcut, a narrow, winding mountain road that promised to cut our travel time by nearly an hour. At first, it seemed like a good idea. The road was quiet, with barely any other cars. And the scenery was beautiful, trees stretching high above us, their leaves just beginning to turn gold and orange with the change of season. The air was crisp, the sky a perfect blue, and the drive was peaceful. But as we got deeper into the mountains, the road started to change. It narrowed even more, the pavement giving way to gravel and dirt, and the trees closed in on either side, their branches casting long shadows across the road. The GPS signal flickered, then cut out entirely, leaving us on our own. I glanced at Emily, feeling a little uneasy. "Are we sure this is the right way?" I asked, my voice more casual than I felt. Emily looked down at her phone, frowning at the blank screen. "Well, it's the only way now. Let's just keep going. The cabin's probably not too far." I nodded, but something about the road felt off. It wasn't just the isolation or the fact that the GPS had cut out. There was something else. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The further we drove, the quieter everything became. No birds, no wind, just the steady hum of the car's engine and the crunch of gravel under the tires. And then I saw it. At first, it was just a shape, far off in the distance, standing at the edge of the road, partially hidden by the trees. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. It was tall, much taller than a person, with long limbs and an unnatural stillness. My first thought was that it was some kind of animal, maybe a deer or an elk, but something about the way it stood there, so still, sent a chill down my spine. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Emily glanced up from her phone. "See what?" "There's something up ahead," I said, pointing toward the figure. But when I looked again, it was gone. The road was empty. Emily squinted, leaning forward in her seat. "I don't see anything." I shook my head, trying to brush it off. Maybe it was just a shadow, or a tree. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been something else, something watching us. We kept driving, the road twisting and turning as we climbed higher into the mountains. The trees grew thicker, their branches hanging low over the road, and the light started to fade, even though it was only late afternoon. The sun barely broke through the canopy, casting everything in an eerie, golden light. That's when I saw it again. This time it was closer, the same tall figure, standing just at the edge of the road, half hidden behind the trees. My heart skipped a beat, and I slowed the car, my eyes locked on it. It wasn't an animal. I didn't know what it was, but it was watching us. "What the hell is that?" I whispered, more to myself than to Emily. She followed my gaze, but by the time she looked, the figure had slipped back into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. "Are you messing with me?" Emily asked, her tone light, but I could hear the nervousness underneath. "No," I said quickly, my voice shaking. "I swear, there's something out there. Something's watching us." Emily stared at me for a moment, then looked back out the window, her expression tense. "Let's just get to the cabin. We'll feel better once we're off this road." I nodded, but the unease in my stomach was growing. I pressed down on the gas, trying to shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The road seemed to stretch on forever, each turn revealing more of the same dense trees and winding gravel path. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter, my eyes flicking between the road and the trees, waiting for the figure to appear again. And then, just as we rounded a particularly sharp bend, it did. This time, it was right in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding slightly on the loose gravel as we came to a stop. Emily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she saw it too. It was tall, at least 7 feet, its limbs long and thin, its skin a pale, sickly gray. Its head was too small for its body, and its eyes were large, dark, and hollow, staring at us with an intensity that made my blood run cold. We sat there frozen, staring at the thing as it stood in the road, unmoving. It didn't make a sound, didn't move toward us, but I could feel its gaze, heavy and oppressive, like it was waiting for something. "What the hell is that?" Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking, "but we need to get out of here." I shifted the car into reverse, my heart pounding as I started to back up. But the thing didn't move. It just stood there, watching us. The road behind us was narrow, and I struggled to keep the car steady as I backed up, my eyes flicking between the rearview mirror and the thing in front of us. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, It stepped off the road and vanished into the trees. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I threw the car into drive and sped down the road, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. For a few minutes, neither of us said anything. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the crunch of gravel under the tires. My heart was still racing, my mind struggling to make sense of what I'd just seen. "What the hell was that?" Emily asked again, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said, my throat dry. "I don't know." We drove in silence for a while, the light fading even more as the sun dipped behind the mountains. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches casting long, twisted shadows across the road. Every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of something moving in the trees, just a flicker of movement, barely visible. But every time I looked closer, there was nothing there. Finally, after what felt like hours, the road widened, and we saw a sign for the cabin. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding as we turned off the gravel road and onto the narrow driveway leading to the cabin. The cabin itself was small, nestled among the trees, but it looked warm and inviting compared to the darkness of the woods around it. I parked the car and turned off the engine, the sudden silence almost deafening. We sat there for a moment, neither of us wanting to get out of the car. "You think it's gone?" Emily asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know," I said honestly. "But we're here. We should just get inside." We grabbed our bags and hurried inside the cabin, locking the door behind us. The cabin was cozy, with a small fireplace and a few windows that looked out onto the trees. But the sense of relief I'd expected didn't come. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever we'd seen on the road was still out there, watching us. We spent the rest of the evening in silence, barely talking, both of us too on edge to relax. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind outside made my heart race, and I could tell Emily felt the same. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure we'd seen, the way it had stood there in the middle of the road, watching us, the way it had disappeared into the trees without a sound. And then, just as I was finally starting to drift off, I heard it. A soft rustling sound coming from outside the window. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The sound grew louder, closer, like something was moving through the trees, heading straight for the cabin. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. Emily was asleep in the bed across from mine, completely unaware of the noise outside. I got out of bed, moving slowly, quietly, and crept toward the window. My hands shook as I reached for the curtains, pulling them back just enough to peer outside. And that's when I saw it. The figure, standing just beyond the edge of the trees, its dark eyes locked on the cabin. Watching. Waiting. The mountains can be beautiful. Peaceful, even. But there's something about their isolation that makes them feel different. You think you're alone, but you're not. Something's always out there watching. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, it lets you see it too. You don't expect to feel unsettled out on the water. For me, fishing has always been a kind of escape, a way to leave everything behind and let the world fall silent around me. There's something comforting about the quiet of the lake, the gentle bob of the boat, the way the only sound is the ripple of the water against the hull. But that day, something was different. It wasn't just the stillness. It was the way the air felt heavy, thick, like the lake was holding its breath. I'd been out on that lake 100 times before. It's not far from where I grew up. A small, quiet spot tucked away in the woods. Hardly anyone comes out here anymore. Most people prefer the bigger lakes, the ones with more fish and fewer weeds. But I like the solitude. It's just you, the water, and the endless stretch of trees. That morning started off like any other. I packed up my gear, loaded it into the old rowboat, and pushed off from the shore. The lake was calm, the water smooth as glass, reflecting the early morning sky. The fog hadn't quite lifted yet, and the trees on the far side of the lake were just faint shadows in the distance. It was perfect. I rowed out to my usual spot near the middle of the lake, where the water was deepest, and cast my line. For a while, nothing happened. That was normal, though. Fishing isn't about the catch. It's about the waiting, the quiet, the anticipation. I leaned back, letting the stillness wash over me. But then, something strange happened. I felt a pull on the line. It was soft at first, like something just brushing against the hook, but then it got stronger, much stronger. My hands tightened around the rod as I braced myself, thinking I must have hooked a big one. The rod bent sharply, and I had to stand up to keep control of it. But as I started reeling it in, something didn't feel right. For one thing, whatever I'd hooked was heavy, not the usual resistance of a fish fighting to get away, but a dead weight, like I'd snagged something deep beneath the surface. I tried to reel it in slowly, my heart racing with excitement at what might be on the other end. Maybe I'd caught the biggest fish of my life. But the further I pulled, the stranger it felt. The line came up slowly, dragging against the water like it was pulling something massive. Then, just as I got it close to the surface, I saw it. At first, it looked like an old fishing net, tangled and frayed, covered in mud and weeds. I let out a breath, a little disappointed but curious. People sometimes left their gear out here, and it wasn't unusual to catch an old net or piece of trash. But as I kept pulling, I noticed something strange. The net wasn't empty. Caught in the tangled mess were bits of metal, old and rusted, barely recognizable. I frowned, pulling the net closer to the boat so I could get a better look. Among the pieces of metal were fragments of what looked like decaying fabric, faded and brittle. It was like I'd pulled up the remnants of something that had been sitting at the bottom of the lake for years. A chill ran down my spine as I untangled the net from my hook. What was this stuff? I wasn't sure, but the thought of it being down there, hidden beneath the surface all this time, made me uneasy. I dropped the net back into the water and sat back, staring at the spot where it had disappeared. The lake was quiet again, the surface smooth and undisturbed, but the air felt different now, heavier, colder. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. I'd probably hooked an old piece of a boat or some debris that had been there for ages. Nothing to worry about. I cast my line again, determined to enjoy the rest of the morning, but the feeling of unease wouldn't leave me. For the next hour, I couldn't shake the sensation that something was wrong. The water, usually so calm and inviting, now felt darker, deeper, like it was hiding something beneath the surface. Every time the boat rocked, I found myself glancing over the side, half expecting to see something staring back at me. And then, just as I was about to reel in my line for the last time, it happened. The line went taut, pulling hard, much harder than before. My hands gripped the rod tightly, and I leaned back, trying to keep control. Whatever I'd hooked this time, it was strong, stronger than any fish I'd ever caught. My heart raced as I started to reel it in, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was some kind of monster fish, something lurking in the depths that no one had ever seen before. But as I pulled, that same heavy, dragging sensation returned. The line cut through the water, and I could feel the weight of something massive on the other end, something that didn't move like a fish. It wasn't fighting, it was just there, pulling me down with it. I stood up, bracing myself as I hauled the line in with all my strength. The boat rocked under the strain, the water churning around me, and I gritted my teeth, determined to see what was on the other end. And then, with a sudden jerk, the line went slack. I stumbled backward, nearly falling into the boat as the tension vanished. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I just stood there staring at the line, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then I looked down. Bubbles. They were rising from the spot where the line had gone slack, a steady stream of bubbles breaking the surface of the water. At first, they were small, barely noticeable, but then they grew larger, more violent, churning the water around the boat. My stomach twisted with a sick feeling of dread. Something was down there, something big, and it was coming to the surface. I backed away from the edge of the boat, my eyes locked on the bubbling water. The surface rippled, the bubbles growing faster and more intense. I could feel the boat rocking beneath me, the water swirling around it as if something was moving beneath the surface, circling. And then, without warning, the bubbles stopped. The lake was still again, the water smooth and quiet, as if nothing had happened. But the feeling of dread was stronger than ever. I stared at the spot where the bubbles had been, my heart racing, waiting for something, anything, to break the surface. But nothing did. I stood there for what felt like hours, my hands trembling, my mind racing with all the things that could be hiding beneath the water. But the lake remained quiet, the surface undisturbed. Finally, I forced myself to sit down, my breath coming in shaky gasps. I needed to get out of there. Whatever was down there, I didn't want to find out. I grabbed the oars and started rowing, my arms shaking from the effort. The boat moved slowly, too slowly, and every creak of the wood made my heart jump. I kept glancing over the side, half expecting to see something rising from the depths, but the lake remained still. As I rowed toward the shore, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The trees lining the edge of the lake loomed tall and dark, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze, but I couldn't see anything, or anyone. Still, the sensation of eyes on me, from beneath the water or from the shadows of the forest, clung to me like a weight on my chest. When I finally reached the shore, I pulled the boat onto the bank and collapsed onto the grass, my hands trembling. I sat there for a long time, staring out at the lake, trying to make sense of what had happened, but there was no explanation, no rational answer for the strange catch, the bubbling water, the feeling that something was watching me. I packed up my gear and left as quickly as I could, the weight of the lake's dark water pressing on my mind the entire drive home. I haven't been back to that lake since. I don't plan to. There are some things better left undisturbed, some places that hold secrets you're not meant to uncover, and that lake, with its still water and hidden depths, is one of them. Fishing is supposed to be peaceful, a way to connect with nature and escape the world. But sometimes, nature has its own plans. Sometimes, the things that lie beneath the surface are better left alone. You know that feeling you get when you take a wrong turn? That little jolt in your stomach when the road stops looking familiar? And suddenly, you realize you're somewhere you've never been before. I had that feeling the entire time I was driving down that abandoned road. It was late, I was tired, and the GPS had lost signal miles ago. But the road had seemed like a shortcut. At least that's what I thought when I first turned onto it. It was one of those narrow, winding roads that snake through the middle of nowhere. No streetlights, no traffic, just the endless stretch of cracked pavement cutting through a dense forest. The trees were so thick on either side that their branches tangled above me, blocking out what little moonlight there was. The only light came from my headlights, casting long shadows that flickered and danced as I drove. I glanced at my phone, hoping for some sign of life. Maybe a bar of signal or even a hint of the GPS finding its way back. But the screen was dark, and the battery was quickly draining. Great. I was starting to wonder if I should turn around when my headlights caught something up ahead. There, on the side of the road, was an old, beat-up car. It looked like it had been sitting there for a while, rusted, with its windows smashed in and its doors wide open. I slowed down as I approached, my eyes scanning the area for any sign of someone nearby, but there was no one. Just the car, sitting there like a forgotten relic. I should have kept driving. I should have ignored it and kept going. But something made me stop. I pulled over, turning off the engine, and sat there for a moment, staring at the car. The air was thick with the sound of insects buzzing in the trees, but underneath that was a strange, oppressive silence, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I rolled down the window, hoping to hear something. Anything, but there was nothing. My curiosity got the better of me. Against my better judgment, I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out of the car. The air was cooler than I expected, the kind of chill that clings to your skin even on a summer night. I shivered as I walked toward the abandoned car, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. Up close, the car looked even worse. The paint was peeling, and the tires were flat, sunken into the ground like the car had been there for years. The inside was a mess, papers scattered across the seats, an old jacket thrown in the back, and something I couldn't quite make out in the front passenger seat. I shined my flashlight inside, and that's when I saw it. A doll. It was just sitting there, propped up against the seat, its glassy eyes staring straight ahead. The hair was matted, the dress torn, but it was the eyes that got to me, wide and unblinking, like it was waiting for something. I took a step back, the uneasy feeling in my stomach twisting tighter. There was no reason for anyone to leave a doll like that in an abandoned car, no reason at all. I turned back toward my car, ready to leave, when I heard it. A rustling sound, faint but close. I froze, my heart pounding. It came from the trees just behind the car, the sound of something or someone moving through the underbrush. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from, but the sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I shined the flashlight toward the trees, the beam cutting through the darkness. The shadows seemed to shift, moving in the flickering light, but I didn't see anything. Still, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I was being paranoid. The car was creepy, sure, but that didn't mean anything. It was probably just an animal in the woods, maybe a deer or a raccoon. Nothing to worry about. I forced myself to move, to walk back to my car, but as I reached for the door handle, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the reflection of the side mirror, was a figure. Tall, thin, standing at the edge of the trees, just beyond the abandoned car. I could only make out the shape, but it was enough to send a jolt of fear through me. I whipped around, shining the flashlight in the direction of the figure. Nothing. The trees were still, the road empty, but I knew what I'd seen. Someone, or something, had been there, watching me. My hands were shaking as I got into the car, locking the doors behind me. I fumbled with the keys, my breath coming in shallow gasps as I started the engine. The headlights flared to life, illuminating the road ahead. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure standing behind me, but there was nothing. I pressed down on the gas, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped away from the abandoned car. The road twisted and turned, the trees closing in on either side, and every so often, I glanced in the mirrors, searching for any sign of movement. But the figure didn't appear again. At least, not right away. It wasn't until I'd been driving for a few more miles that I noticed something strange. The road, this road that I had never been on before, was starting to look familiar. The same cracked pavement, the same overhanging branches, the same sharp turns. I frowned, gripping the steering wheel tighter. I couldn't have been driving in circles. That was impossible, but the feeling of déjà vu was undeniable. And then, up ahead, my headlights caught something on the side of the road, the abandoned car. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stared at the scene in front of me. The same rusted car, the same smashed windows, the same open doors. I had just left this place. There was no way I could have ended up back here. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck as I tried to make sense of it. Maybe I had gotten turned around. Maybe the road had looped back somehow. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The air inside the car felt heavy, stifling. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do next. But before I could make a decision, the rustling sound came again. This time, it was louder, closer. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it. The figure. It was standing in the middle of the road, directly behind my car. Its form was just barely illuminated by the red glow of my brake lights, tall and thin, its head tilted slightly as if it were watching me. I couldn't make out any features, just the dark outline of its body, but I could feel its eyes on me, feel the weight of its gaze pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. I panicked. I floored the gas pedal, the tires screeching as I tore down the road. My heart was racing, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed to get away from that thing, whatever it was. The road blurred in front of me, the trees whipping by in a dark green blur. I drove faster than I should have, taking the curves at breakneck speed, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be as far from that place as possible. But no matter how far I drove, that feeling of being watched didn't leave me. Every so often, I'd glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure again, standing in the middle of the road, watching me. After what felt like hours, I finally saw a sign for the highway. Relief washed over me as I turned onto the familiar stretch of road, the streetlights flickering above me. The sense of dread slowly faded, replaced by the familiar hum of the engine and the comforting rhythm of the tires against the pavement. I drove the rest of the way home in silence, my mind replaying everything that had happened. The abandoned car, the figure in the trees, the way the road had seemed to loop back on itself. None of it made sense. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. I sat there for a moment, the engine still running, trying to process everything. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had escaped something that night, something I wasn't meant to see. I don't take back roads anymore, not after that night. There are too many places where the world feels thin, where the familiar twists into something darker, something that watches from the shadows. And once you've seen it, you never forget it. The road can take you anywhere, but sometimes it takes you somewhere you're not meant to go, somewhere you might not come back from the same. There's a certain kind of quiet that you only get when you're deep in the woods at night. It's not the peaceful quiet of a calm evening. It's the kind that feels almost too still, too unnatural, like the world is holding its breath. That's the kind of quiet I found myself in, sitting around a campfire with a couple of friends in the middle of a national park, miles away from anything that even remotely resembled civilization. It was supposed to be a fun weekend. We'd been planning this camping trip for weeks, and it felt like a good escape. No phones, no work, just us and nature. We'd hiked all day, set up camp near a small stream, and settled in for the night with a fire crackling and the stars just starting to peek out from behind the trees. Everything was perfect until it wasn't. It started with the lights. At first, I didn't notice them. We were too caught up in conversation, laughing and swapping stories, enjoying the warmth of the fire. But then I saw something out of the corner of my eye, a faint, glowing light moving through the trees. I turned my head, squinting into the darkness, trying to make sense of it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a reflection from the fire, or even another camper in the distance with a flashlight. But the more I watched, the more I realized this light wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. It was moving too fast, too smoothly, gliding through the forest in a way that didn't seem natural. And there wasn't just one light. There were several, small, glowing orbs darting between the trees, appearing and disappearing like they were playing some kind of game. I nudged my friend Jake, who was sitting next to me. "Hey, do you see that?" He followed my gaze, his face scrunching up in confusion. "What, the lights?" "Yeah, what do you think they are?" He shrugged, but I could tell he was just as unsettled as I was. I don't know. Probably other campers, flashlights or something. But I knew that wasn't right. There was no campground nearby, no trails, nothing but miles of dense forest. And no flashlight moved like that. No flashlight glowed with that strange, pale light. Emily, sitting across from us, must have noticed the change in our expressions because she turned around, her eyes widening as she saw the lights for herself. "What the hell?" she whispered, leaning closer to the fire. For a few minutes, none of us said anything. We just watched, our conversation forgotten. As the lights danced through the trees, they moved in and out of sight, always staying just far enough away that we couldn't make out what was causing them. Every so often, they'd flicker and vanish, only to reappear in a different part of the forest. "Maybe it's fireflies," Emily suggested, though her voice was unconvincing. "Fireflies don't glow like that," Jake muttered, his eyes never leaving the lights. I stood up, stepping away from the warmth of the fire, my curiosity getting the better of me. "I'm going to check it out." Jake grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "Dude, you don't know what's out there." I hesitated, glancing back at the lights. They were still there, still moving, and something about them called to me, pulling at my curiosity in a way I couldn't explain. "I'll just get a little closer," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I won't go far." Emily stood up too, her face pale in the glow of the fire. "I don't think that's a good idea." But I was already moving, my feet carrying me toward the edge of the clearing before I could second-guess myself. The lights seemed to brighten as I approached, and I found myself drawn to them, like a moth to a flame. The air was cooler as I stepped into the trees, the sounds of the forest muffled under the weight of the silence. I could still hear Jake and Emily behind me, their voices low and anxious, but the lights were all I could focus on. They were closer now, hovering just beyond the first line of trees. I stepped carefully, my heart pounding in my chest, every instinct telling me to turn back. But I couldn't stop. I had to see what they were. As I moved closer, the lights suddenly flickered, their glow intensifying for a moment before dimming again. They weren't random. They were moving with purpose, like they were leading me somewhere. The further I went, the more the woods seemed to change around me. The trees grew thicker, their branches twisting and gnarled, casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. The air smelled damp and earthy, with an undercurrent of something. Stale, like the air hadn't moved in years. I don't know how far I walked, but eventually, the lights stopped moving. They hovered in the air in front of me, forming a small circle. I stepped closer, squinting to see through the darkness, and that's when I noticed the clearing. It wasn't large, maybe 10 feet across, but it was unnatural. The ground was bare, no grass, no leaves, just exposed dirt. And in the center of the clearing, there was something wrong. I couldn't make sense of it at first. It looked like a rock or maybe a tree stump, but as I stepped closer, I realized it was neither. It was an object, old and weathered, half buried in the ground. The lights danced around it, their glow illuminating strange carvings etched into the surface. Symbols I didn't recognize, patterns that seemed to twist and move as I stared at them. A wave of unease washed over me, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't supposed to be here. It didn't belong. I took a step back, my instincts finally kicking in, screaming at me to leave. But just as I turned to head back to camp, I heard it. A whisper. It was faint, barely audible over the rustling of the leaves, but it was there. Words, or at least the echo of them, carried on the wind. I froze, my heart racing, trying to make out what it was saying, but the whisper was just out of reach, like it was speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The lights flickered again, and I felt something shift in the air, like the very atmosphere was changing around me. I turned back to the object in the clearing, and my breath caught in my throat. The carvings were glowing. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled backward, my feet slipping on the loose dirt. I turned and ran, the whispers growing louder in my ears, the lights flashing wildly around me as I sprinted through the trees. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I pushed through the underbrush, not caring about the branches that scratched at my skin. All I could think about was getting away, away from those lights, away from whatever I'd seen in that clearing. When I finally burst back into the campsite, Jake and Emily were standing by the fire, their faces pale with worry. "What happened?" Jake asked, his voice tight. "What did you see?" I shook my head, still trying to catch my breath. "We need to go. Now." Emily frowned, glancing toward the trees. "What do you mean? What's out there?" I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't have the words to describe what I'd seen, what I'd felt. All I knew was that we couldn't stay here. "Please," I said, my voice shaking. "We need to leave." Jake and Emily exchanged a worried look, but they didn't argue. We packed up our gear in record time, the fire still smoldering as we grabbed our bags and headed back toward the trail. The woods were dark, oppressive, and the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. As we hiked back to the car, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the lights following us, but they never appeared. The forest remained silent, the only sound the crunch of our boots on the dirt path. By the time we reached the car, the first hints of dawn were starting to break through the trees, casting the woods in a pale, gray light. We threw our gear in the trunk and piled into the car, not saying a word until we were miles down the road, leaving the forest behind us. I still don't know what those lights were. I don't know what I found in that clearing, or what the carvings meant. But I do know one thing. Something in those woods didn't want us there, and I'm never going back to find out what it was. The woods can be peaceful, a place to escape, to disconnect from the world. But sometimes, they hold secrets, things that you're not supposed to see. And once you've seen them, there's no forgetting. Have you ever driven through a tunnel and felt that momentary chill, like the world outside has disappeared and all that exists is the echo of your tires on the road and the dim lights overhead? It's unsettling. How a simple stretch of road can feel so different when it's swallowed by rock and darkness. That's how it started for me. Just a drive through an old highway tunnel late at night, the kind of road you don't think twice about until something makes you realize how alone you are. I was on my way back from a weekend visiting some old friends, taking a scenic route through the mountains to avoid the usual traffic. It was the kind of trip where the miles just melted away, the open road, windows down, music low. It was the perfect way to unwind after a long weekend. By the time I reached the tunnel, it was already late. The sun had set hours ago, leaving the sky a deep velvet black, with only the moon and my headlights cutting through the night. The tunnel came up unexpectedly, a dark mouth carved into the side of the mountain, framed by weathered concrete and worn-out road signs. I'd been through it before during the day, but at night it felt different, hollow, like stepping into a cave that swallowed the world behind you. As I entered the tunnel, the radio cut out, leaving only the sound of the car and the rhythmic thumping of my tires on the uneven pavement. The walls of the tunnel were streaked with years of grime, the lights dim and flickering as if they could go out at any moment. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel, and I told myself it was just the usual tunnel unease, nothing to worry about. But a few hundred feet in, I started to notice something odd. There was a figure standing at the far end of the tunnel. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, one of those moments when your tired brain starts playing games with shadows and distance. The tunnel was long, and the light at the end was faint, but there was definitely someone standing there. They were facing me, still as a statue, almost too still. I slowed down, my heart giving a little kick of unease. What was someone doing in the middle of a highway tunnel in the dead of night? The closer I got, the more certain I was that it wasn't just my imagination. It was definitely a person, standing dead center, like they were waiting for something. I thought about stopping, maybe backing up and taking another route. But the tunnel was too narrow to turn around, and the idea of reversing all the way out didn't sit right with me either. So I did the only thing that seemed reasonable at the time. I kept going, hoping that when I got close enough, they'd move, or I'd see it was just some shadowy shape that looked human. But as I approached, they didn't move. The figure remained motionless, standing perfectly still, facing my car, their face obscured by the shadows of the tunnel. My foot hovered over the brake, my pulse racing. I couldn't make out any details. Their clothes, their face. It was like they were swallowed by the darkness, a silhouette against the faint glow of the tunnel's exit. Then something happened that made my blood run cold. As my car inched closer, I heard a sound, thumping. It started soft, almost rhythmic, like something hitting the roof of the car. I slowed down even more, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound wasn't coming from the engine or the tires. It was coming from above me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something, but the back of the tunnel was just a black void, nothing there. The thumping continued, growing louder, more deliberate. Someone, or something, was on top of the car. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the concrete as the car came to a jerking halt. The figure at the end of the tunnel remained frozen, still watching me, or at least, I felt like they were. The thumping stopped as soon as the car did, and for a few long, terrifying moments, there was nothing but silence. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I didn't dare look up. I didn't want to know what was up there. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do. Should I get out? Should I drive forward and just get out of this tunnel as fast as possible? But every instinct in my body screamed at me not to move, not to even breathe too loudly. And then, just as suddenly as the thumping had started, it came again, this time harder, more insistent. The roof of the car groaned under the pressure, like something heavy was pressing down on it. I couldn't take it anymore. I hit the gas, flooring it, my car lurching forward as I sped toward the end of the tunnel. The figure remained still, but just as I was about to pass them, they stepped to the side, melting into the shadows of the tunnel wall as if they'd never been there at all. I shot out of the tunnel, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The thumping stopped the moment I exited the tunnel, replaced by the normal sounds of the road and the rush of wind as my car sped down the highway. I drove for miles without stopping. The image of that figure burned into my mind, the echo of the thumping still ringing in my ears. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something or someone following me, but the road behind me remained empty. Eventually, I pulled over at a gas station just off the highway, the fluorescent lights glaring and too bright after the dark stretch of road. My hands were still shaking as I stepped out of the car, my legs wobbly, my breath still ragged. I circled around to the back of the car, dread twisting in my stomach as I raised my eyes to the roof. There were dense, small, circular impressions, like someone had been pounding on the metal with their fists. They weren't deep, but they were unmistakable. Someone, or something, had been up there. I didn't wait to figure it out. I got back into the car and drove the rest of the way home, refusing to look back at the tunnel or the road behind me. It wasn't until I was safely in my driveway, the engine off and the house lights shining warmly through the windows, that I allowed myself to breathe again. I never took that road again. In fact, I made a point to avoid tunnels whenever I could after that. There was something about that one, about the figure, the thumping, the way the air felt so heavy and thick inside, that I couldn't shake. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the figure was just a drifter, someone passing through, and the noise on the roof was some loose debris that had fallen from the tunnel ceiling. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. It wasn't just a coincidence. Whatever I'd seen, and whatever had been on my car, wasn't something you could explain away that easily. Some places are just wrong. You can feel it in your bones. That sense of dread that creeps up on you when the world feels just a little too quiet, a little too still. And that tunnel, it was one of those places. I still think about it sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, and I can hear the faint hum of the highway in the distance. I think about that figure standing in the middle of the road, watching, waiting. I wonder if they're still there, waiting for someone else to come through, someone else to stop and listen to the thumping on the roof. I wonder what would have happened if I'd stopped for good, if I'd gotten out of the car, looked up, and seen what was waiting for me. But I didn't, and I don't plan to find out. Tunnels are supposed to be a passage, a way to get through the dark and into the light on the other side. But sometimes, there's more than just darkness waiting for you in the middle, and sometimes, you're lucky enough to make it out. It's funny how the most ordinary places can suddenly feel strange. A small-town diner is supposed to be comforting, familiar, filled with the smells of coffee and frying bacon, the hum of conversation, and the clatter of dishes. I'd stopped in dozens of diners just like it on road trips, but that night, something about this one felt different. I'd been driving for hours, the kind of long-haul drive where the road stretches out forever in front of you, and I was exhausted. When I saw the neon "Open 24 Hours" sign flickering in the distance, it seemed like a welcome break from the monotony of the highway. I pulled into the gravel lot, parking in one of the few spaces out front. The diner sat alone on the side of the road, surrounded by nothing but open fields and the distant outline of trees. No other cars, no sign of life except for the dim glow from inside. It was quiet, too quiet, but I told myself it was late, and I was probably just overthinking it. The door chimed as I stepped inside, and the warm, greasy smell of fried food hit me immediately. It should have been comforting, familiar, but instead, it felt off. The diner was nearly empty, just a waitress leaning against the counter, scrolling through her phone, and a man sitting in one of the booths by the window. His back was to me, and he was hunched over, like he'd been there for hours. The waitress barely glanced up as I walked in. She mumbled something that I didn't quite catch, and I slid into a booth near the middle of the room. My hands felt clammy, and I rubbed them together, trying to shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me the moment I'd stepped through the door. I told myself it was nothing. I was just tired, hungry, and my mind was playing tricks on me. After a few minutes, the waitress wandered over, still scrolling on her phone, barely acknowledging me as she took my order. A coffee and a grilled cheese, simple enough. She scribbled it down without looking at me and shuffled back to the counter. I leaned back in the booth, staring out the window at the empty highway. The light from the neon sign flickered faintly against the glass, casting a dim glow across the diner. I could see my car parked outside, the only one in the lot, the gravel lot empty under the moonlight. But it wasn't the view that was bothering me. It was the man sitting in the booth across from me. He hadn't moved since I walked in. He just sat there, hunched over his table, staring down at something I couldn't see. From where I was sitting, I couldn't make out much, just the back of his head, a worn-out jacket, and the way his shoulders sagged like the weight of the world was pressing down on him. I told myself not to stare. It wasn't unusual to see someone alone in a diner at this hour. Maybe he was just passing through, like me. But there was something about him that made my skin crawl. The waitress brought my coffee and sandwich, setting them down with a careless clatter, and walked back to her station. I took a sip, the warmth of the coffee doing little to ease the chill that had settled in my bones. As I ate, I kept stealing glances at the man. He hadn't touched his food, if he even had any. His plate sat in front of him, untouched, and he didn't move, didn't shift in his seat, didn't do anything except sit there. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was waiting for something, or someone. My nerves were on edge now. Every creak of the diner's old floor, every flicker of the lights, Every clink of a dish felt louder than it should. I tried to focus on my sandwich, but my appetite had disappeared. The air in the diner felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. And then, the man moved. It was subtle, just a small shift in his posture, but it was enough to make my heart skip a beat. He straightened slightly, his hands resting on the table, and for a moment, I thought he was going to stand up. But he didn't. He just sat there, staring ahead, as if he was waiting for a signal. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to leave. The food, the coffee, none of it mattered. I needed to be back on the road, away from whatever strange atmosphere had settled over this place. I stood up, my movements stiff and awkward, trying not to draw attention to myself as I pulled out my wallet. I left a few bills on the table and grabbed my jacket, avoiding eye contact with the waitress as I headed for the door. But just as my hand touched the doorknob, I heard it, the scrape of the man's chair against the floor. I froze, my heart racing. He was standing up. I could feel it. I could hear the soft shuffle of his feet as he turned, his movements slow and deliberate. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see what I knew was coming, but I couldn't stop myself. I turned my head, just enough to catch a glimpse of him out of the corner of my eye. He was facing me now. I couldn't make out his face. Not really. The lights in the diner seemed to flicker and dim, casting strange shadows across his features. But there was something in the way he stood, the way his head tilted ever so slightly, that made my skin crawl. "Leaving so soon?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly, like it hadn't been used in a long time. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My hand tightened around the doorknob, but I couldn't bring myself to turn it, couldn't force myself to leave. The man took a step toward me, slow and deliberate, his footsteps eerily quiet on the old diner floor. I felt my breath catch in my throat, my entire body tensing as I braced myself for what? I didn't know. I glanced at the waitress, hoping for some kind of intervention, but she was still by the counter, staring at her phone like nothing was happening, like she hadn't heard a thing. Another step. Closer now. I could feel the man's presence, heavy and suffocating, like the air had been sucked out of the room. My pulse raced, and I felt sweat bead on my forehead. I had to move. I had to get out. Somehow, I found the strength to twist the doorknob and pull the door open. The cool night air hit me like a slap to the face, and I stumbled out into the gravel lot, gasping for breath. The door closed behind me with a soft thud, the chime echoing in the quiet night. I hurried to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I glanced back at the diner, half expecting to see the man standing in the window watching me. But he wasn't. The diner was as still as it had been when I first walked in. The neon sign flickered faintly, casting a pale glow over the empty lot. I could see the waitress inside, still scrolling on her phone, as if nothing had happened, as if I hadn't just fled in a panic. I got in the car, locking the doors behind me, and started the engine. The headlights flared to life, illuminating the empty road ahead. I didn't wait. I pulled out of the lot, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped away from the diner. As I drove, the tension slowly began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of confusion. What had just happened? Who was that man? And why had I been so terrified? I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the diner fading into the distance, but all I saw was darkness. The road stretched out behind me, empty and silent. No sign of the diner or the neon lights. It was like it had never been there at all. There are places out on the road that don't show up on any map. Places that you stumble upon by accident, only to realize too late that they're not meant to be found. That diner was one of those places, and I hope I never find it again. There's a strange kind of silence that only comes with being out on the water at night. Not the peaceful kind like you'd expect, but a silence that presses in on you, makes the world feel too empty, too still. That's the kind of silence I found myself in the night I saw the ship. It wasn't supposed to be there. Nothing like that had ever been on the lake before. It was just supposed to be a calm evening. I'd taken my small fishing boat out to the lake, as I often did when I wanted to clear my head. It was a remote spot, tucked away in the woods, with hardly anyone else ever around. A place where I could escape everything for a while. The lake was quiet still, and I'd anchored myself near the middle, where the trees lined the shore like dark sentinels. It was peaceful. At first, I was sitting back in the boat, enjoying the cool night air. The stars reflected on the water like tiny pinpricks of light. Everything was calm. I hadn't caught anything yet, but I wasn't really there to fish. It was more about the solitude, the quiet. But then the fog started to roll in. At first, it was just a light mist, hovering over the surface of the water, something I'd seen plenty of times before. But as I watched, the fog thickened, spreading out over the lake like a blanket. It was strange, though. Unnatural, almost. The sky was clear, no sign of clouds, and yet this fog kept coming, growing denser by the minute until I could barely see the shoreline. I leaned forward in the boat, squinting into the fog, trying to make out anything beyond the thick white haze. It was like the world had vanished, leaving me in a small bubble of visibility. The only sound was the gentle lap of water against the side of the boat, and even that seemed muted, like the fog was swallowing the noise. That's when I saw it. A shape, emerging slowly from the fog. At first, it was just a shadow, something dark and distant, barely visible through the haze. I thought it might have been a trick of the light, maybe a reflection or some odd play of the mist. But as it came closer, the shape grew clearer, more defined. It was a ship, not a boat. A ship, big, old, and looming out of the fog like something from another time. I stared, my heart pounding. There shouldn't have been anything that size on the lake. It was a quiet spot, mostly for small boats and fishing, not the kind of place you'd ever expect to see a ship like this. The wood looked ancient, the hull worn and weathered, like it had been sailing for decades, maybe centuries. The ship moved slowly, cutting through the fog without a sound. No engine, no creaking of wood, nothing but the soft ripple of water as it approached. It wasn't heading directly for me, but it was close enough that I could see every detail. The ragged sails, the ropes hanging loosely, the way the water barely disturbed as it passed. There was something else, too. The deck was empty. I couldn't see a single person on board. No crew, no captain, just an eerie, ghostly silence. The ship glided past me, like it didn't even notice I was there, disappearing back into the fog as quickly as it had appeared. I sat there, frozen, my breath caught in my throat. What had I just seen? Where had it come from? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was some old ship that had been restored, a historical replica or something. But that didn't explain why it was out here, on this remote lake in the middle of the night. I reached for my phone, my hands shaking, but there was no signal. Of course not. There was never any reception this far out. I glanced around, trying to see if there was any sign of the ship, but the fog had swallowed it whole. The lake was quiet again, the surface calm, like nothing had ever been there. I should have left. I should have started the motor and headed back to shore, but something kept me there. Curiosity, maybe, or stupidity. I wasn't sure, but I found myself sitting back down, staring out at the fog, waiting. Minutes passed, maybe longer. The fog still clung to the water, thick and unmoving. I could barely see a few feet in front of me, the shoreline completely hidden from view. The silence pressed in, heavier than before, and then I heard it, a soft, distant creak, like wood bending under pressure. Faint, but unmistakable. It was coming from the fog. My heart pounded as I strained to listen. The sound grew louder, closer, the unmistakable creak of a ship's hull moving through the water, but I still couldn't see anything. The fog was too thick, too dense. The ship was out there, though. I knew it. And then, from somewhere within the mist, I heard something else. A voice, faint, but clear. Help. It was barely more than a whisper, but it sent a chill down my spine. I stood up, scanning the water, trying to see where it was coming from. Help. The voice came again, a little louder this time, but still distant, echoing through the fog. I grabbed the oars, my heart racing, and started to row in the direction of the sound. My boat cut through the water, the fog swirling around me as I moved. I didn't know who was out there, or what was going on, but I couldn't just ignore it. Someone needed help. But the further I rowed, the more the fog seemed to thicken. The voice grew fainter, harder to follow, until it was barely a whisper again. Help. I stopped rowing, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The sound had almost completely faded, swallowed by the fog, leaving me alone in the silence once more. And that's when I saw the ship again. It loomed out of the mist, much closer this time, towering over my small boat. I could see the details now, the splintered wood, the tattered sails, the way the ship seemed to glide across the water without making a sound. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared up at it, my mind racing. But there was something else, something I hadn't noticed before. There were figures on the deck now. I couldn't make out their faces, but they were there. Shadowy figures moving slowly across the deck. Their movements unnatural, almost too slow. They didn't seem to notice me, didn't react to my presence at all. They just moved about, as if going through the motions of their tasks. But there was no life in them, no purpose. I wanted to turn back, to row away as fast as I could, but I was frozen, rooted to the spot by fear and curiosity. The ship drifted closer, until it was almost within reach, the shadows on the deck moving like a distant memory. And then, as I watched, the figures stopped. All at once, they turned toward me, slowly, deliberately. I felt my blood run cold. Even though I couldn't see their faces, I could feel their eyes on me, feel the weight of their gaze. My hands tightened around the oars, but I couldn't move, couldn't look away. One of the figures stepped forward, moving to the edge of the ship. They raised a hand, pointing directly at me. The voice came again, but this time it wasn't a plea for help. It was a warning. Leave. The word echoed through the fog, sending a chill down my spine. The figure's arm stayed raised, pointing at me, as the ship began to drift away, disappearing back into the mist. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed the oars and rowed as fast as I could, my heart pounding in my chest, the fog swirling around me like a living thing. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just kept rowing until the shore finally came into view. When I reached the shore, I dragged the boat up onto the bank and collapsed on the grass, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The fog was still thick over the lake, but the ship was gone. There was no sign of it, no sign of the figures, no sign of anything. I sat there for a long time, staring out at the water, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but there was no explanation, no rational answer. All I knew was that I had seen something that wasn't meant to be seen, and I wasn't going back. The water holds secrets, things hidden beneath the surface that we're not meant to understand. I saw something that night on the lake, something I still can't explain, and even though the ship is gone, I can still hear that voice, whispering through the fog, warning me to stay away. There's something about old houses that makes you feel like you're stepping into someone else's memories. The worn wood floors creak under your feet, the smell of dust and old books lingers in the air, and every corner seems to hold a secret. That's exactly how I felt when I checked into the little bed and breakfast on the edge of town. It was quaint, charming even, with its antique furniture and faded wallpaper. But there was something about it that I couldn't quite put my finger on, something that felt just a little too quiet. I was traveling for work, a few towns over from my usual route, and I decided to stay the night to break up the drive. The bed and breakfast had good reviews, and from the outside it looked inviting. A 2-story Victorian house with a wraparound porch and neatly trimmed hedges. The owner, an older woman named Mrs. Winthrop, welcomed me with a warm smile and a set of old-fashioned brass keys. She showed me to my room on the 2nd floor, at the end of a narrow hallway lined with faded family portraits. "This house has been in my family for generations," she said proudly, as she led me down the hall. "Every piece of furniture, every painting, it's all original. We like to keep things just as they were." There was something in her voice that felt almost rehearsed, like she'd given the same speech to 100 guests before me. I nodded politely, trying to shake off the strange feeling that had settled over me the moment I walked in. It was just an old house, I told myself. There was nothing to be uneasy about. My room was cozy enough, a small, tidy space with a 4-poster bed, a wooden dresser, and a window that looked out onto the garden. Mrs. Winthrop gave me the usual rundown of amenities, pointed out the shared bathroom at the end of the hall, and left me to settle in. But as I unpacked my things, I couldn't help but notice the door across the hall from mine. It was closed, tightly shut, with no sign of anyone inside. Unlike the other doors in the house, which were slightly worn from years of use, this one looked different, pristine, almost new. The brass doorknob gleamed, and there wasn't a single scratch or scuff mark on the wood. Curious, I stepped out of my room and took a closer look. There was no nameplate or number on the door, nothing to suggest that it was another guest room. I reached for the knob, my hand hovering over it for a moment before I stopped myself. It felt wrong to just open it, but the door intrigued me. As I stood there, I heard Mrs. Winthrop's voice from downstairs. "Everything all right up there?" she called. I jumped back, my heart racing a little faster than it should have. "Yeah, everything's fine," I shouted back, quickly retreating to my room. I tried to push the strange door out of my mind, telling myself that it was probably just a storage closet or an unused room. But that night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The house was old, creaky, and every sound seemed to echo down the hallway. But there was something about the silence that unnerved me. I had the sense that something, or someone, was just beyond that door, waiting. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours, the quiet of the house pressing down on me. Finally, unable to sleep, I got up and decided to take a walk around the house. Maybe I could shake off the weird feeling if I moved around a bit. I crept down the hallway, careful not to make too much noise. The house was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the lace curtains in the hallway. As I passed the door again, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob once more. I couldn't explain it, but something about that door called to me. Before I could stop myself, I reached out and tried the knob. It didn't budge. Locked. I stood there for a moment, my heart racing. I wasn't sure what I expected, but the locked door only deepened my curiosity. Why would Mrs. Winthrop keep this one room locked when the rest of the house was open to guests? I tried to shake it off, heading downstairs to the small sitting area by the fireplace. The house was quiet, the shadows long and dark, and the only sound was the ticking of an old grandfather clock in the corner. I sat there for a while, staring into the cold fireplace, trying to calm my nerves. That's when I heard it, a faint noise, coming from upstairs. At first I thought I was imagining it, a soft creaking, like someone moving around in one of the rooms. But the house was empty, except for me and Mrs. Winthrop, and her room was downstairs. The noise came again, this time louder, followed by the unmistakable sound of a door opening. My heart leapt into my throat. I sat frozen, listening, but the house had fallen silent again. Slowly, I stood up and made my way back to the staircase, peering up into the darkness. There was nothing there, just the long, empty hallway. I swallowed hard, telling myself it was just the house settling, just the old wood groaning under the weight of time. But as I climbed the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. When I reached the top of the stairs, I stopped dead in my tracks. The door across from my room, the one that had been locked, was open. Just a crack, but enough to see inside. I stared at it, my pulse racing, every instinct in my body screaming at me to turn around and go back to my room. But I couldn't. I had to know what was in there. I crept forward, my footsteps barely making a sound on the old wood floor. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a room that looked perfectly ordinary. It was just like the other guest rooms in the house: a bed, a dresser, a small window overlooking the garden. There was nothing strange about it, no eerie decorations, no secret passageways, nothing to explain why the door had been locked. But as I stepped inside, I felt a chill run down my spine. The air in the room was colder than the rest of the house, and it smelled faintly of something old, something musty, like the scent of a room that hadn't been used in years. I turned to leave, my curiosity satisfied, when something caught my eye. There, on the bed, was a small, leather-bound journal. I hesitated, glancing around as if expecting someone to stop me, but the house was silent. Slowly, I walked over to the bed and picked up the journal, my fingers brushing against the worn leather. The pages were yellowed with age, and as I flipped through them, I realized it was a guest book, full of handwritten entries from people who had stayed at the bed and breakfast over the years. But the last entry stopped me cold. It was dated nearly 20 years ago. June 14th. I'm staying in the locked room tonight. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong here. Mrs. Winthrop says the room has always been this way, but I don't believe her. I hear things at night. Footsteps, whispers. I'm going to find out what's behind that door. If I don't... The entry stopped there, the rest of the page blank. I stared at the journal, my heart racing. What had happened to the person who wrote that? Why had they been staying in the locked room? And why had Mrs. Winthrop lied about it? Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. A soft creak, like someone stepping into the room. I spun around, but there was no one there. Just the open door, leading out into the dark hallway. I didn't wait to find out what was going on. I dropped the journal and rushed out of the room, slamming the door behind me. My heart was pounding in my chest as I bolted back to my own room, locking the door and throwing myself onto the bed. I didn't sleep that night. I lay awake, listening to every creak, every whisper of the old house, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But the house remained silent. When morning finally came, I packed my things and left without saying a word to Mrs. Winthrop. I didn't want to ask her about the journal or the room. I didn't want to know what had happened to the guest who wrote that last entry. I just wanted to leave. There are places in this world that hold secrets, places that have been around for too long, where the past clings to the walls like a shadow. That bed and breakfast was one of those places. And while I don't know what happened in that locked room, I know one thing for sure. I'm never going back to find out. There's a certain kind of loneliness you feel when you're deep in the woods, miles away from anyone or anything familiar. It's a strange, almost peaceful kind of isolation, until it's not. Until you realize that the world is a lot bigger and darker than you'd ever imagined, and there's no one around to help if something goes wrong. That's how I felt when I went hiking on that trail last summer. Alone, surrounded by trees that stretched endlessly in every direction, the kind of quiet that made you feel like you were the only person left in the world. But as I would soon learn, I wasn't alone. It started as a weekend trip, just something to get me out of the city for a few days. I'd been feeling restless, caught up in the usual grind of work and stress, and a solo hike seemed like the perfect way to clear my head. I'd picked a trail that wasn't too far from where I lived, a state park a few hours away, known for its rugged beauty and, more importantly, its lack of crowds. It was exactly what I needed. The drive out was uneventful, and by the time I arrived at the trailhead, the sun was already high in the sky. The weather was perfect, clear blue skies, a light breeze, and the kind of crisp air that you only get in the mountains. I packed my gear, slung my backpack over my shoulders, and set off, eager to leave the noise and chaos of the world behind me. The trail was beautiful, winding through dense forests and rocky outcrops, with the occasional glimpse of a distant mountain peak. For the first few hours, I didn't see another soul, and that was exactly how I liked it. Just me, the trail, and the sound of my boots crunching on the gravel. It was peaceful, the kind of solitude that feels right. But as the day wore on, I started to notice something strange. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just little things. The way the trees seemed to grow closer together, the way the air felt heavier, thicker, the deeper I went. The trail itself seemed to narrow, the path growing less defined as if fewer people had walked it recently. And then there was the silence. The forest had been full of sounds earlier, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the wind. But now it felt dead. No birds, no animals, just an oppressive, unnatural quiet. I pushed those thoughts aside, telling myself I was being ridiculous. I was in the middle of the woods after all. Of course, it was quiet. That's what I wanted, wasn't it? I checked my map and decided to press on. There was a small campsite about 5 miles ahead, and I figured I'd stop there for the night. The trail was supposed to loop back toward the main park entrance the next day, and I could head back to my car after a good night's rest. But as I continued, the unease grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The trail felt different somehow, like it wasn't the same path I'd been walking on earlier. The trees seemed taller, darker, and the undergrowth was thicker, more tangled. Every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow moving between the trees, or a flash of light that disappeared as soon as I turned my head. And then, I found the backpack. It was sitting just off the trail, half hidden by some ferns. At first, I thought it might have been left behind by another hiker, maybe someone who had gone off the path and forgotten it. But as I approached, I realized that the backpack was old, worn and weathered like it had been there for a long time. I knelt down, inspecting it. The fabric was torn in places, and the zippers were rusted shut. There was a layer of dirt and leaves covering it, as if it had been sitting there for months, maybe even years. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened one of the pockets, pulling out a faded map of the park. And then, tucked inside one of the side pockets, I found a journal. The cover was battered, the pages yellowed with age. I flipped it open, my fingers brushing over the neat, handwritten entries. It was a hiker's log, filled with notes about the trail, the wildlife, the scenery. But the last few entries were different. They were frantic, scrawled in shaky handwriting, the words barely legible. Something is following me. I stared at the page, my heart skipping a beat. I keep hearing footsteps behind me, but when I turn around, there's no one there. The entries grew more frantic as they went on. I don't know how I got here. This isn't the same trail. It keeps changing. I tried to turn back, but the way is blocked. There are no signs anymore. I don't know where I am. The last entry was just a single sentence, written in shaky, uneven letters. It's watching me. I closed the journal, my hands trembling. My first instinct was to leave, just drop the journal, turn around and get the hell out of there. But when I looked up, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The trail was gone. The path I'd been walking on, the one that had been so clear just minutes ago, had disappeared. In its place was a tangled mess of trees and undergrowth, the way forward completely obscured. I stood up, panic rising in my chest, and turned around to retrace my steps, but the trail behind me had vanished too. I was completely surrounded by trees, no sign of the path I'd been following for hours. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to calm myself. This was just a trick of the woods, I told myself. I'd wandered off the trail without realizing it. If I just stayed calm, I could find my way back. But as I stood there, trying to get my bearings, I heard it. A soft rustling sound coming from the trees behind me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The sound was faint, but unmistakable. Footsteps, moving slowly through the undergrowth. My mind raced. It could have been an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe, or a rabbit. But the footsteps were too deliberate, too human. I turned around, scanning the trees, but there was no one there. Just the same endless stretch of forest, the same oppressive silence. I took a step back, my heart pounding, and then I saw it. A figure, standing just beyond the trees, half hidden in the shadows. I couldn't make out any details, just the shape of a person, watching me from the edge of the forest. I blinked, and they were gone. I didn't wait. I grabbed my pack and started moving, my mind screaming at me to get away from whatever was out there. I didn't know where I was going, just away, deeper into the woods, my feet crunching on the leaves as I ran. The footsteps followed, growing louder, closer, as if whoever, or whatever, was out there was matching my pace. I ran until my legs burned, until my breath came in ragged gasps, until the trees around me blurred together in a dizzying haze of green and brown. But no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. And then, just as suddenly as it had disappeared, the trail reappeared. I stumbled onto the path, nearly collapsing in relief. The familiar dirt trail stretched out in front of me, leading back toward the campsite I'd been heading for. I didn't stop to question it. I didn't care how or why the trail had returned. I just kept moving, my feet carrying me forward as fast as they could. By the time I reached the campsite, the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the ground. The small clearing was empty, the fire pit cold, but I didn't care. I dropped my pack and collapsed onto the ground, my heart still racing. I never found out what happened to the person who wrote that journal, or how their backpack had ended up there. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't sticking around to find out. The next morning, I packed up and left, hiking back to the trailhead as fast as I could. The woods seemed different in the daylight, less threatening, more familiar, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching me from the shadows. I haven't been back to that trail since. I don't plan to. The woods can be beautiful, peaceful even, but there are some places where you're not supposed to go. Some trails that lead you somewhere you're not meant to find. And once you've seen what's out there, you can't unsee it. You never really understand what it means to be alone until you're in a place where no one can reach you. I thought I knew solitude. I'd always liked the idea of being somewhere remote, far away from the noise and clutter of everyday life. So when a friend offered me their family's cabin for a weekend, I jumped at the chance. I didn't think twice. A cabin, tucked away in the mountains, no cell service, no Wi-Fi, just me and the quiet. That was exactly what I needed. The drive up was long but beautiful, the road winding through dense forests, the trees growing taller and thicker the further I went. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the ground. The cabin itself was small and rustic, perched on the edge of a ridge with a breathtaking view of the valley below. There was a faint smell of pine in the air, and the soft sound of the wind rustling through the trees was the only thing I could hear. It felt like I'd stepped into another world, one far removed from the constant noise of the city. I unpacked quickly, settling into the cabin's cozy, worn interior. The place had everything I needed: a small kitchen, a fireplace, and a bedroom upstairs. There was even an old bookshelf stocked with novels that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. Perfect, I thought. No distractions, no people, just a weekend to myself. That first evening passed quietly. I cooked dinner, read by the fire, and let the silence of the cabin wrap around me like a warm blanket. The stillness felt good. It felt peaceful. But as the night wore on, something shifted. It was subtle at first, just a feeling, a heaviness in the air that hadn't been there before, like the cabin was holding its breath. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the natural unease of being in a new place. After all, I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. Back home, there was always noise, traffic, neighbors, the hum of the city. Here, there was nothing. By the time I climbed into bed, the wind outside had picked up, howling softly as it rattled the old wooden shutters. The room was dark, save for the faint light of the moon filtering through the window. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, feeling oddly unsettled, though I couldn't quite explain why. It was just the wind, I told myself, just the unfamiliar silence. But as I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, I started to hear something else. At first, I thought it was part of the wind, a faint creaking sound that seemed to come from the walls of the cabin. Old wood settling, I figured. Nothing to worry about. But the more I listened, the more I realized it wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from upstairs. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. There shouldn't have been anything up there. The only room upstairs was the small bedroom I was in, and the attic door had been locked when I checked earlier. I lay there, listening to the creaking sound, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. But then, there was a soft thud, like something had moved. I sat up in bed, my heart racing. The cabin was small enough that I could hear every little noise, every gust of wind, but this was different. This was too deliberate. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. There was no response, just the wind and the faint creaking above me. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the rising sense of unease in my chest. Maybe it was an animal, I told myself. Maybe a raccoon or a squirrel had found its way into the attic. That would explain the noise. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand and climbed out of bed, the wooden floorboards cold under my feet. The cabin creaked as I walked across the room, my footsteps sounding impossibly loud in the silence. I stood at the base of the stairs, staring up into the darkness, the beam of my flashlight barely cutting through the shadows. The attic door was still closed, but the creaking sound was louder now, more insistent. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly climbed the stairs, my hand gripping the railing tightly. The old wood groaned under my weight, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. When I reached the top, I stopped in front of the attic door, my flashlight flickering slightly as I aimed it at the handle. The door was still locked, but the sound, whatever it was definitely coming from inside. I stood there for what felt like hours, my hand hovering over the doorknob. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct in my body told me to turn around, go back downstairs, and lock myself in the bedroom, but I couldn't. I had to know what was making that noise. I took a deep breath and slowly turned the handle. The door creaked as it swung open, revealing a narrow set of stairs leading up into the attic. The air was colder here, musty and stale, and my flashlight flickered again as I stepped forward. The attic was small and cluttered with old furniture, an antique rocking chair, a few boxes, and a large wooden trunk pushed against the far wall. The creaking sound had stopped, replaced by an eerie, oppressive silence. I shone the flashlight around the room, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. just the dust-covered furniture and the faint smell of mildew. I stepped further into the attic, my heart still pounding. The beam of my flashlight landed on the rocking chair, and for a moment I thought I saw it move. Just the slightest shift, like someone had been sitting in it. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. And then, the creaking started again. It was louder now, coming from the far corner of the attic behind the wooden trunk. I stepped forward, my hands shaking as I aimed the flashlight into the shadows. That's when I saw it. A shadow. Not just any shadow, but one that moved, slowly, deliberately, like it was alive. It shifted in the darkness, almost human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Its edges were too sharp, its movements too smooth, like it was something trying to mimic a person. I stumbled back, my heart racing, the flashlight shaking in my hand. The shadow seemed to follow me, sliding across the floor as if it were attached to me, like it was part of the darkness itself. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I turned and bolted down the stairs, my feet slipping on the old wooden steps as I raced back into the bedroom. I slammed the door behind me, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I leaned against it, trying to calm my pounding heart. The cabin was silent again. No creaking, no footsteps, just the wind howling softly outside. I stayed in the bedroom for the rest of the night, the flashlight clutched tightly in my hands. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow moving in the attic, felt its presence in the darkness, like it was still watching me. When the first light of dawn broke through the window, I packed my things and left the cabin without a second thought. I didn't care that I hadn't spent the whole weekend there. I didn't care that I hadn't gotten the peace and quiet I'd been looking for. All I cared about was getting as far away from that place as possible. I never told my friend about what happened. I didn't want to sound crazy, and I wasn't sure they'd believe me anyway. But I know what I saw that night. And I know that whatever was in that attic wasn't something I was supposed to see. I've thought about it a lot since then, replayed the events over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of it. But there's no explanation, no rational reason for what happened. The cabin might still be there, quiet and empty, waiting for the next person to come along. But I won't be one of them. Solitude is a strange thing. It can be peaceful, comforting even. But sometimes, when you're truly alone, you realize just how unsettling it can be, especially when you're not really alone after all. You know that eerie feeling you get when a place that should be busy is completely deserted, like something's just off. That's exactly how I felt the moment I pulled into the abandoned rest stop off Route 78. It wasn't even that late, just past sunset, but the place was completely empty. No cars, no lights, just silence. It felt like stepping into a forgotten corner of the world, and for a moment, I hesitated, wondering if I should have just kept driving. I'd been on the road for hours, making my way back home after visiting family out of state. The drive had been uneventful, the same stretches of highway, the same rest stops, until I hit this one. I hadn't meant to stop, but I'd missed the last gas station, and my stomach was growling something fierce. The GPS had pointed out a rest area a couple of miles up, and I figured I'd grab a quick snack from the vending machine and stretch my legs. When I pulled in, though, something felt wrong. The parking lot was cracked and overgrown with weeds, like it hadn't been maintained in years. The building itself was dark, the windows covered in grime, and the once bright rest stop sign was barely legible, its paint peeling away. I'd expected some rundown spots on this road, but this place felt more like a relic than a working rest area. Still, I figured it was just one of those old stops that time forgot, so I parked near the building and got out of the car. The air was cool, with the scent of pine hanging in the breeze. Aside from the faint rustling of leaves, there was no sound at all. I walked over to the vending machine, which looked just as neglected as the rest of the place. The glass was fogged over, and the buttons were grimy, but it was still plugged in. The hum of the compressor, the only sign of life in this forgotten stop. I dug some change out of my pocket, dropped it in, and hit the button for a pack of chips. For a moment, nothing happened. I banged on the side of the machine, annoyed, when suddenly, the chips dropped with a loud clunk, making me jump. I let out a nervous laugh, shaking my head at my own nerves. It was just an old vending machine, and I was just tired. Nothing to worry about. As I grabbed my chips, I heard a noise. It was faint at first, barely audible over the soft hum of the machine, but it was there, a shuffling sound, coming from somewhere near the rest stop building. I turned, squinting into the dim light of dusk, but I didn't see anyone. The place was empty. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. No answer, just the wind, stirring the trees and rustling the weeds along the edge of the lot. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the sudden wave of unease creeping up my spine. I was overreacting, I told myself. This was just an old, run-down rest stop. Maybe some animal had wandered close, or maybe it was nothing at all. I decided to check out the restrooms before getting back on the road. After all, it was a long stretch ahead, and I wasn't sure when I'd get another chance. The bathroom door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound cutting through the silence like a knife. Inside, the lights flickered weakly, casting strange shadows across the cracked tiles and water-stained walls. It smelled damp and musty, the kind of smell you'd expect from a place that hadn't been cleaned in a long time. I quickly took care of business, eager to get back on the road, but as I washed my hands, I heard the noise again. This time, it was closer, a soft scraping, like something being dragged along the ground. My heart skipped a beat as I turned off the faucet and stood perfectly still, listening. The noise stopped, and for a moment, there was only silence. But then, I heard it again, this time from outside the bathroom. Someone, or something, was out there. I grabbed my bag and stepped toward the door, trying to keep my breathing steady. I pushed it open just enough to peer outside, but the lot was empty. The sky had darkened, and the only light came from the faint glow of my car's headlights. I stepped outside, my eyes scanning the shadows. The rest stop building loomed in the dark, its broken windows staring back at me like hollow eyes. I walked quickly to my car, my footsteps echoing across the empty lot. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. As I reached the car, I heard it again, the scraping sound, closer this time, right behind me. I whipped around, my heart pounding, but there was no one there, just the empty parking lot, the overgrown weeds, and the darkened rest stop. That's when I saw it. In the far corner of the lot, near the edge of the woods, something moved. A shadow, shifting between the trees. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer maybe, but it was too tall, too human. It stood just beyond the reach of the light, its form barely visible in the gathering darkness. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. "Hey," I called out, my voice shaking. No response. The figure remained still, its face hidden in shadow. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get in the car and leave. Whatever, or whoever that was, I didn't want to find out. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking, and quickly unlocked the door. I jumped into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. For a moment, I just sat there, my heart racing, staring at the figure in the distance. It still hadn't moved. It was just standing there, watching me, like it had all the time in the world. I started the car, the engine roaring to life, and threw it into reverse. As I backed out of the parking spot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The figure was gone. My heart skipped a beat as I scanned the lot. There was no sign of it, no movement, no shadow, nothing. It had just disappeared. I didn't waste any more time. I pulled out of the lot and sped down the highway, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. My heart was still racing, my mind reeling from what I'd just seen. or what I thought I'd seen. For the next hour, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every so often, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that figure following me down the road. But the highway remained empty, the dark trees rushing by in the glow of my headlights. It wasn't until I reached the next town that I finally let myself relax. I pulled into a gas station, my hands still shaking, and sat there for a moment, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it all in my head? Had I imagined the figure, the noises? The rest stop had been strange, sure, but could it really have been more than just an old, forgotten place? I got out of the car, stretched my legs, and walked over to the gas station attendant. He was an older man, leaning against the counter with a bored expression. "Hey," I said, my voice still shaky. "Do you know anything about that rest stop back on Route 78? The one that looks abandoned?" The man raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. "You stopped there?" "Yeah," I said, frowning. "It seemed empty, but—" "You shouldn't have done that," he interrupted, shaking his head. "That place hasn't been open in years. Folks around here don't stop there, not anymore." I stared at him, my stomach tightening. "What do you mean?" The man leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "There's something wrong with that place. People who stop there, they say they see things, hear things, things that aren't supposed to be there." A chill ran down my spine. "Like what?" He shrugged, but his expression was grave. "Depends on who you ask, but most people just don't come back." I felt my blood run cold. I hadn't imagined it. That figure, that presence I'd felt. It was real. I thanked the man, got back in my car, and drove off without looking back. I didn't want to know any more about that place. Whatever had been out there, watching me, it wasn't something I wanted to understand. There are places along the road that aren't meant to be stopped at. Places that hold on to something darker, something that waits in the shadows for the next person to come along. That rest stop, it's one of those places, and I'll never stop there again. I've never been the kind of person to get creeped out by houses. They're just buildings, right? Brick and wood, walls and windows. Nothing special, nothing sinister. But the house I stayed in last fall, something about it was different. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just a feeling like the house itself was watching me. And then I saw the man in the window, and everything changed. It started when my friend Sarah asked if I could house sit for a weekend. She and her husband were heading out of town, and they didn't want to leave their place unattended. It was an old house, big and kind of isolated, set back from the road with a sprawling yard and thick trees surrounding the property. I didn't mind. It sounded like a nice getaway, a chance to spend a couple of quiet nights reading and relaxing. When I arrived, the house looked just like I'd remembered it from the last time I visited. Tall, with narrow windows that seemed to go on forever, and a big wraparound porch that creaked underfoot. The air was cool, with the crisp smell of fall in the breeze, and the leaves had started to turn, painting the trees in shades of red and orange. Sarah showed me around, reminding me of the basic house rules. Don't let the cat outside, water the plants, and make sure the back door stays locked because sometimes it sticks. Simple enough. She and her husband left just before sunset, leaving me alone in the big, quiet house. I settled in easily, making myself some tea and curling up on the couch with a book. The place was cozy, filled with old furniture and soft, warm lighting. Everything felt calm, peaceful. But as the evening wore on, I started to notice something strange. The house had a lot of windows, big ones, in every room, letting in plenty of natural light during the day. But at night, those windows felt different. They were dark, almost too dark, like they absorbed all the light from the room. I couldn't see anything beyond them, just my own reflection staring back at me. And every time I glanced up from my book, I had the oddest feeling that something was looking in. I shook it off. It was just the unfamiliarity of the place, I told myself. Old houses always felt a little eerie when you were alone. I tried to focus on my book, but that nagging feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. After a while, I decided to call it a night. I turned off the lights, double-checked that the back door was locked, and headed upstairs to the guest room. The stairs creaked under my feet, the sound echoing through the empty house. I couldn't shake the feeling that the place was too quiet. The guest room was cozy enough. A comfortable bed, a small dresser, and, of course, another big window overlooking the front yard. I pulled the curtains shut, trying to block out the sense of unease that had settled over me. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination getting the best of me. But as I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't fall asleep. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours, my mind racing with a vague sense of discomfort. The house creaked and groaned, the old wood settling in the cool night air. Every little noise felt magnified, and I found myself straining to listen for something that wasn't there. And then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it. A soft tapping sound. Faint, but unmistakable. I sat up in bed, my heart skipping a beat. The sound came again, this time louder, like someone gently tapping on glass. My eyes flicked toward the window, where the curtains were still drawn, blocking my view of whatever was outside. For a moment, I sat there, frozen, trying to convince myself that I hadn't really heard anything. It was probably just a branch, I thought, or maybe a bird. But as I listened, the tapping continued, steady and deliberate. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart, and slowly got out of bed. The room felt colder now, the air heavy with the weight of something I couldn't quite name. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the curtain, before finally pulling it back. And that's when I saw him, a man, standing just outside the window, his face inches from the glass. I gasped, stumbling back in shock. He was standing perfectly still, his expression blank, his eyes wide and staring straight at me. He didn't move, didn't say a word, just stood there, watching me through the window. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Who was he? How had he gotten there? The house was in the middle of nowhere, and the yard was fenced in. There was no way someone could have just wandered up to the window. I blinked, my heart pounding in my chest, and when I looked again, he was gone. The window was empty. No sign of anyone outside, just the dark, still night beyond the glass. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Had I imagined it? Had it been some kind of trick of the light? My mind was reeling, but I knew one thing for sure. I hadn't imagined the tapping. I rushed downstairs, checking the front door, the back door, and every window I could find. Everything was locked, just as I'd left it. There was no sign of anyone, no footprints in the yard, no movement in the shadows. The man, if he'd even been real, was gone. But the unease didn't leave me. I couldn't shake the image of his face, those wide, staring eyes, the way he'd stood so still, so close to the glass. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that maybe I'd been half asleep and dreamed the whole thing. But I didn't believe it. I spent the rest of the night downstairs on the couch, the lights on, my eyes flicking to the windows every few minutes. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. The next morning, I was exhausted, but the house felt normal again. The sunlight streaming through the windows made everything seem less menacing, and I started to doubt what I'd seen the night before. Maybe it really had been a dream, or maybe I was just overtired. I tried to convince myself that everything was fine, but when I stepped outside to check the yard, my heart sank. There, in the soft dirt beneath the guest room window, were footprints. Clear, unmistakable footprints, leading right up to the window and then stopping. No trail leading away, no signs of someone walking off into the distance. Just a pair of footprints, as if the man had appeared out of nowhere, stood there and vanished. I stared at them, my stomach twisting with dread. It wasn't a dream. He had been there, standing outside my window, watching me in the middle of the night. I packed my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking as I threw my clothes into my bag. I didn't care that Sarah wouldn't be back until the evening. I wasn't staying in that house another minute. Before I left, I texted her, telling her about the footprints and the man I'd seen outside the window. She didn't respond right away, but as I drove down the long, winding road away from the house, my phone buzzed with a message. "That's impossible," Sarah wrote. "There's no way someone could have been at the window." I frowned, my heart still racing. I knew what I'd seen. Then another message came through. "The guest room window is on the second floor." Some houses have a way of holding on to things, memories, people, even shadows. I don't know who that man was or why he appeared at the window, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never be house sitting there again. There's something about driving alone at night that always feels a little unsettling. The road stretches out endlessly in front of you, dark and empty, with only the faint glow of your headlights cutting through the black. I've done enough solo road trips to know how to shake off that uneasy feeling, but that night was different. That night, no matter how many times I told myself I was just imagining things, I couldn't shake the sense that something was off. I'd been driving for hours, heading home from a work trip that had dragged on longer than expected. It was already late, and I still had a few hours to go. The highway was nearly deserted, just me, the occasional passing car, and the hum of the engine. I had the radio on low, more for company than anything else, but it wasn't doing much to calm my nerves. The night was thick with fog, the kind that makes everything outside your car feel distant and disconnected. The road ahead was barely visible, swallowed up by the swirling mist, and the trees lining the highway seemed to loom closer with each mile. I focused on the road, trying to ignore the creeping sense of isolation that hung in the air. That's when my phone rang. The sudden sound startled me. I glanced down at the screen, expecting to see my wife's name or maybe a call from work. But the number was unfamiliar. No caller ID, just a long string of numbers that didn't make sense. I hesitated for a moment before answering, figuring it was a wrong number or some kind of telemarketer. "Hello?" I said, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness of the car. There was a pause, long enough to make me wonder if the call had dropped. And then, I heard it. A soft, distant voice. It was faint, barely above a whisper, and I had to strain to make out the words. "Are you alone?" I frowned, glancing at the screen again, my heart skipping a beat. "Excuse me?" The voice didn't answer right away. It was a woman's voice, low and hushed, like she was speaking from far away, and there was a strange crackling sound in the background, like static or wind. "Are you alone?" she repeated, her voice clearer this time. I felt a chill run down my spine. The way she said it, like she already knew the answer, set me on edge. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice shaky. There was a pause, and then she said, "You should keep driving." I blinked, glancing at the road ahead, my pulse quickening. "What are you talking about? Who are you?" But the line went dead before I could get an answer. I stared at the phone in my hand, the screen showing the call had ended, and for a moment, I just sat there, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe it was a prank, I told myself. Some weirdo who dialed a random number just to mess with me. But it didn't feel like a prank. I tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, shaking my head and trying to laugh it off. Just some random creep, I thought. No big deal. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself of that, the uneasy feeling in my chest didn't go away. I kept driving, my hands gripping the steering wheel a little tighter than before. The fog seemed to thicken, pressing in around the car like a heavy blanket, and the road ahead seemed to disappear into nothingness. The highway was completely empty now, not a single car in sight. The only sound was the steady hum of the engine and the soft whisper of the tires on the pavement. And then, my phone rang again. I jumped, my heart racing, and grabbed it off the seat. It was the same number, long, unfamiliar, with no caller ID. My stomach twisted as I stared at the screen, my finger hovering over the answer button. Everything in me was screaming not to pick up, but I couldn't help it. I had to know who this was. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely a whisper. The same soft, crackling sound came through the line, and then the woman's voice again. "Don't stop driving." Her tone was calm, almost soothing, but there was an edge to it that made my skin crawl. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "Why are you calling me?" There was a long silence, and for a moment, I thought the call had dropped again, but then she spoke, her voice barely more than a whisper. "It's following you." My blood ran cold. "What's following me?" I asked, my voice barely steady. The static on the line grew louder, crackling like distant thunder, and her voice was faint now, like she was speaking from miles away. "Don't stop," she said again, and then the call cut off. I stared at the phone, my heart pounding in my chest. My hands were shaking, my mind racing with 100 questions and no answers. What the hell was going on? Who was this woman? And how did she know where I was? I glanced at the empty road ahead, the fog so thick now that I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. The trees seemed to close in on either side, their dark shapes shifting in the mist. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a shadow. It flickered in my side mirror, just a glimpse, but enough to send a jolt of fear through me. I whipped my head around, scanning the road behind me, but there was nothing there, just the swirling fog and the empty highway. But I knew I'd seen something. Something dark, moving just behind the car, too fast to be human, too big to be an animal. I hit the gas, my heart racing as the car surged forward. The engine roared as I sped down the highway, the trees flashing by in a blur. My breath came in short, panicked gasps as I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. The phone rang again, but I didn't answer it this time. I didn't need to. I could feel it now. Something behind me, something following, something that I couldn't see, but knew was there. The fog seemed to close in tighter, the world shrinking around me until it felt like I was driving through a tunnel with no end. The phone kept ringing, over and over, the shrill sound cutting through the roar of the engine. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I didn't stop driving. The minutes dragged on like hours, the empty road stretching endlessly ahead of me. My heart pounded in my chest, my mind racing with fear and confusion. I didn't know what was following me, or why, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't stop. The phone rang again, but this time, it didn't feel like a warning. It felt like a command. Keep driving. I pressed down harder on the gas, my foot shaking, and the car raced forward, the speedometer climbing higher and higher. The world outside the car was a blur now, the trees and fog blending together into one long, shapeless smear of darkness. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the fog began to thin. I blinked, my breath catching in my throat, as the swirling mist slowly gave way to clear night sky. The trees retreated, the road opened up, and in the distance, I saw the glow of lights, street lights, bright and reassuring, marking the edge of a small town. The phone stopped ringing. I slowed the car, my hands still shaking, and pulled off at the first gas station I saw. My heart was still racing, my mind reeling from everything that had just happened. I parked the car, sitting there for a long moment in the quiet, the sound of the engine ticking as it cooled. I picked up my phone, staring at the screen, no missed calls, no unfamiliar numbers, just silence. Sometimes, the things we can't explain are the ones that haunt us the most. I don't know what was following me that night, and I don't know who that woman on the phone was. But I do know one thing. Whatever it was, it's out there. And if you're ever driving alone at night and your phone rings, you'd better keep driving. You know when you arrive at a place and immediately feel like something's off? That sense that what you're seeing can't possibly be right, even if you can't quite put your finger on why. That's what hit me the second I stepped out of the car and looked at the lake. The thing is, I'd been to this campsite before dozens of times, and there had never been a lake. And yet there it was, calm, dark, and stretching out before me like it had always been there. I was on a weekend camping trip with my friend and Mark. We both needed a break, a couple of days away from the chaos of work and life. The campsite we'd chosen was remote, tucked away in a quiet corner of the woods that not many people knew about. We'd gone there for years, just a patch of forest with a clearing perfect for pitching a tent and a small stream nearby for water. No amenities, no crowds, just the peace and quiet we craved. We'd set out early that morning, eager to leave the city behind. The drive was uneventful, winding through familiar country roads and dense forest, the kind of trip that lulled you into a comfortable rhythm. But as we neared the campsite, things started to feel strange. The trees seemed different, thicker maybe, or older, as if the forest had grown denser since our last trip. And then, when we pulled up to the clearing, there it was. The lake. Mark and I stood there for a moment, just staring at it. He glanced over at me, clearly confused. "Did we take a wrong turn?" he asked, though we both knew the answer. I shook my head. "No. This is the place. I'm sure of it." He frowned, looking out at the water. It was perfectly still, the surface smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. The trees on the far side of the lake looked impossibly tall, their dark shapes looming over the water like sentinels. The whole scene felt surreal, like something out of a dream. "I don't remember this being here," Mark muttered, more to himself than to me. "Neither do I said, my voice low. "But it's here now." We both stood there for a few more minutes, neither of us saying anything. There was something about the lake that made me uneasy, though I couldn't explain why. It wasn't just that it hadn't been there before. It was the way it looked. Too perfect, too still, like it didn't belong. Eventually, we decided to set up camp anyway. After all, we'd driven all the way out here, and it wasn't like the lake was going to harm us. We pitched our tent a little way back from the water, in the spot we always used. And soon enough, we were sitting by a small fire, trying to shake off the weirdness of the lake. But that strange feeling didn't go away. As the sun started to set, casting a warm orange glow over the forest, the lake seemed to change. The stillness of the water became unsettling, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. The air around us grew colder, even though the fire was burning strong. And every so often, I could have sworn I saw something move beneath the surface of the water, a dark shape, just barely visible before disappearing again. "Do you feel that?" Mark asked suddenly, breaking the silence. I nodded, not needing him to explain. The air was heavy, oppressive, and the strange calm of the lake was starting to mess with my head. We both sat there, staring into the flames, neither of us mentioning the growing unease we felt. I tried to convince myself it was just the unfamiliarity of the lake, just our minds playing tricks on us. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. It wasn't until later, when the fire had died down and the stars were scattered across the sky, that things got worse. We were sitting in the quiet, the only sound the crackling of the last embers when we heard it. A splash. We both froze, our eyes darting to the lake. The surface, which had been smooth and undisturbed all evening, rippled in the moonlight. Something had broken the water. Mark stood up, squinting at the lake. "What was that?" "A fish." I didn't answer. I was staring at the water, my heart racing. The ripple was still there, slowly spreading out across the lake. But there was no sign of what had caused it. And then, just as I was about to brush it off as a fish or some animal, we saw it. Ahead. It broke the surface slowly, almost too slowly, as if it had been waiting for us to notice. Pale, with long, wet hair hanging down over its face, the figure seemed to rise out of the water like it was being pulled up by invisible strings. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it wasn't swimming or treading water. It was just standing there, in the middle of the lake, its body submerged beneath the surface. "Do you see that?" Mark whispered, his voice tight with fear. I nodded, unable to tear my eyes away from the figure. It didn't move. It just stood there, its face hidden by the curtain of hair, its body still as the water around it. "We need to go," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Mark didn't argue. We both scrambled to our feet, our hearts pounding as we backed away from the lake. But as we did, the figure started to move. Slowly, it turned its head, as if sensing our fear. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, it started walking toward us. No, not walking, gliding. It didn't disturb the water as it moved, didn't make a sound. It just came closer, its pale face still hidden, its wet hair dripping onto the lake's surface. Mark grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the car. "Come on, let's go." We stumbled through the darkness, barely able to see where we were going. My mind was racing, panic surging through me. I glanced back once, and that's when I saw its eyes. They were wide, almost too wide, and glowing faintly in the moonlight. Empty, like two dark voids staring straight into me. My heart nearly stopped as I realized it was getting closer. Too close. We reached the car, and Mark fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so badly that he dropped them. I snatched them up, throwing open the driver's side door and jumping in. Mark followed, slamming the door shut behind him just as the figure reached the edge of the lake. I turned the key in the ignition, my hands trembling, and the car roared to life. I threw it into reverse, peeling out of the clearing and onto the narrow dirt road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. As we sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The figure was standing at the edge of the lake, watching us. Its eyes glowed faintly in the distance, two pinpricks of light that burned into my mind. We didn't stop driving until we were miles away, until the lake and the forest were far behind us. Neither of us said a word for the longest time. We were both too shaken, too terrified to even try to make sense of what had just happened. Eventually, Mark broke the silence. "What was that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't have an answer. I still don't. We never went back to that campsite. I've heard other people talk about lakes that appear out of nowhere, places that shouldn't exist but do, just long enough to trap those unlucky enough to find them. Maybe that's what we stumbled onto that night. Or maybe it was something else, something I can't explain. All I know is that there's something out there, something waiting in the dark waters of a lake that shouldn't be there. And if you ever find yourself camping in a place you thought you knew, and the landscape doesn't look quite right, leave. Don't ask questions, just leave. There are places you drive past 100 times without giving them a second thought, places that blend into the background, unnoticed and unremarkable. But then, one day, something about them feels wrong, different, off in a way that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. That's exactly what happened to me when I pulled into the gas station off Route 22, the one I'd passed countless times before but never stopped at. I wish I hadn't that night, but I was running low on gas and the next station wasn't for another 50 miles. It was late, close to midnight, and I was the only car on the road. The highway was deserted, just the long stretch of asphalt disappearing into the darkness, with nothing but the occasional streetlight to break up the gloom. When I saw the gas station sign flickering in the distance, I felt a wave of relief. My tank was nearly empty, and the idea of running out of gas in the middle of nowhere wasn't exactly appealing. The station itself was small and run down, like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. The pumps were old, the paint peeling off them in long strips, and the building looked like it had seen better days. But it was open. The lights were on, a faint glow coming from inside the small convenience store, and a neon sign buzzing in the window read 24 hours. I pulled up to the pump, cut the engine, and stepped out into the cool night air. The place was eerily quiet. No cars, no people, just the hum of the neon sign and the faint rustling of the wind in the trees. I shrugged off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine and went to swipe my card at the pump. It didn't work. No surprise there, given how ancient the pump looked. Sighing, I headed toward the store to pay inside. The door jingled as I stepped in, the smell of stale air and old cigarettes hitting me immediately. The store was just as rundown as the outside, with dusty shelves lined with faded snacks and long-expired soda. A single fluorescent light buzzed overhead, flickering occasionally. There was a guy behind the counter, hunched over a magazine, barely glancing up as I walked in. "Hey," I called out, trying to catch his attention. "Pump 2 isn't taking cards?" He didn't respond at first, just flipped a page in his magazine without looking at me. I frowned, stepping closer. "Hello?" Finally, he glanced up. His eyes were tired, almost blank, like he'd been sitting there for hours without moving. "Pump 2, huh?" he said, his voice flat, almost mechanical. "Yeah, that one doesn't work too well. Cash only." I nodded, pulling out some bills from my wallet. "Can I get 30 on Pump 2 then?" He took the cash, moving slowly, like every action was a chore, and rang me up. As he handed me my receipt, I noticed something odd. His hands were pale, too pale, like he hadn't seen sunlight in years, and his nails were long, yellowed at the edges. "Thanks," I mumbled, backing away and heading toward the door. As I stepped outside, the uneasy feeling returned, stronger this time. I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong, really wrong. The air felt heavier, thicker, and the night seemed darker, as if the shadows were closing in around me. I hurried back to the pump, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I started filling up the tank, my eyes darting around the empty lot, looking for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the faint hum of the neon sign and the occasional flicker of the overhead lights. That's when I heard it. A faint sound, barely audible over the noise of the pump. It was coming from the woods behind the station. A low, rhythmic rustling, like something moving through the trees. I froze, listening, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound grew louder, closer, until it was right at the edge of the lot. I turned, squinting into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. Just the black outline of the trees, the shadows shifting in the dim light. But I knew something was there. I could feel it. The pump clicked, signaling that my tank was full, and I quickly removed the nozzle, my hands shaking. I fumbled with the gas cap, my eyes still scanning the woods, waiting for something, anything, to emerge from the shadows. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. It was quick, barely a flash, but it was there. A figure, just at the edge of the trees. Too far to make out clearly, but close enough to send a jolt of fear through me. My heart raced as I dropped the gas cap, scrambling to pick it up and screw it back on. I didn't waste any more time. I jumped into the car, slamming the door shut and locking it. My hands were trembling as I started the engine, glancing into the rearview mirror. But there was nothing behind me. The lot was empty, the gas station still and silent. I pulled out of the station, my tires kicking up gravel as I sped back onto the highway. My pulse was racing, my mind reeling from what I'd just seen, or thought I'd seen. I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of the light, my imagination getting the best of me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, something that wasn't supposed to be there. I glanced back at the gas station as I drove away, but what I saw made my blood run cold. The lights were off, completely. The neon sign was dark, the store windows black, the whole station was dead, like it had never been open in the first place. I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding in my chest. I stared at the gas station, my mind racing. There was no way the lights could have gone out that quickly. I'd just been there, just paid for gas. The guy behind the counter had taken my money. It was real, wasn't it? I threw the car into reverse, backing up a few hundred feet to get a better look. But the closer I got, the worse it became. The gas station was different, older. The pumps were rusted, the paint on the building faded and peeling. The windows were boarded up, the sign missing letters. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. I sat there, frozen in my seat, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no way this was the same station I'd just filled up at. No way. But as I stared at the darkened building, I knew deep down that it was. My hands shook as I shifted the car back into drive and peeled away from the station, my mind racing. I didn't look back again. I couldn't. I didn't want to see what else might be waiting for me in that place. I drove for miles, my heart still pounding in my chest, the dark highway stretching out endlessly in front of me. The further I got from the station, the lighter the air felt, the more normal things seemed, but that uneasy feeling never left me. When I finally pulled into the next town, I stopped at a brightly lit gas station, one with cars, people, and a cashier who actually looked like he belonged there. I went inside to pay, still shaken, and asked the attendant if he knew anything about the gas station back on Route 22. He frowned, shaking his head. That place? It's been closed for years, abandoned after a fire or something. No one goes there anymore. I stared at him, my stomach twisting. But I was just there, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I filled up my tank. The attendant looked at me like I was crazy. You must be mistaken, he said. There hasn't been gas at that place for a long time. I didn't argue. I couldn't. I just paid for a bottle of water and left, my mind still reeling from what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. Whatever that gas station was, whatever I'd experienced, I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't normal. I still drive Route 22 sometimes, but I've never stopped at that gas station again. In fact, I don't even look in its direction when I pass by. Some places are better left forgotten. Some places shouldn't exist at all. There's something about mountain roads that feels both thrilling and unsettling. The twists and turns, the way the drop-offs loom just a little too close for comfort. It keeps you on edge, even when you know exactly where you're going. But that night, driving up a remote mountain road I'd never been on, that edge turned into something else, something far more unnerving. I should have known better than to take a road that wasn't on the map. But in my defense, the detour sign left me no choice. It was supposed to be a simple drive to a friend's cabin for the weekend. I'd planned everything out, left early, packed snacks, downloaded some podcasts to keep me company. The first couple of hours went smoothly, the highway clear and the evening calm. But somewhere near the base of the mountain, I hit a detour. Road work, the sign said, with bright orange cones funneling me onto a side road. I didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't the first time a trip had taken me off course, and it usually just meant a few extra miles. But as I drove further up the winding road, I realized something was wrong. The first thing I noticed was how narrow the road became. It started off wide enough for 2 cars, but gradually, it seemed to shrink. The pavement was cracked, weeds growing up through the crevices, and the guardrails had rusted to the point of being useless. My headlights barely cut through the thickening fog that clung to the mountain, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. I glanced at my GPS. No signal. Perfect. The deeper I went, the more isolated the road felt. The trees seemed to close in on either side, their branches hanging low and casting strange, distorted shadows across the road. I hadn't seen another car for miles, and a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy blanket. Still, I pressed on. I had no choice. There was nowhere to turn around, no sign of a pull-off or an alternate route. My only option was to keep driving and hope the road would eventually connect back to the main highway. But then, I saw the sign. It was old, barely legible, its paint chipped and faded from years of neglect. But the words were still clear enough to read, "Dead end, 3 miles." I slowed down, my heart sinking. A dead end. That didn't make any sense. How could a detour lead to a dead end? I thought about turning around, but there was no space on the narrow road to do so safely. And backing up for miles on this foggy, twisting road wasn't exactly an appealing option. I decided to keep going, figuring I'd deal with the dead end when I got there. Maybe there was a small turnaround at the end, or a side road I hadn't noticed. But the further I drove, the stranger everything became. The trees pressed in closer, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The fog grew thicker, swirling around the car, making it feel like I was driving through some kind of dream. My headlights flickered, struggling to cut through the haze, and I could barely see the road anymore. And then, just ahead, I saw something on the side of the road. It was a car, an old, rusted sedan, half buried in the trees. The windows were smashed, and the tires had long since deflated, the metal frame sagging under its own weight. I slowed down as I passed it, my skin prickling with unease. There was no sign of anyone around, no indication of how long the car had been there or what had happened to it. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, left to rot on this forgotten stretch of road. A chill ran down my spine, and I pressed on the gas, eager to get away from the wreck. But the further I drove, the more uneasy I became. Something about the air felt wrong. Too thick, too heavy, like it was pressing in on me. And the fog? It wasn't natural. It clung to the trees and the road like it was alive, moving and shifting in ways that made me feel like I was being watched. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something, or someone, standing in the road behind me. But there was nothing. Just the thick, impenetrable fog. I kept driving, the road growing narrower with each passing mile. My heart pounded in my chest, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The dead-end sign had said 3 miles, but it felt like I'd been driving for much longer than that. The road stretched on endlessly, winding deeper into the mountain, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was going the wrong way, that I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I saw it, a clearing ahead, where the road opened up slightly before coming to an abrupt stop. The dead end. I pulled into the clearing, the car's engine idling as I stared at the empty space in front of me. The road didn't continue. It simply stopped. No turnaround, no side road, just a sheer drop-off into the fog-covered valley below. My heart sank. I was stuck. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe I could turn the car around in the clearing, backtrack a bit, and find a place to pull over and think things through. But as I shifted the car into reverse, something caught my eye. Movement. It was faint, just a flicker in the fog, but there was no mistaking it. Something, or someone, was moving in the trees. I stared, my breath catching in my throat, as the shadowy figure emerged from the fog, its shape barely discernible in the dim light. At first, I thought it might be another driver, someone who had also gotten lost on this god-forsaken road. But as the figure came closer, I realized something was wrong. The way it moved, slow, deliberate, like it was gliding rather than walking, sent a chill through me. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel human. I slammed the car into reverse, my hands shaking as I backed up, trying to get as far away from the figure as possible. The tires screeched on the cracked pavement, the car lurching as I spun the wheel, trying to turn around in the narrow clearing. But then, the figure stopped. It stood there, just at the edge of the clearing, shrouded in fog. I couldn't see its face, just the outline of its body, tall and thin, its arms hanging unnaturally long at its sides. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there watching me. My heart pounded in my chest as I finally managed to turn the car around, my foot slamming down on the gas. I sped back down the road, my headlights barely cutting through the thick fog. The trees blurred past me, the road twisting and turning as I fought to keep control of the car. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure following me, but there was nothing. Just the fog, swirling in the car's wake and the endless, winding road ahead. For what felt like hours, I drove. The road seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning through the dark, fog-covered mountain. I kept waiting for the moment when I'd reach the detour sign again, when I'd see the familiar stretch of highway and know I was safe, but it never came. The road just kept going, the fog growing thicker, the trees pressing closer. I felt like I was driving in circles, lost in some kind of endless loop, with no way out. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the fog began to lift. I blinked, my breath catching in my throat, as the road opened up in front of me. The trees thinned, the air cleared, and in the distance, I saw the familiar lights of the highway. I don't know how I got back to the main road. I don't know how long I'd been driving, or what had happened on that mountain road. All I know is that when I finally pulled back onto the highway, I didn't look back. I kept driving, my hands shaking, my mind racing with everything I'd just experienced. I've told a few people about that night, but no one believes me. They say I must have gotten lost, that I imagined the figure in the fog. But I know what I saw, and I know that road wasn't supposed to be there. There are places in this world that don't belong. Places that lead to nowhere, or worse, to something you're not supposed to find. And if you ever find yourself on a road that doesn't feel right, turn back, before it's too late. You ever have that feeling when you're driving late at night, and the world feels like it's asleep except for you? It's like you're the last person awake, and the road stretches on forever, with nothing but the hum of the engine and the lines on the asphalt to keep you company. That was me, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, on a road trip that was taking way longer than it should have. I hadn't planned on driving this late, but sometimes things don't go the way you plan. The road was deserted, just the occasional flicker of headlights in the opposite lane. My eyes were getting heavy, and the miles seemed to blur together. I wasn't even sure where I was anymore. Somewhere off the main highway, hoping to find a place to crash for the night. My phone's GPS had stopped working miles ago. No signal out in the middle of nowhere, and the fuel gauge was dipping lower and lower. That's when I saw the sign. It was old, worn down, with flickering neon letters barely clinging to life. Vacancy. A motel, set back from the road, its parking lot half hidden by a line of scraggly trees. The place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 80s, one of those rundown roadside motels you pass 100 times without thinking twice. But tonight, it was a sight for sore eyes. I pulled in, my tires crunching on the gravel as I parked in front of the office. The building was small, with a faded open sign hanging in the window. The lights were on inside, but something about the place felt off, like it had been left behind, forgotten. Still, I was too tired to care. All I wanted was a bed and a few hours of sleep before hitting the road again in the morning. I stepped out of the car and made my way to the office, the night air cool and heavy. The bell above the door jingled as I stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, with wood-paneled walls and a musty smell that reminded me of old attics. Behind the counter sat an elderly man, hunched over a newspaper. He didn't look up when I walked in. "Hey," I said, my voice louder than I intended in the quiet room. "I need a room for the night." The man slowly raised his head, his eyes narrowing as he looked me over. He was pale, with deep wrinkles etched into his face and thin, wispy hair. He didn't say anything for a long moment, just stared at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Finally, he spoke. "You sure about that?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, the movement slow and deliberate. Not many people stop here. Place hasn't seen much traffic in years. Well, I'm here now, I said, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. Do you have a room or not? He stared at me for another moment before sighing and pushing a key across the counter. Room 6, he muttered. Down the left side. You pay in the morning. I grabbed the key, not bothering to thank him, and headed back outside. The motel had a row of doors lining the parking lot, each one marked with a faded number. I found room 6 easily enough and unlocked the door, stepping into the small, dimly lit room. It was about what I expected: dated furniture, an old TV on a rickety stand, and a bed that looked like it had seen better days. But it was clean enough, and that was all I cared about. I tossed my bag on the chair and sat down on the edge of the bed, letting out a long sigh. Finally, a place to rest. But as I sat there, something didn't feel right. The room was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that presses in on you, makes the air feel heavy. I glanced around, my eyes lingering on the window. The curtains were drawn, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was just outside, watching. I stood up and walked over to the window, pulling the curtains aside just enough to peek out. The parking lot was empty, my car the only one in sight. The office light was still on, but there was no sign of the old man. I let the curtain fall back into place and turned away, telling myself I was just being paranoid. I was tired, that was all. I lay down on the bed, kicking off my shoes and closing my eyes. The mattress was lumpy, but after hours on the road, it felt like heaven. I pulled the thin blanket over myself and tried to relax, telling myself I'd feel better after a few hours of sleep. But sleep didn't come. The silence in the room was suffocating. I could hear the faint hum of the old air conditioning unit, but beyond that, nothing. No crickets, no distant cars, no wind rustling through the trees. Just nothing. And then I heard it. A soft knock, faint but unmistakable. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. I listened, straining to hear, but the knock didn't come again. Maybe I'd imagined it. I was tired, on edge, and my mind was playing tricks on me. I lay back down, trying to shake off the creeping sense of unease that had settled over me. Then the knock came again. Louder this time, more insistent. I shot out of bed, my pulse racing. Someone was outside the door. I stared at it, half expecting it to open on its own, but it didn't move. The knocking stopped, leaving the room in that same eerie silence as before. For a moment, I just stood there, my eyes locked on the door, waiting. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I open it? Yell out? But something in me, some deep, primal instinct, told me not to. Told me to stay away from that door. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my ears. The knocking didn't come again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was on the other side was still there, waiting. I grabbed my phone, my hands trembling, and tried to check the time, but there was no signal. No Wi-Fi. I cursed under my breath, pacing the small room, trying to figure out what to do. I couldn't stay here, not with whatever was outside, but I didn't exactly want to go out there either. After what felt like an eternity, I made up my mind. I wasn't going to wait around to find out who was knocking. I grabbed my keys, threw on my shoes, and quietly moved toward the door. I pressed my ear against it, listening for any sign of movement outside, but there was nothing. Just that same, oppressive silence. I unlocked the door as quietly as I could, my heart racing, and slowly opened it, just a crack. No one was there. The parking lot was empty, the motel dark and still. I stepped outside, glancing around, but there was no sign of anyone. The night was cold, the air still, and the only sound was the faint hum of the neon sign in the distance. I didn't waste any more time. I hurried to my car, unlocking it and throwing my bag into the back seat. As I climbed in and started the engine, I glanced up at the motel one last time, and that's when I saw it. A figure standing in the window of room 6. It was just a shadow, barely visible in the dim light. But I knew it wasn't me. It couldn't have been. I was sitting in my car, staring up at the room, and yet there it was, a dark silhouette standing perfectly still behind the curtain. I slammed the car into reverse, my hands shaking as I backed out of the lot. I didn't care about the gravel kicking up behind me or the fact that I was leaving without paying. I just needed to get out of there. As I sped down the empty road, my heart still pounding in my chest, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The motel was dark now, completely empty. The vacancy sign had gone out, and there was no trace of the figure in the window. I never told anyone about what happened that night. I'm not even sure what I saw, or if I imagined the whole thing. But I do know one thing. I'll never stay in a place like that again. Some motels are better left empty. There's something unnerving about being completely alone in the woods. At first, it's peaceful. The quiet, the solitude, the sense that you've left the rest of the world behind. But then, the isolation starts to settle in. You realize how far away you are from anyone who could help if something went wrong. That's when the peaceful quiet turns into something else. Something darker. Something that makes you feel like you're not as alone as you thought. It was supposed to be a solo hiking trip. 3 days in the mountains. Just me, my backpack, and the trail. I'd done it before, and I liked the idea of disconnecting from everything. The plan was simple. Hike up to the ridge, camp overnight, and then spend the next couple of days exploring before heading back down. Nothing too intense, just enough to clear my head. The first day went smoothly. The trail was steep, but the weather was perfect, cool and crisp, with a bright, cloudless sky. I hiked for hours, enjoying the silence and the fresh air, stopping only to take in the occasional view of the valley below. By late afternoon, I'd reached a small clearing near the ridge where I decided to set up camp. That's when I noticed the footprints. At first, I thought they were mine. The trail was pretty narrow, and I figured I'd just doubled back on myself at some point. But as I crouched down to get a better look, I realized the prints were different, larger than mine, and fresher. Whoever had made them had passed through recently. Very recently. I stood up, scanning the clearing, but there was no one in sight. Just the quiet of the woods and the fading light of the setting sun. I hadn't seen anyone all day, and this trail wasn't exactly a popular one. The idea that someone else was out here, so close to my camp, didn't sit right with me. But I shook it off. The woods were public, after all. People hiked them all the time. Maybe someone had passed through earlier and I just hadn't noticed. Still, as I set up my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the woods grew darker, the shadows lengthening between the trees. I built a small fire, the flickering flames casting an orange glow over the clearing. The air was cool now, and the quiet had taken on a heavier, more oppressive quality. That's when I heard it. A rustling sound. Faint, but unmistakable, coming from the trees behind me. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. I listened, straining to hear, but the noise had stopped. It could have been an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon. But it hadn't sounded like an animal. It had sounded like footsteps. I stood up, the hair on the back of my neck prickling as I scanned the tree line. The fire crackled softly behind me, casting long shadows over the clearing. But there was no one there. No sign of movement. Just the dark shapes of the trees and the stillness of the night. I told myself I was being paranoid. I was out in the woods, alone. Of course I was going to hear things. My mind was playing tricks on me. Still, the unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I forced myself to sit back down by the fire, trying to focus on the warmth of the flames, the steady crackle of the wood. But that feeling, the sense that I was being watched, never really went away. I turned in early, crawling into my tent and zipping it up tight. The small space felt comforting, and after a while, I started to relax. The fire outside had burned down to embers, and the only sound was the soft rustle of the wind through the trees. But just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it again. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate, and far too close. My eyes snapped open, my heart racing. The sound was faint, but it was there, moving slowly around the perimeter of my camp. I lay still, barely daring to breathe, my mind racing. Who was out there, and why were they circling my tent? The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing, just silence. And then, slowly, I heard the unmistakable sound of someone, or something, approaching my tent. I bolted upright, fumbling for the flashlight in my pack. My hands were shaking as I turned it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I shone it toward the entrance of the tent, my pulse pounding in my ears. Nothing, no one. I listened, holding my breath, but the footsteps were gone. The night was silent again. I sat there for what felt like hours, the flashlight still clutched in my hand, waiting. But there was no more sound, no more footsteps. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. The unease from the night before lingered, but in the daylight, it felt distant, almost silly. I stepped out of the tent, blinking in the bright light, and stretched. The woods were calm again, the birds chirping in the trees, the wind rustling the leaves. Everything felt normal, until I saw the footprints. They were everywhere, circling my camp in a perfect and deliberate pattern, larger than mine, and fresher, much fresher. My stomach dropped. Someone had been here. Someone had been walking around my camp while I slept. The thought made my skin crawl. I grabbed my gear, my heart racing, and quickly packed up the tent. I didn't want to be here any longer than I had to. As I hiked back down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time the wind rustled the leaves, every time a branch snapped in the distance, I jumped. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was no one, just the quiet, empty woods. But the footprints hadn't been my imagination. Someone had been there, and they'd been watching me. The trail wound down through the trees, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above. I tried to focus on the path ahead, but my mind kept drifting back to the night before. The footsteps, the eerie silence like the feeling of being watched. It all felt so wrong. I was so focused on my thoughts that I almost didn't see him. A man, standing just off the trail, partially hidden by the trees. I stopped in my tracks, my heart skipping a beat. He was far enough away that I couldn't make out his features, but close enough that I could see the way he was standing, still, almost too still, like he was waiting for something. I took a step back, my pulse racing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. He didn't respond. He didn't move. He just stood there, watching me. I felt a surge of panic rising in my chest. I didn't know who he was or why he was out here, but something about him, something about the way he was just standing there, set off every alarm bell in my head. I turned and started walking, my pace quickening, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was following me. The trail seemed to stretch on forever, the trees blurring together as I hurried down the mountain. I could feel the weight of his gaze on me, even though I couldn't see him anymore. My legs were shaking, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. All I wanted was to get out of these woods, to get back to safety. Finally, after what felt like hours, I reached the trailhead. My car was parked there, waiting for me, and I practically sprinted the last few feet, fumbling with the keys as I unlocked the door and jumped inside. I slammed the door shut, locking it behind me, and sat there for a moment, my heart still racing, my hands shaking. I glanced back up the trail, half expecting to see the man standing there at the edge of the trees. but there was no one. The woods were quiet again. I didn't wait around. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, speeding down the mountain road as fast as I could. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back on the highway, the safety of civilization in sight. I still don't know who that man was, or why he was watching me. Maybe he was just another hiker, someone who got lost or stumbled onto my camp by accident. Or maybe he wasn't. All I know is that I'll never hike that trail again. Some places, some experiences leave a mark on you, and I have no desire to find out what could have happened if I had stayed.